to the night so we can see the end in sight. We're gonna shout it out to the sky. When I look into your eyes, I can see no better light, better light than love. We're gonna shout it out to the
We gon' make you move. We gon' make you loose. We gon' make you move. So baby, let's up it tonight. Let me get funky. Let me get funky. We gon' make you move from side to side. We gon' make you lose all inside your mind. Oh, we gon' get you through this just for one more high. So baby, let's orbit tonight. We gon' make you move from side to side. We gon' make you lose all inside your mind. Oh, we gon' get you through this just for one more. So baby, let's orbit tonight. Let me get funky.
Let's lose our mind.
Let me get funky. Let me get funky.
Welcome to Championship Sunday. SSA RLCS Open number 1, 123 teams, down to 32, down to 16, down to 8. And on Championship Sunday, just 6 teams remain, all looking for glory in the 2026 season of RLCS. The matches yesterday, we eliminated 2 teams. Those remaining will be fighting it all out today, and we will bring you every ball, every save, every demo, every assist, everything as it happens right here and live. And there is a lot to talk about. And when we recap yesterday, all the big plays, were there any surprises? Who do we believe we will be crowning champions on Sunday? I'm Greybeard, and along with me will be Pyro J, the Bromeo, Ultrazim, and of course, Machtfish. And remember, ladies and gents, it's not just SSA battling it out in RLCS. We are, in fact, the last of the Open number 1 championships to be decided. Yesterday, we'll talk about their results. And starting with you, Machtfish, is it a surprise that Twisted Minds took down the Falcons to be regional champions of MENA?
I mean, it's hard to say surprise because both teams are generally just very evenly matched. So I don't see either team winning as a surprise, but it's interesting to see the Falcons dethroned. But hey, if we're talking about MENA, one storyline that stays the same, it's TRK. He keeps winning in MENA. I think he's now his 19th regional win or something ridiculous like that. Yeah, TRK is unstoppable in MENA. Doesn't matter who team's with.
I think what's really cool about the MENA story is we've always said that MENA is kind of us in a couple of years. And so it's nice to see them having 2 teams that are really clashing it out, steel sharpens steel. And when we look to our current state of affairs right now, as scary as it can be, as unpredictable as it can be, we know we've got a couple of teams. So they're kind of mirroring us right now. And to see a bit of an underdog story coming through is encouraging, at least, to the new teams that are formed for our region.
Well, the big storyline, Bromeo, was TRK and the Twins, because they separated, and it was so that's been the big matchup, and so far it looks like TRK having the last laugh there. So far in this early stage.
It looks like they are indeed, but it is still early to call, so we'll wait that one out until we make some bold, sweeping assumptions. But there is a lot of Rocket League ahead of us today, and there are a lot of bold, risky assumptions to get wrong in the process. So I'm excited to get there.
Well, the other playoff, of course, MENA was yesterday. Earlier today for us was OCE and Wildcard, who had a fantastic run at Worlds. And what an epic they had. Power overtaking Wildcard, but it went all the way 7 games. So Gus, Fiber, and Superlachi getting one over Banana Head, Fever, and Torsa. So shout out to them. And also, we have to give huge props because there was no OCE broadcast. And then last minute, we had CJ, Moni, Gex, and Formal Casting jump in, and they put together something produced by none other than Hazza, who is with us in production today as observer. So shout out to all of them for making a broadcast happen. Coming from a region that has had experience with trying to get a broadcast going for their region. So great work to them. Well done. And I watched a little bit of it. It looked really good. So shout out to them. But now we've taken our very brief tour to other areas in the world. It's now time to talk about SSA. And we had our Saturday playoffs. We lost 2 teams, one through a forfeit, one through an epic game 7 overtime thriller between the Punishers and Synthesis. And I'd like to show, I don't know if you guys saw this and how many of those who are watching now saw it. Synthesis put out a tweet, and I gotta say, Synthesis as an org with their focus on content and support, and they are a homegrown org. I just love what they're doing. and we have a little video. Their response to Synthesis giving them a Game 7 overtime heart attack. Bracket with the performance by Pioneers and Five Fears went pretty standard in many ways, but Machfish, I want to start with you and what you found interesting in the opposition that they had. Looking at LFO, for example, where and Cosmico, are they going to show more resistance as time goes on?
Well, it's difficult to say because I feel like Five Fears and the Pioneers are quite a step ahead of the rest. But what I like to see, I think from what we saw from Cosmico yesterday, was that there's a beautiful German expression that doesn't really translate into English, but they paid for their inexperience. You could see that, yet they tried, but Jeff and Ravi, let's not forget, it's their first top 6. For Ravi, at least. For Jeff, I'm also pretty sure it's the first top 6 for him. So they are just not yet at that level where they can consistently maybe go with the toe-to-toe with the Pioneers. That being said, there were some really good moments from them, and they kept it close mostly, but you could see that the last 5% to actually overcome the Pioneers, that was still missing. On the other hand, LFO against Five Fears, I feel like a broken record player, but it's every time we see a roster that forms around Eliakim, is like, we know he's so good, or he can be so good, and he showed with that crazy backboard read that he scored in game 4 where they actually won. Like, he still can be one of the top players of the region, but the discrepancy between peak Eliakim and floor Eliakim is just really, really tough. So for me, LFO, if they can stabilize Eli, it can raise his floor. I won't say sky's the limit, but they can definitely, perhaps on that day, even cause an upset. Because what I like the approach, I like the tactical approach from LFO. Play calm, cool, collected, absorb the pressure, look for the openings on the other side. Do not try to combat for speed if you're playing against Gun Snow and Techers, because that's a game you're only going to lose.
And then, Bromeo, I saw your thoughts on LFO, because it looked to me, I think the thinking seemed to be right, but sort of failed on execution. There was a little bit of a tentativeness in their approach. So many times they fell for Five Fears fakes and were sort of erring on the side of staying away from the ball rather than chasing it down. And then when they did get the ball, their first touches were letting them down. These heavy touches which were falling straight into the hands of the opposition. So it feels like structure is there, but execution is a struggle.
I feel like they had the right idea to combat that game. Unfortunately, it was just simply the efficiency of Five Fears. It was the way that they played the game. They played low risk. They played intelligent Rocket League, and when that is working well, when the comms are going, when the structure is working, it's very difficult to play your own brand. So I don't think it was a flaw in LFO's game plan. I feel that they just didn't get to play enough of it that ultimately was their downfall in the end.
All the teams here are top 6 teams, but the general consensus has been Pioneers, Five Fears, Cosmico, LFO as the top 4. And based on what you've seen, this regional Ultrazen, would you agree with that sentiment? And if you do, Macht yesterday was talking about LFO probably being 3rd, but where would you place them in that 3rd, 4th position?
So my idea at the beginning of yesterday versus the end of yesterday was pretty similar. Definitely we got Five Fears and Pioneers in the 1-2 slot. I thought that LFO might actually have the opportunity to start challenging towards that. I didn't know how close they were going to get, but on paper, they look like an amazing team, and I can see the sparkles of it, just not consistently, like the gents have said. Then there's the little bit of a drop. Cosmico has been good, but I put them at 3rd, but the chasm is still quite definite. That's going to be a while till that closes. After Cosmico, though, is a very difficult point to prove. I mean, we saw Punishers versus Synthesis yesterday is kind of what the next 5-ish slots look like. Maybe not as deep as that. And LFO, I'm still waiting to see where they calibrate. I don't know if they're at the top just above Cosmico or just below 5 Fears, or, you know, they could be sitting at 7th position if they play every game like most of what we saw yesterday.
I feel like, though, that the gap between an LFO and Cosmica towards Death Cloud and Synthesis isn't as big as we make it out to be. I think there's there is a bit of a gap, but not a big one. I think there's serious upset potential there today and are both in our quarterfinal matches. I wouldn't be surprised if Cosmica, for example, lose, or LFO lose to Death Cloud.
Next up, we have our next segment is frame by frame, and for the explanation and the visual explanation of what that is, over to you, Bromeo.
Man, oh man, I'm excited for this one. Let's just get a little bit of an explanation underway, right? Production and I had a conversation, and we decided that it would be a good idea to let me draw on their production. So for the first time on our stream, congratulations, you get to see me doodle. So let's set the scene a little bit. It is one of yesterday's games. It is 5 Fears versus LFO. It's game 1. It's 1 apiece, and neither team has managed to lay down a marker on the way this game is going to go. So we're going to start off here just by showing you a little bit of an attacking play, and this is what I want to show you. Eliakim has punted the ball up all the way through, up against the backboard. You can see Torres over here on the right-hand side, pushing up in second man. This is a pretty clear shot against the backboard. He's chasing it, and Torres is coming around over here to play for the follow-up. It is pretty clear-cut. It's pretty methodical, and you can see the way that we're thinking there. And at the back, you've got Snowy right there to take it, and then Guns coming around the back there. You can see Snowy's first man there, and Guns is now second. And by the angle at which this one goes, Snowy punts it out this way because you know Eli is over here, and you know off to that side is where I think who it is, Torres on that side. So you know that this is no bueno. You do not go here. So that is the safe way to play it. So going forward, he plays the shot there. Werty's at third. He's at the back. He reads that. And now this is where it gets interesting. Snowy plays the ball. Werty reads it well to get there first. And this is what happens. You see Snowy over there up front. He plays all the way forward instead of challenging that ball there. He knows it's lost. He chooses to go take the advantage there because you know Eli is over here. Werty's over there. And Torres is still that side of the field. So anywhere past there, there's not a single defender. So the play's going to continue here all the way through. And Snowy chooses not to touch that ball. Guns elects to go for it instead. And this is where the magic starts happening. Guns has possession of the ball. He's going to be the first one there. And you see Snowy over here. This is where all of the defenders are. So that shot straight through to there. That's good comms. That's a pass. And you're going to see how it works right here, right now. Guns is going to play the pass forward through to Snowy. And this is amazing. Most people would jump off the wall straight through to the goals because they're ahead. They want to get to the goals first. But not this man over here. He plays it straight down to Tekos, waiting over there for the shot going forward. So let's watch this goal play out. But this is all a result of good comms. Passes straight down, bang into the back of the net. Tekos gets the goal, but that was a good comms team goal all the way from Snowy at the back. Guns through the pass, through to Snowy, through to Tekos. Simple, effective Rocket League, gentlemen.
Good stuff, and well broken down and explained, and drawn almost as well as I would do it. Well done, Romeo.
Anytime.
No, fantastic stuff.
I missed the Snowy play there when that was actually going on live. The overlap, the skip pass kind of thing. And then even when you were saying, okay, he's broken the line, my first instinct was going for the redirects. This is a beautiful hit. Hit me, guys, I'm open. And then still the awareness to pass back to Tekos, who has the arguably better shot. I mean, now Snowy doesn't have to to worry about tricky angles or something. He's got a teammate to take a wide open net while everyone's driving backwards. It's like 3 seconds, but 20 decisions.
Let's get on to today's schedule, ladies and gentlemen. We have 5 best of 7s to bring you. First, the lower bracket quarterfinals, Cosmico Synthesis, followed by Looking for Org against Deathcloud Esport. The winner of those two will move forward to the semi-finals, where the Pioneers and Five Fears are already waiting. There you see it. Our first match on stream is going to be Synthesis Cosmico, then the Deathcloud match. So, gents, let's get to talking about today's matchup. Synthesis Cosmico. Synthesis have been in our top 8 conversations. Cosmico have always been in the top 4. So a very, very interesting matchup, and we're going to see the comparisons in a moment. But Alt, let's start with you. Your immediate thoughts on these two and where you might see it all going.
Very briefly, Cosmico was not really able to flourish as well as we would have wanted them to yesterday. They were up against one of the toughest oppositions, if not the crowning or predicted champions. And so they got kind of outclassed, and so they didn't get to show off the mechanical skills, etc. On the other side, Synthesis played their hearts out. What a team. What long-lasting courage and tenacity to come through that. So I've already been impressed by Synthesis. I'm going in there with the idea that I know Synthesis can do well, and we'll get to predictions later, but to me it's up to Cosmico, weirdly enough, to step up to what Synthesis did yesterday.
Chat can have your say. The chat vote is open. Get your chat in there, your vote in there now. Hashtag COS, hashtag SYN for who you believe is going to take this down. We made mention yesterday of the relative inexperience of Ravi and Jeff, making their first top 8s, their first top 6 now. Very new in that regard, but of course Stake, an old campaigner in Rocket League, so they do have that experience up against the older team. We spoke about the sort of post free-to-play era. And on the other side, Daps and Declan, they are, they were new in the scene when we first started in RLCS, but they've been around that long. And even though we've rated them higher, I wonder, Machtfish, is there going to be, is that experience going to be a factor?
It's difficult to say because Debs and Declan, they might have that experience, but yesterday was actually the first time they've ever won in the playoffs. They've made several top 8s, all of them together, no less. They've got 8 top 8s to their name. Yesterday that was their 9th top 8, but every time they've lost in the first point in the playoffs. So this one yesterday, actually for them mentally, hugely important that they can finally get that experience and translate it into a victory at that stage. Jeff and Ravi don't have that experience. It's their first top 8. It's their first top 6. They're yet to win in the playoff stage. So I feel like mentally going into this, Synthesis might even be the slight favorite based on that.
And then, Bromy, I don't know if you were having a look at the stats comparisons there. To my mind, not a huge amount separating them. And there we see the Declan and Stake matchup. Declan definitely the mechanical, has always been the mechanical player there. So your take on the head-to-head.
Well, this head-to-head right now is it's a tough one because they're both very different players, and although the numbers say shots taken a little bit higher on one side, ultimately I think it comes down to who shows up as a team today. And I wish there was a trackable metric for that, because you'll feel like Synthesis are a bit of an enigma. Sort of the way that we were describing Eli, how he shows up, it determines on how that day is going to go. Life is like a box of Elis. You never know which one you're going to get. The same goes for Synthesis. And I feel like if they park up today and they decide they want to win, I think there's not much that can stop them, but Cosmico, they're looking good, and a comparison between those two don't show just how close this game's going to be.
There are a number of potential breakout players, which I'd like to talk about probably in a later segment, but a couple of them are here. Jeff and Ravi, who we're still waiting for their big breakout time, maybe this regional, but it's time to get down to business. Prediction time. We've got like a minute to get through these. Machfish, I'm going all the way down. No. I like doing Machfish last. I just realized because he's gone Mr. Random with his coin. So we'll start on the other side. Bromeo, give us your prediction.
I've got Cosmico to take it all the way to game 7, 4-3.
4-3 to Cosmico. Old tourism.
Amazing that he thinks it's going to 4-3. I mean, they came 3-0 through the group stages, so Cosmico should come through. But Synthesis, they impressed me too much yesterday. I think they can just take it, but to the end, 4-3.
All right. Well, there's Synthesis and Cosmico getting a vote. I'm going to go. I'm in my new phase of being rational and logical. I do think breaking the voodoo of not winning a playoff match, Synthesis did that yesterday. I think they're going to do it again, but it is Synthesis, so they could not possibly do it in less than 7 games. So this is going long distance, but Synthesis will figure it out in the end. And Machfish, what does the coin say?
Let's see. Let's wait and see what the coin says. Are we ready? Are we ready for the coin toss? I take that as a yes.
Yeah, we're there.
The coin is there. The coin says it's gonna be Cosmico for the victory. So I'm gonna say 4-2 though in favor of Cosmico. Yes, 7 games would be very high, but in the end, I think they have a bit of a higher ceiling. But in the end, I think we've talked about it long enough, and the pros and cons. It's all about now what these 6 players on the pitch can actually deliver on the day.
I think this is the best example of this is a coin flip.
Yeah. 100%.
Well, split on the desk, tipped over in the chat vote where I think it was 50+ % for Cosmico. It's coming up 53% for Cosmo, but pretty damn close there still. And it is the 2 purple teams. Purple, a favored color in RLCS SSA this season. A number of them. But the first battle of the purple gets underway right now. 6 teams remain. Synthesis, Cosmo, go to war on the pitch. This for a semi-final berth.
Enough of the nonsense. Today is for champions only. Synthesis and Cosmico take the field for each player's first chance at a top 4 in SSA. Synthesis squeaked by in a thrilling Game 7 OT in true Daps and Declan fashion, whereas Cosmico looked to bounce back after their brief stay in the upper bracket. For the thrill and the pressure of do or die, Bromeo joins me. Let's get Championship Sunday started.
Yes, sirree, it's do or die indeed, and this is Knockout Rocket League at its best. Both teams have lofty ambitions, both teams have their eyes set on this, and right here, right now, their journey continues, Byron.
Oh, and it gets started quite quickly with Cosmico out the gate. Your prediction, Romeo, and I'll admit mine as well, but everyone's saying it's going to Game 7. I just think it's going to have to be a test of the metal for Synthesis. As we mentioned on the desk, their first playoff win ever in SSA yesterday.
They have to hope, they have to aim high, and I do think it's going to be close. We hope for a close game. Both of these teams deserving a shot, and shot indeed. Ravioli opening up the account for Cosmico after what seems like just the start of the game.
Ravi, there it is. This Cosmico team, a squad that was ramping up yesterday against Pioneers. Yes, it was a sweep against them, but suddenly Game 3 was a 1-point game. Suddenly Game 4 was an overtime. This Cosmico squad finally, through adversity, were finding their footing. To see them excel early in this series is a dangerous sign for Synthesis.
Dangerous indeed. Synthesis taking the long way to get you. Punishers going down before this. And those were all 1-goal games, I remember you saying, Pyro, except for game number 6. But that says that they didn't make it easy for themselves. And I don't foresee it being any different here today as Declan takes it up against the backboard, plays it down, gets the pass. And this is a nice little start here. Shot coming in here by Mesh, and it's going to hit the backboard. And that's going to be a bit of a clear there. Stake out of trouble.
I'm always watching Meshin and how much they want to risk it for the biscuit. He loves to play hero ball when he thinks it's necessary. Saw it a lot later on in the series yesterday, but Declan is going to be the hero on that pitch play across the field, just getting to the save in time, and on that backboard defense as well.
And I love that hero ball, and you see it a lot here in SSA. It's when the man wants to score. Oh no! Speaking of scoring, absolute drama on the line gives Synthesis the counter.
Playing the ball is so boring, isn't it? Declan would much rather rummage his way right into Stake, clearing the path for the equalizer.
Wow. There was so much confusion on the line there. Nobody knew who was going to take it. Shot coming in, fended away by Declan. And let's hope there's a little bit more certainty here as Daps gets the reset, gets the pass, but Ravi with the clear down the middle now takes the touch, hands off to Jeff, but gets demoed in the process. And there, clearing down the back, Meshin through into the corner, but safely fended away here. No problem indeed.
Jeff falling on the mid boost and nearly falling on the ball. What a play that would have been to have Cosmico take the lead. That said, Jeff is not done on their ability to play that ball. Ravi, the reset off the backboard. Beautiful pass. Stake. It's just clean up after that.
Stake doing what he needs to. Set up by Ravi, though. Double touch. Ooh, brilliant touch up against the backboard. Stake made it look easy, but the hard work was already done now as Cosmico get their second goal of the game. So Cosmico putting their authority on the line here halfway through the game, but it's starting to look good for the boys in purple.
I just like seeing Ravi unleashed, right? The pass to himself off the ceiling, followed by the reset. It was what ripped apart that Synthesis defense. You realize for Cosmico, a lot of players will see Stake and think, well, that's their lethal weapon, right? No, Jeff had their breakout moments the other day. Ravi has so far the play of the game. Cosmico, the triple-headed Hydra, whatever you want to call it, everyone's got a little bit of weaponization behind them.
They do indeed, and I think that's the interesting point to see is that both teams have used their import player as more of a creator of sorts, not necessarily a finisher. And Jeff being the likely recipient of most of those. Ravi just trying to get it out in the meantime, carries it through, and carrying very mechanically in this first game, and not unhappy to take it up there and take the pressure play through the middle. But speaking of, coming straight down the middle, Declan trying to get it out of here, and it's a little bit problematic as neither team has managed to get a few sets of plays going.
Yeah, the free ball may favor Synthesis, though. They're playing defense, but at the moment, they just need a goal. Force overtime. Tough to win those 50s right now for Synthesis. What's been helping them have been the demolitions. Cosmico being the main recipient of them so far in this game. But they're going to need more than a demo to take control of this ball. Declan, 50 off the sidewall, goes to Meshin. Neutral there. Daps takes over. He's got the dribble. 1v2. Gets 50'd out the way. Meshin the pass out to Declan. Shots on target. Ravi's there, though. The kick out.
You saw the vision there, almost executed perfectly. Ravi with the 50 in the corner, though, trying to get the counter here. 20 seconds left on the clock. Declan feeling the pressure now, puts it down. And here, Daps forced to retreat, losing possession. They're going to get a touch. It's awkward. Meshin, though, taking it off the back. Needs to get a dribble in here. They're going to go for the bump play off the backboard. Takes the shot and saved away. And just like that, Synthesis not able to get that shot in. And you'll feel that this is the end of the game. But the ball's still up. It's not going anywhere. Stake, though, will take the shot. Hits the crossbar. But in the end, it is irrelevant. It is Cosmico taking game number 1.
And Cosmico, it's gotta feel just right. Getting a win under their belt early, suffered those 4 straight losses against the undefeated Pioneers yesterday. So looking back at the gear with a win here. You'd think, though, of Bromeo, for Synthesis, God, they've got to be sweating, right? A 1-point game, having to score in the last 2 minutes, nearly going to overtime, nearly scoring at the end of the game. No, this is just the way that Synthesis play Rocket League.
It is indeed, and that bump on Stake, man, I could watch that all day. The aggressive play from Synthesis forcing through this very well-composed Cosmico team, and I feel like that is what is going to define this first knockout game of the day, is composure. This is built to be a tight game, so in these tight games, he who is the most composed is going to take the spoils, Pyro.
So far, Declan's surprising me the most in terms of like the composure and just the efficiency of where he's playing, right? We saw him leave the ball for that bump, but I've seen some great saves from Declan as well. His wherewithal on the goal line, and yet to have that cool-headedness, that steady hand to make those lightning fast saves, really impressive for me. So hopefully Declan can get activated a little more on offense. Synthesis, it maybe not getting the Lions' share of the possession and the shots in that game. And so game 2 is an opportunity to change all of that. To Forbidden Temple we go.
Oh, and off the bat, a little bit of pressure on the Synthesis line. And speaking of creating pressure, what I really enjoyed from game number 1 was Ravi and those mechanical plays. He just needs one of them to work out. And right now, this is going to work out. Stake taking the first goal again for Cosmico.
Oh, Synthesis just made unable to breathe since the kickoff there. You see Declan rotating ball side, no boost, no way to keep up with the play. Cosmico just one step ahead.
Right off the bat, it is the script starting to be written as Cosmico take the first goal of the game. They'll gain a little bit of comfort, a little bit of that psychological boon, if you will, as Dap's last man back here. It's a little bit trouble. It's going to be a second goal. This time, Jeff picking it up.
Pedal to the metal here for Cosmico, and it's led by this effort of Stake. 2 fantastic reads out of the corner from them. We wonder a lot about these international players and how much ping is going to affect them. It does affect their split-second decision-making, but as we can see, it does not affect Stake's ability to perfectly read the ball.
It looks like Cosmico came to play ball today, and play they have. 2-goal lead now. Stake playing it out through to Jeff. Gets the first touch, but well read by Meshin on the counter. And it just shows how sharp you need to be to win at this level. That was a matter of inches where it could have been on either side now as Stake plays into the corner. It's loose. Well read and collected by Declan, forcing the 50. And now Cosmico back on defense.
I just don't think we've really seen Synthesis control the ball yet off of that long clear. It felt like a throwaway, but instead they get a chance at the crossbar. That's going to be the ultimate defender on that play. Declan with the air dribble bump gets a piece of Stake. He has been the target all along on these bump plays, but Stake weathered the challenge and was there for the save. It's Synthesis's call. Try and move it forward yet again. Declan, a fantastic series of touches on these solo balls, but unfortunately have not made their mark on the scoreboard quite yet.
Man, it's Synthesis aiming to be the Mecky Beckies today as Declan off the back line gets the pre-read by Jeff. He claims possession but hands it off to Meshin, and a little bit more pressure being applied by Cosmico. But it's not a problem yet. Synthesis still have all of their boosts. They have no problems, but that might be shot coming in. That is a goal. That is Cosmico's third.
Is indeed Stake in the right position at nearly every moment in this game. You can't ask more from Declan there on 0 boost, trying to cover every single angle on the shot. Stake just has that well too close to that near post.
Cosmico playing the right kind of game for these conditions. Ravi off the ceiling is going to take that shot in, and what a clip that would have been if he got it. But right off the bat, here we go. Ravi taking possession, no boost. Hands it off to Jeff. It's a double commit. Stake playing it past. Can he get the double? Meshin read perfectly, though.
Coming across, Cosmico have the chance to maybe put game 2 away early on. You'd think 3 is reachable at the halfway point. 4, maybe not so much. Jeff around the corner. It's a musty flick for that extra lick of power. Meshin asking for Cosmico to take that 50-50, to try to dunk it across the field and get them back with possession of this ball. Declan a bit too far ahead of it that time, and will have to rely on his teammates to take it away. Dap says no problem, be happy to. Dribble into the flick play. Finds the blue end of the field yet again. Free ball in the midfield. Stake out to Jeff. Jeff up on top of the backboard. Double tap. Just barely denied.
Right now, Synthesis feels like they've applied the tourniquet, but that double, oh my gosh, Jeff gets them the 4th, and he does it in style. What a shot on goal here, played straight there, straight down, straight in.
Any normal player is just trying to beat the defense to the ball. Jeff, you didn't have to do him like that. You didn't have to put on the double tap. That was nasty.
Fake kickoff there. Now they're getting creative. Jeff taking the pass through. It's starting to look saucy. They're playing with some confidence. This is what you want to see in game number 2. Synthesis needs a reply. Here's a chance. Shot coming in. Pre-read by Jeff. 0 boost. All the balls taking it out there. And all the way for the 50 into the corner. This turned into a fisticuffs fight in the corner. Declan gets the read. Can he get the touch? No, he can't. That hits the crossbar. Come now. Play the shots. Play them down. We needed to see a goal. And you'll feel like that's an opportunity gonna miss.
Yeah, especially for a team that's just trying to get on the board. There it is. Meshin says if we can't do it with a free backboard play, I'll do it from half court.
And sometimes it's just the simple shots. You felt like all the Mickey plays before didn't matter when Meshin was just like, you know what, I'm going to shoot it straight at the goal and see what happens. And they pulled one out. The deficit's still 3 though. And that is a bit of work to do. Jeff now playing off the corner. Lets it fall. Good fake. Beats Meshin. Beats Declan. One to beat now. Daps getting the reads. Got the boost. You feel like he's going to get the flick off, but Ravi reading it so well in the air and keeping it in the midfield.
Might be time for Synthesis to consider that timeout. Game number 1. Very close to, you know, having an overtime. But we think back in Synthesis, we can count just 1 goal per game. It's being made excruciatingly clear, Bromeo, is that 1 goal is not going to be enough against Cosmico.
Definitely not indeed, and not this version of Cosmico playing with a supreme amount of confidence today. Jeff getting that redirect mesh and trying his best, but what a shot by Jeff. Just have a look here. Stake takes the kickoff. Jeff reading it in an instant, and that redirect was pitch perfect right into the back of the net, and Cosmico are now sitting on the precipice of going to South America.
No, because I want to know how Jeff got that read. That should be an unreadable ball off the lip of the ceiling. And it just shot down right perfectly for that goal. Jeff, mesmerizing display of offense in game number 2. Capping off those few goals that Stake had in this game as well. It's a no-brainer. Big win for Cosmico.
Cosmico coming out firing. They started with gut punches, but now they're going for haymakers. They want to end it now. They want to get it done. They are trying to extinguish the life force of this Synthesis team. They won game number 2, 6 goals to 1. And if you have a look at their 9-1-1, that is the number they are calling, but not for them, Jeff.
Emergency, but not for me. No ambulance needed for Cosmico at this time. Synthesis do call that timeout. So we mentioned that may be the case. And a lot of the times, Bromeo, a timeout called just to try to cool the flames, right?
Yeah.
And there is a fire burning, raging right now.
I feel like that's the right call to make. They were on the receiving end of a heavy defeat there. They need to balance the mentals. They need to cool the nerves. They need to chill out for a bit. They have the ability to get the win in here. Historically, they are closer than what that result suggested. And if they could do anything right here, right now, would be to stall the momentum of a Cosmico side who is playing exactly how they want to do.
Yeah, I think we need to take a close look at those kickoffs as well. So the first 2 goals out of Cosmico were just downward pressure off the kickoff. Great corner reads from Stake. So trying to get in the way of Stake a little bit earlier would be fantastic for them. There's also that set play with Ravi off the ceiling for nearly goal number 4 of the team that nearly dismantled Synthesis. So shaping up on those kickoffs could be a weak area to, re-bolster for Synthesis. And then taking out Jeff too. But at this point, Bromeo, I feel like the list of things to fix is becoming a laundry list that is hard to take care of in just one game.
I feel like that is the case, and I think you're touching on a very good point. Cosmico are thriving in the structure, and Synthesis thrive in the chaos. And I feel like in order to bring a little bit of hurt here, they need to bring a little bit of chaos. But right now, the only thing being brought is goals at the end of Ravioli.
Stop the madness. Oh my, another one. Ravi splits the defense from the kickoff. Synthesis, this is where the improvements have to be made. It is faked by Cosmico, and this would just be diabolical. Another setup, fortunately for Synthesis, will go by the wayside.
I thought there was going to be another goal by the way of a kickoff strat, and they're pulling out everyone in the book here, and that one was very, very close to being successful. Ravi going for the bump, he gets it, shot coming in, Stake getting the second goal. This Cosmico team is running riot.
These aren't just haymakers anymore. This is a massacre. Double demolition on another 2-goal performance within 30 seconds. Synthesis just looking to be alive after they get out of this best of 7.
They need to stop the bleed. They need to do it now. Declan trying to take possession. Stake with the read, though, playing down, and they are just so happy to score from wherever they damn well please. Passes coming through. Stake going for the corner, but fed away by Mesh, and then you feel like clearing that ball was possibly the best thing they could have done.
Hey, give him a chance to breathe. Ravi looking to collect on the counterattack. Won't have it happen. Again, another shot, and you can see how low boosted Synthesis are right now. Any clear is just that, as we said, chance to breathe, but of course, in Rocket League terms, an opportunity to get resources for plays like this. Declan off the ceiling, a follow-up save by Stake. Meshin, third man, eventually rolls through, but not enough time to dismantle Cosmico.
Well, these concussive blows, they keep landing. And you got to feel for Synthesis. You feel like they haven't played much Rocket League at all. It's all been the way of Cosmico so far. So Daps takes a favorable 50, but Stake comfortably collecting, plays it to the open side, and collected there by Meshin. Good stall. Takes another one. Takes out his teammate in the process, and you feel like they're turning into a bit of a freestyling match now.
Well, it's a great play if the comms are crisper from Synthesis. Just going to try the flip reset as well. Ravi with the pre-jump against Declan. Able to get a wheel in the way. Meshin. On front back to the corner. Synthesis. They managed to stabilize after the first 30 seconds. A drought. 2 minutes of Rocket League. And that mental's so important for this team. Can they finally get a comeback? Here, Stake, air dribble to the net. Saved well by Synthesis.
Oh, but the pressure being applied now. Stake keeping it in the corner. Jeff beating out the demo. Plays it off to Daps. He's awkward, though. Played up high. Ravi, can he get the shot in? Gets the pass down. That's going to be a missed comm and a missed opportunity. But the ball is not out yet. Ravi gets demoed. Read by Jeff. Also read by Stake. And you feel like the comms are breaking down here. Cosmico isn't as efficient as they were when it was structured, and there's that chaos creeping in, which favors Synthesis. Shot coming in, and they had to have it. Dap scores the goal.
This is the player you need to have their pop-off moment. Is vocal on Twitter, unhappy about their performance, complaining about lag spikes. Daps, a confident one, is integral for Synthesis.
Man, oh man, and you feel like that is the recipe. That is how they need to get it. They need to disrupt the gameplay of Cosmico. They need to get a few bumps in. They need to get all on their terms, and Mission doesn't have enough boost to do much of it. But Daps waiting down below, waiting for the results of the 50, and goes the way of Cosmico. But with a 1-goal separation, you feel like this is Synthesis's best opportunity so far in the series for a comeback.
You also feel like this is the time for Cosmico to hit the gas. 2-goal lead once again. Synthesis experiencing a drought. No real reason to risk it and score. Now with Cosmico a 1-point game at 1 minute remaining, they may just amp up the pressure. They've got to get the ball away from Meshin first, though. Stake able to counter it, send it away, and a long clear will allow Cosmico to get back in that driver's seat. Bad clear from Daps. Declan had to intercept, but it's still a free ball. Cosmico lay into it off the backboard. Jeff cannot defeat Synthesis for the shot. Instead, we turn it around.
Going into crazy time, and I feel like that is all Synthesis. That needs to be Synthesis. Right now is a shot coming in. Fed wide by Meshin. Happy to keep possession, though. The pass is there, but the player isn't. And that is going to be another missed opportunity. Declan playing off the ceiling now. Does he get the touch? He does. It's up. But he doesn't get the follow through Meshin. It's going to bounce. Read by Stake, though, as time is ticking down now. Meshin taking the shot through. 15 seconds left on the clock, and they need to do something right here, right now. Declan going for the Psycho, gets red. 5 seconds on the clock now. Synthesis, can they get this one through? Goes into the corner, read by Ravi, and that there is the game. And Cosmico put themselves on match point.
Cosmico shut the door, put the lock on it, and said no entry until tomorrow. Maybe Game 4 will have the chance of Synthesis coming back. But for the first 3, Cosmico taking win after win. And this is a different 1-point game to me, Bromeo. It was much of the same success for Cosmico off of those kickoffs, great corner plays, and then Synthesis with only 1 goal to call for just didn't feel like Cosmico sweat enough to trail in this game.
I feel like if this was to go on for, say, a best of 9, a best of 13, I feel like Synthesis is now learning the lessons. It might be a little bit too late because the margin for error is so small, but it is that chaos. It is the loose ball. You feel like after they stopped conceding the kickoff goals, the opportunities for Cosmico dried up, and there weren't any serious attempts thereafter. So I think the lessons are there. Whether they could learn them right here, right now, is another thing entirely. It is the pressure of the game. It is the pressure of the occasion. And it's easier said than done, Pyro.
I think well in the minds of all these players is their first top 4 in SSA. And Jeff and Ravi, talking about 2 breakout players. Jeff this season, Ravi the last season on Haiba. You knew that coming into this next season, he'd be put on a top team in a position for him to excel. Is this the final game that they need to clear to cross through that barrier?
I feel like it is indeed. But on the plus side, there was no kickoff goal conceded for Synthesis. That's immediate improvement as Daps takes it up against the wall, plays it high, but not read in time. Meshin gets the touch. They're going to hold on to a little bit of possession here, played through to the sideboards by Daps. But the defense has settled now, and you'll feel like Cosmico are going to settle in for a long one.
Think about it as well. I mean, I wonder if Cosmico end up taking this if they truly set themselves apart on another level of Synthesis. I thought this one would be saved, but an early side flip as the car left the backboard means Synthesis are dry on the save.
Man, that's unfortunate. It is the corner that ends the dreams, and Cosmico taking full advantage, picking up another goal in the first minute. Get off to Stake now. He's got a tank full of boost. Gets the pass off instead. Can they get the double? No, they can't. Declan reading it well on the backboard. He's going to get the flick across, and there is nobody back in time. And Meshin trying to do that Eliakim thing. Almost getting there, but Synthesis need to hold on to the possession here.
I need that replay of that Eliakim goal. That was nasty work, but each player trying to mesmerize the other in just as a fantastical way. Ravi with a whole lot of boost could do just that. No, he's unable to read Daps off the wall. Takeaway, though, for Cosmico in their favor. Stake was ready for the midfield pass. He must have called it mid, and he got what he asked for, but unable to turn it into a goal.
Ravi, so often in the midfield high, as Jeff gets a touch off the sideboard. That positional play is working well for them, and I'd love to see a heat map at the end of this game, just to see Ravi camping mid the entire time, as Meshin tries to get it out, gets the touch. Declan there. Our booms are plenty, but unable to capitalize now. Stake just needs a good touch. Decides to go for the aggressive rotate instead.
Oh, this is a nice one for Synthesis. Corner boost is taken up by Cosmico. That's going to be part of the war that Synthesis have to wage as well. If you want to take advantage of these possessions, it does mean stealing some of that boost, because Cosmico know all too well how to use it in their favor. Stake.
Oh, turning it up against the run of play. Stake with 0 boost, but 0 cares instead, as he picks up Cosmico's second goal and another nail in the Synthesis hopes. Declan winning a rare kickoff, gets the touch, plays the 50 down the middle. Meshin, can he take the shot through? Yes, he can. Saved away, though. Absolutely magical on the Cosmico line. And gotta be said, that was a deserved goal for Synthesis, but Cosmico, my hats are off to you. Defense.
I mean, that is not the first incredible saves we've seen from Stake so far today. It's been just this magician on the goal line, and once again putting a stop to the otherwise threatening chances for Synthesis. Stake gonna appear in their nightmares tonight, it seems, not just on the field. Stake as well has had so much success in the corner shots, but right now they've got to get out of the defensive end. Synthesis still barreling in for a chance at a goal here. They need this one. The shot goes on target, but Ravi is the one to take it away. That one on target as well. Meshin can't get through. Everything Synthesis cooking up have just been taken away.
It used to be a swarm attack. It used to be a desperation attack, and now it is just attack. It is all they know. It is all they can do. Just with 60 seconds left on the timer between Cosmico and their ambitions. Meshin now taking it all the way through, but it is the big blue wall of Cosmico not allowing an inch of this Cosmico team. They want to end it right here, right now.
Oh, and they may. Jeff has had some wonderful goals. We'll leave that one for Stake. And now Declan, maybe the last hope of this team, had an incredible early series, but silent there afterwards. Just couldn't find the net. He's got the boost, though, to turn this thing around. From south to north, he attempts to go. 30 seconds. Nothing on the board for Synthesis. Desperation efforts now proceed. Daps with the redirect over to Meshin. Stake clears it away, but Declan had the read. No bump on the defenders means no chance for Synthesis. Cosmico suffering the sweep yesterday against Pioneers will do the same damage to Synthesis today.
Man, it only took 4 games, and in the final game it took 3. As Cosmico are looking incredible right now and cementing their place in the next round, and rightfully so. This has been a demonstration of structure. It's been a demonstration of confidence, and they are lacking neither. Cosmico Esports are your winner.
I think back to moments in those interviews yesterday from Synthesis. They said, listen, the only team we don't want to play is the Pioneers because it's not going to go well for us. They will knock us out of the bracket. Whereas Cosmico, they had a couple games where they nearly took wins from them. So Cosmico Esports today wanted to prove that they're on a different level than Synthesis, a team that can rally against the best in the region. There's no better way to convince others that they can do that with a sweep to start their day.
Man, and just having a look at some of these goals here, and what I'm interested to note is that most of these goals didn't come from pure technical skill. It was just simply playing to their structures, the simple passes, beating the man, getting the ball in the back of the net. Nothing exceptionally fancy, although there were some zingers there. But it must be said, quick, fast, efficient Rocket League graveyard.
This was because it was what a performance from Cosmico, and I want to talk a bit about Synthesis in a moment, but first and foremost, in terms of the long-term future, Ravi is 15. The experience he is getting here, I mean, debut top 8, debut top 6, debut top 4, and then Jeff, two players who, if they both have a breakout season at the same time, Pyro, things are going to be crazy, but outstanding stuff.
Yeah, we talk about potential. We talk about ceiling. I mean, the sky is the limit for Cosmico. You got to think as well, they're under the leadership of a player like Stake, who has been here in RLCS before, who has played on Championship Day and gathered wins. So you think about how well this team is on a trajectory this early in the season. How far can they go? And do they have that shot at 5 Fears? That's a conversation, of course, maybe for later. But yeah, wonderful series. I like how Bromeo said it. Synthesis succeed in the chaos, but the Cosmico team brought stability today.
And I think, like you said, that largely comes from Stake. I mean, Stake is not a name that's maybe known by all the local players necessarily, but he really stepped up today, both on the field in terms of his individual performance, but then you can see what the youngsters did when they got the space. I said before the cast that the reason why I was umming and ahhing about Cosmico is that I hadn't gotten to see them yesterday. I didn't see them step up against a great team. Today, they were the great team, and that's an amazing part. On the other side, David, I know you said you wanted to see them next, but Synthesis looked a little shaky. Let's be fair. There were a couple too many open opportunities.
Well, that's the next obvious thing to talk about, Bromeo. What happened with Synthesis? Because I don't feel like it was an all Cosmico peaking performance. I do think Synthesis helped the cause there. What on earth went on with Synthesis today? That was Bromeo's question.
I think no one knows.
Yeah, he's trying to sort it out like the rest of us. This team that have kind of been squeaking by on a lot of their wins, right? They had the Game 5s in Swiss. They had the Game 7 yesterday. For me, it was all about Cosmico proving they're on a different level of consistency, of stability, of a game plan. They know how to execute. That's something Synthesis still have to work out.
I completely agree there. It's one of those things watching this game back, and I really want to see the stat of how many goals were kickoff goals, because you mentioned it, Pyro, early on, is that there were a lot of goals straight off the kickoff, and they were varying their kickoff strats. You saw a couple Spanish chucked in there, and not even the players. I'm talking about the kickoff, and that was a bad joke. I'm sorry, but I do think that one of my favorite takeaways from that game is that when it was on their own terms. When Cosmico was dictating the flow of the game, they scored goals very, very quickly, and that is their strength. And the only way that they can get stronger from this is adapting when the flow is not going their way, and they'll be much stronger for it.
Well, Synthesis can be pleased with their best ever performance, the best result for them, getting into playoffs, getting into the top 6, but they will now need to go away for the future and work on things for the future. Cosmico, though, get themselves into the semi-finals for a matchup with Cosmico later today, and we can now turn our attention to the second semi-final, looking for organization. LFO up against Death Cloud Esport. Death Cloud in the top 6 by way of a forfeit yesterday. And I wonder, and it's one of those fairly innocuous, well, I don't know if it's making a point out of nothing. Death Cloud not playing yesterday. Pyro, does that have any effect? They're like they have no top 8 playoff experience in this open because they didn't have to do any work yesterday.
I don't care much about this open. I care more about the longevity of these guys' careers, and Twinzer has plenty of SSA playoff experience with 77 blocks, not just last season, at least a couple seasons. Twinzer knows how to perform well in playoffs. I mean, they've been to the grand finals before in SSA, Twinzer. So, he has that stability. He has that wherewithal to keep the team locked and loaded. I don't think not having a match yesterday is going to impact them as much. And then Graybeard, you know what? T-Shao and Tweaks had my top play of the GSL stage as well. So listen, if they're connecting on those redirects again, I'm not going to have a problem with Death Cloud coming into this match.
The chat vote is open. In chat, you can have your say. Chat got it bang on for the last series with Cosmico, although it was a tight vote. And now you can vote hashtag LFO, hashtag DCE for your vote on who is going to take this down. And we're gonna have our little breakdown there. We got a team matchup. And what jumps out at me immediately, we look at Cosmico. We got Stake, a veteran, had a top 2 EU finish out there with Jeff and Ravi, 2 players looking to have a breakout season. Twinzer, big experience in the SSA region with 2 more potential breakout players, T-Shao, Tweaks, who didn't have the breakout I thought they would last season, but are poised to do so here. So with that matchup, I think we should be in for a great series, and I don't know where you fall on this one, Ultrism, and looking at those stats.
Graybeard, you're doing mean things to me because you always used to take the I'm going to vote with my heart, and now that seems to have fallen to me because still, to me, on paper, LFO is looking like a great organization, being able to put in nearly 8 shots per game. You're out shooting your opponents. Not a great shooting conversion there. On the other side, just the violence that comes with Death Cloud. I think they're going to be coming in a little bit more hungry. And so when you look at the player matchup, I mean, this is where I think it was Macht who really wanted this off screen. Werty versus Twinzer, the stable back lines that allow their teammates to be a little bit more competitive. And on paper, you got to think Werty's getting a little bit more involved with the action, but not by all that much. I mean, on the other side, Twinzer is a stalwart. When he was, I think it was 77 blocks that it was on previously, that they were just known for their resolute defense.
Well, I'm trying to. There was an excellent point I wanted to make, and I'm going to come back to that in a moment. But that was the point. Death Cloud. RLCS and SSA is dominated by South African players. There are more South Africans in it than any other nationality. But Death Cloud Esport, the only team in the top 16 which does not feature a South African. And I like that in terms of developing Rocket League beyond us. But so good luck to them. But now, gents, we have to predict. And we were 50-50 on the prediction on the desk last time round. So half of us were right, half of us were wrong. And we don't have the coin out doing the work for Cosmico. So it'll have to be live predictions from us. So let's go down the line. Ultrism, who takes this?
You're doing this. I wouldn't put any faith in my predictions, guys, because like last game I got the wrong person and I thought it was going to game number 7. So I'm going to be wild. I still believe LFO is the team to really set yourself against. If they are playing well, this is going to be probably a 4-2 to LFO. I think they're going to take it handedly. On the other side, it's going to be nearly a clean sweep if LFO doesn't show up on the day. So I want to see the best LFO we've got.
All right, good. Pyro, now we got to speed it up. Who's taking this?
Go, go, go. All right, give me LFO. We haven't talked about the fact that Torres has won every event last season. He's going to pop off here.
Brobio.
Quick one. It is going to be LFO 4-2.
All right, well, I'm going to go against the grain there. I'm going to go with Deathcloud. In the Swiss stage, Deathcloud took LFO to an overtime in Game 7. They were 1 second away from winning that Swiss match. Looking for Org, equalized with 1 second remaining and then took it in overtime. I think our breakout players in Tweaks and T-Shao are going to have a banger and we'll take it down there. We will find out very shortly. Yet another purple team, this time going up a roster without an org at this stage. It is a little bit of old guard, new guard. Let's go!
Another purple storm is brewing in our second quarterfinal as Deathcloud Esports take to the pitch against LFO. The Triple T trio of Tweaks, T-Shao and Twinzer had one more day for training yesterday, but will now need to show their praxis paying off. Against them, SSA's eternal seesaw of Eliakim will hope that he will hit his heights, not his floor. The Pioneers await this winner of this epic clash and Ultrism. Oh boy, are we in for a good one.
Mark, you talk about the Pioneers waiting. That is a daunting future, but I still don't think either of these teams is coming in thinking about the next match. They are so focused on what they have ahead. Because, I mean, the panel said 75%, chat was about 75%, but the first game I did yesterday felt pretty one-sided, and that ended up as an absolute thriller. This one going to be coming out even more. And the real question to me, Mark, is LFO able to step up to themselves, not their opposition? Oh, they're in a good position now, and Torres actually going to be credited of a little bit of a tussle play. And shout out to Werty, the one player who has that always present player cam. Great start for LFO.
Great start. You can see the smiles already emanating from Werty, but it was Torres with a lot of work there in the corner to get that ball centered to Eliakim, and that's going to be the big question mark for LFO. Eliakim, does he have a good day? Does he have a bad day? Mentioned it in his intro. He's a bit of a seesaw here of SSA. On the other side, Deathcloud Esports, T-Shao, first top 6 for him. Tweaks, first Namibian player to make it to not just the top 6, the top 8 and top 16 as well. And Tweaks, well, we've seen him in the offseason as a bit of a 1v1 connoisseur. Let's see if he can bring those skills to the 3v3 playground.
Being a 1v1 player is an underrated skill. It means when you have that challenge, you just demolish both of your opposition. And still the save comes in. Eliakim on the baseline. Picks it up, and Werty in the center with a great shot. Only just turned aside there by T-Shao. Again, when we talk about the youth, we were talking about Ravi earlier and Jeff. T-Shao, the youngest player to ever make RLCS. Or at least main event, right?
Yeah. Still to this day, I think not dethroned, and here comes Deathcloud. The purple storm is brewing. Tweaks and Twinzer, Namibia and Germany link up to make it 1-0. Nothing Werty could do there. He tried, but he failed.
Man, you can see how proactive Tweaks is and what a contributor he is to this team. In the previous play, he was the one who got the 2 demolitions and now gets gifted one in return by T-Shao. T-Shao in the air. He's just picked up the boost, so he's got all the freedom and gets to actually turn aside one with a bit of physicality, sets it down. Twinzer was waiting and Tweaks immediately back into this attack. Such an active output coming from Deathcloud.
Trying to meet their opponents as deep as possible, knowing that they possibly have a speed advantage against an LFO, which we've seen yesterday all play a bit sluggish, play a bit passive against 5 Fears, which credit to them, is their preferred style of play. But let's see if they can be punished for it here by Deathcloud, as they were yesterday by 5 Fears. Werty missing that one, giving a lot of space to Tweaks, and that's not something you want to see. Tweaks in the air, fakes the reset, pass down to Twinzer. His control and his takeoff letting him down, having to recover back to the side wall, giving it back to Tisha. Deathcloud, though, looking very well. And let's not forget, this is the first time that we're seeing them this weekend. We have yet to see how this outfit really wants to approach, or how really wants to attack.
Yep, it's going to be interesting to see whether Deathcloud can continue to take this aggressive stance. You know, LFO will be thinking they're the team coming in here that should win, I think, just by the history of the players. And so they won't be as hesitant as against their opposition yesterday. 5 Beers is a slightly more daunting outfit against them. So when we see them actually step up and realize that they can play at their pace, it'll be great. But Deathcloud thus far pretty much determining what the tempo of this game is going to be, picking up some great loose balls as Twinzer takes to the air. He's got a lot of space to go one to beat, looking for that backboard, but I like him, has seen that playbook far too often.
Great force as well in the midfield from Torres, I believe it was, who was like, okay, I only need to guard the goal in this instant. I can force him high. And then Eli is waiting on the backboard, ready to collect the 50-50, plays that one quite well himself. That is how you defend these sort of plays in modern day Rocket League. This time Eli on the offensive half forces his way through, but Twinzer, stalwart as ever, will get it to the side.
Good to see LFO breaking out like this from when they have been under pressure. Now attacking that backboard vigorously. I like him. Had the second shot. It's instead going to be given by Torres, and Werty trying to reinforce at the end. Gives Lycum some time. Everyone else from LFO looking to turn around. Torres goes flying by. Werty, always the stalwart. That third man that's reliable, has worked his way up, not with the boost, but looking with the presence of mind to try to check out the defenders. Somehow still LFO maintain this possession throughout, and finally challenged by Deathcloud.
Talk about Werty a lot as being that stalwart, being that anchor, but there's rarely a player in SSA that has the game IQ, the game awareness that Werty has. Torres trying to disrupt and help his teammate out. Can't quite find the second demolition. So the defense will hold for now. Tisha making sure that that triple T trio of Deathcloud will remain all square. 45 seconds to go. Is there going to be a lucky punch here in the end? Werty taking control, trying to get it out of his own half. Tisha, one good challenge, the second one lacking. Twinzer does not need to touch it. Balling into crossbar now. Tweaks with the counter attack. Tweaks going to get all the way. No.
Werty shadowing the whole way through, but still Deathcloud end up in a good position. Dashau works it with some mechanics towards the center. Very proactive defense coming out from LFO. Resound is back to that stalemate. 3 seconds left right now. Single goal. I like him gets beaten. Torres off the ceiling and actually recovers well enough to turn it down the other side. Either team has a lot of work to do, otherwise we're facing our overtime.
Great patience there earlier from Tisha, not jumping in, not diving in. Going back shows a lot of maturity for even considering for a player of his young age. Not wanting that second goal too badly, but Twinzer having a good look after kickoff. Eli getting to the side.
Love again, confidence. You can see the cheekiness that still resides in the Lycum, catching it and taking it to his own backboard and then trying to take it out. LFO looking good. Torres coming in for a challenge, finds some width for Werty to work with. He gets the 50 and he even gets off the wall quickly. LFO looking in a nice aggressive position right now, but Deathcloud swarming that back line. In fact, they made a charge down the other way. Werty with defensive work to do.
I really like the makeup of this Deathcloud squad. They really sort of found their rhythm. You've got Tisha if you need the fancy moments, you got Twinzer for the bit of stability, and you got Tweaks doing a lot of work in the midfield, being that sort of engine that keeps the rotation running, looking for bumps, looking for his way to impact the play as well. All three on the same page as far as game style is concerned. That is dangerous for LFO. You're playing against a well-oiled machine. Werty now, his own backboard, first touch. Let's him down a little bit. Thankfully, though, he does have a Lycum with him. And that's a nice pinch, but was never going to cause any trouble.
What I'm interested as to how Deathcloud responds now. This is, again, not as experienced as their opposition. And, you know, suddenly a little squeaky, cheeky shot like that could send you guys and your entire defensive rotations off. But stabilized well enough, still not able to get out of their half after that opportunistic play. And I like him trying to set up some mechanics, gets a soft touchdown to the center, and a little too close to the defenders to worry anyone. Still LFO, pick up the possession, Torres trying to run it down the left-hand side and clear some space with physicality. Deathcloud not really troubled, though, in the last minute as we head deeper into overtime.
The war of attrition, it continues. Oh, Tisha is a little bit overzealous there on the side wall, has to rotate back, and Twins are passing it back to his teammate. Getting a bit more control here for Deathcloud Esports. But it really does seem altruism like a war of attrition here. It's not who has the first brilliant moment, it's just who does the first mistake.
Yeah. And whether that, those brilliant moments can try and force out a mistake from your opposition, but too often when you go a little bit too far, a bit of a breakaway from Eliakim now. He's going to get the last touch just a bit wide and helped along on the way. Yeah, it's either going to take a beautiful, incredible play that beats everyone on the field, or it's going to be that one mistake.
Nerves, not yet a factor, despite the relative inexperience of the Deathcloud side. You like him. Great touch on the backboard, taking control away from Deathcloud, but that's clear. Luckily for him, he did have enough boost in the tank. Keep going for the 50-50. Still though, Deathcloud, keep that ball deep in the blue half. That's a good passing opportunity. Tweaks shot. Saved by Lycan. Tisha has to buy some time for his teammates. A little bit too eager again on that sort of push forward. Tweaks and Twins, though, in the meantime, have stabilized for a tiny bit.
Tisha lets it go down. Tweaks has to make some work going, and the two of them work together, at least bumping and working out the way. But Torres with the space now and the flight actually doesn't have the boost, so tries to go for the pogo off the ground. Denied out. 3.5 minutes. Yeah, it's been a low-scoring game. One little breakaway. Tisha now some space on this again. Every team trying to go towards the air and being denied so quickly. Very few shots near the goalpost themselves. And this one got a ricochet again, dealt with before the diving Deathcloud player could come in.
Great read there earlier by Torres. This time, though, he misses. Twins did not see that one coming, did not trust himself to play for the miss. Tweaks, though, on the other hand. That's a great second touch to Twinza. Crossbar post in Deathcloud Esports. Take game one.
Oh, this was built up just as equally as any of the other attempts before, but a little bit of that missed touch from Torres earlier came back to haunt them. One player short, and the pass off the backboard, undefended, picked up too easily. Deathcloud, it was a long series, a long game one just to get here. But they do find that extra goal. I mean, look at the shot tallies. Deathcloud working, I would arguably say, harder.
That was over 8 minutes of game time, and considering that, a rather tame affair, I would say. But even so, that's less than one shot a minute. If you break it down for LFO, who continue to have to stick through to their strategy, be like, okay, absorb the pressure and then just float like a butterfly, but sting like a bee. The problem is the bee stinger is very, very small, and at the moment, it's not really poisonous either. Yeah,
you say tame. I would like to phrase it as disciplined, where no one was going for big double commits or anything like that. We didn't see the throw everything at your opponent's backboard. But like you say, there needs to be that pretty smooth and fluid transition from being a disciplined defensive team and then taking your opportunities when you get them. You've got a nice overlap. You've got someone who's done lots of work. You've taken control of the boost for a while. Let's maybe push our limits just a little bit more and then risk one to get 3 or 4 more on the board. I think the team that steps up and limit tests a little bit better might be the one to take the series back towards themselves. As we head into game number 2.
Game number 2 beckons now on Forbidden Temple on the side of Deathcloud. Well, I think from the markup of the team, we expected something a little bit different. This is a much more dynamic rotation than perhaps what we expected. And especially in offense, Twinza and Tweaks, the duo that has ruled, at least when it comes to the efficiency part of the offensive end, with Tishao being mostly a supportive act there to create the space for his two teammates. Let's see if these observations will hold true in game number 2 as Torres is looking for a ground pitch, looking for a bump, and the end of it can't find Twinza, but does enough to get the first goal for LFO.
That was the most John Cena moment I have ever seen. You don't see me, just keep your eyes here. And the Twinza discouraged from actually getting involved, and I think if he had gone for the save, he would have been knocked out.
Oh yeah, like Torres knew what he was trying to achieve. Torres knew what he was doing 100%, but Twinza, for all his defensive prowess, he still, without boost, can't reach that ball. But it doesn't matter. The great pass from Tisha down to Tweaks. This time, though, the Namibian sight is slightly off kilter. It's not quite in. Gets it against the post. LFO might have survived this one, but there was sure to be more coming.
Great play. Eliakim with the breakaway got Torres in tow. And that's the Eliakim creating plays like we've seen so often before. Off the wall, that rolling pass towards the center was perfection.
Great recovery from Eli on the side wall. But I'm looking at Tweaks, who needed to simply buy more time. Need to be a bit more passive in that instant. There was never a 50-50 to be had against the player with the recovery spin and the mechanical ability of Eliakim. So decision making, letting Deathcloud down here in this game number 2 as Eli once again looking for trouble. This time Twinza able to meet him early on.
Had the option for a solid pass, settled for the 50. This is where Deathcloud, if they keep getting punished by Eliakim, talk about punished by Eliakim, this read off the side wall. This is Deathcloud maybe showing a little bit of inexperience. There was this Twinza. For a person of your experience, I would have expected that touch, and it was so important because suddenly LFO running away with this.
And that's, I think the key word in that sentence is suddenly, right?
Yeah.
It doesn't necessarily come, it didn't necessarily came about after a lot of pressure or a lot of shots. It's just every time they went forward, there was some sort of mistake from Deathcloud, which they've been able to just punish effectively and efficiently. That's the LFO game plan working to a T. And now with a 3-goal lead, they've got nothing to fear. Torres looking for a 4th even, but Twinza getting it to the side. Deathcloud, is there some fight in them? The answer is yes, there is, but also in Eliakim. Great save. Can he get a second? Tweaks aims for the top corner, but only finds the crossbar.
Oh my goodness, adaptation, and the smirk I am sure that is on Eliakim's face after that, because well played, sir, being able to come back in to make that save off no resources. And then takes a bit of flight. Now heading down the other side, Torres going to be able to back him up. Eliakim skirts on through, leaving Werty with work to do, and Twinza meets that confidently. Half the game still to go, but Deathcloud, that last game was kind of decided by who was going to make the first mistake or the last mistake. There have been far more mistakes from Deathcloud in this one.
But the goalposts continue to deny them again against the crossbar as the Rule 1 ensues in the goal. It's now Twinza and Tisha against Werty and Eliakim. Let's see who has the advantage here. I'm not a fan of the Rule 1, but it is happening nonetheless. Twinza, first touch, very heavy. Tisha having to buy a lot of time. Tisha gets it over too. What was Eliakim doing in the midfield? No man's land. Punished by Tisha.
Maybe just forgetting that he does not actually have that third man. Maybe thinking Torres is going to break off the Rule 1 and suddenly give him an extra defender, but not forthcoming. Deathcloud take full advantage of that, and maybe we'll see them taking the game in the 2v2 RLCS. Not so far for the 3v3 version, but they've taken a step back.
Yeah, now with 2 minutes and 2 goals, this comes back in the realm of, yeah, this is possible. For Deathcloud Esports, they've got a lot of possibility here. Tweaks leaving that one for Tisha. A quick little 1-2 in the end. Not quite sure that was calculated, but we'll let it slide. As LFO is continuing to keep knocking seconds into the abyss. Torres, just get it past Twinza. First objective gained. Second objective, Werty, get a good 50. That objective failed.
Trying to get it out of the corner is Deathcloud. Eliakim quickly into the air, and I always keep my eyes on him when he takes off with something like this. Bit of a trickling bounce. Torres was quick into the air. It means Werty all alone, buying time for Eliakim to return the favor. And Eliakim has done that rotation. Good possession being held here from Deathcloud. Challenged in the air, but awkward bounce for Twinza, who now has to look after his own goal line. Deathcloud not afraid to go back all the way to their own half if it means that they maintain control of the tempo. Not doing a lot with it for now.
Great bump there from Werty to instantly shut down the attempted solo play. So Deathcloud having to regroup, and time is of the essence here for them. Torres doing well to get it to his own backboard. Ishal nearly finding a way through. But in the end, the defense from LFO, it stands very firm indeed. It's a tough backline to pass on good days. It seems to be a tough backline to pass on this day as well. Deathcloud Esports, they might have gotten one past them, but that's going to be the only one of substance in this game.
I think the big thing about LFO's backline is that it's actually made of about 9 players. There's no way this goes in.
Oh, yeah, of course it is.
Oh, of course. An extra 2 seconds is all that Deathcloud will have to endure because this game firmly out of their hands. And I don't even think that's a mistake by Deathcloud. I think they're just pushing up aggressively to try and make something happen. So, convincing victory, though, for LFO. And what I was saying is their defensive line is so mobile. They're defending in your half, then they're defending at the halfway line, then they're defending one more time in their own corner, and then you still have to beat the guy on the goals.
And with that, LFO get back on track, equalizing after 2 games played. And I have to say, this game too, I mean, it was decided in the first 60 seconds. It seems like Deathcloud, the main objective is to minimize mistakes. This is not a series won by flashiness. This is not a series won by, being overly fancy. This is a series won by grit, determination, and most importantly, cleanliness.
Consistency is key here more than ever. I mean, we saw it in a lot of games yesterday, but as we're getting to the higher echelons, it really does come down to one mistake will cost you a goal, and it doesn't even have to be a big mistake. Deathcloud just didn't step up the same way. LFO manufactured a couple of really nice opportunities. I like him, was stepping up in a great way, but they weren't, oh my god, that's the number 1 clip of my montage for the rest of my life. That was just good, consistent play, and that's what LFO brought to the fields. Right now, Deathcloud, I'm glad that we're an even series because I think this is going to go back and forth. It's just kind of who has the nerves in the long stretch.
And these series are tough, right? They're tough on you mentally. If you ever played in those kind of series, they're tough on you in every regard, but they're also tough to watch because, let's be honest, we don't like to watch a lot of midfield play, good 50-50s, good challenge. We love to see the high flying actions. The more flip resets, the better. But it still poses an interesting thought experiment. Is that this sort of seems to me as who is the better methodical team out of the two here between Deathcloud and LFO? Who can really out-tactic and outsmart their opponents better?
And that's a level of an indicator of high-level Rocket League to me, because the big flashy plays should be the game decider, not your standard go-to. And I think that's what a lot of younger Rocket League players these days do, is you're sitting in gold 2 and you can flip reset. It's the moments between the flip resets that count, guys. And right now, both these teams doing well at that overall. Oh, some really nice redirect opportunities. And LFO looking, I think, to create some more now. They've got the confidence that they didn't really ever find against 5 years yesterday.
Especially Eli. Looking quite hot today. It's not the offensive flashy Eli. It's a new version of him that we haven't yet seen. Version 5.0 for his 5th RLCS season. We got Brick Wall Eli today, which is sort of new.
Brick Wall Eli. Those are not words that I would put as synonymous up until this point, let's say. But he's been great across the field. There, an optimistic jump has left LFO a little bit vacant to the back line, but Torres does work, and he actually goes so high over the ground, drains his entire boost to stay 2 feet off the ground. But now manages to get back. He's given LFO the space, and Deathcloud, that was not a composed-looking defense, and they might be punished for it. Oh, they've got the space. They like him having to work back.
How's the positioning? How's the spacing on the field? It's good for LFO here as Torres able to outspeed Tweaks. But still, everyone's sticking to their post. Twins a great pre-jump, maybe something to gain off of it. Ball into the corner. Doesn't quite get the boost still, unfortunately for him, so he can't continue the push down the field. Has to yield, has to go back, leave the pitch for his 2 teammates. As Eli takes it forward for LFO. Again, though, 50-50s are plenty, and Eli looking on the backboard. Can't make contact.
Werty doing a really good testing shot there and forces 2 out, but no follow-up fast enough. Torres have to deal with the entire Death Cloud side that is restabilized. But Death Cloud, this is the first time they've gotten over the halfway mark. It's with a bit of potency as Tweaks tries to bring that back down, but immediately shoved back into their own half. It's LFO coming forward once again.
Tweaks has to cut here. Perfect recognition of the situation unfolding. Both his teammates were very awkward there on the back line. Eli can't quite get it over the midfield line. It's a tough matchup for these two sides. Comms and positioning, everything has to be at the highest of levels. Here's a mistake, and Eli is there to punish.
That's it, right? Here's a mistake, has to be the line that comes beforehand, and it's actually manufactured. Werty meets Twinza so confidently 2 feet outside of his own nets, and I mean, that is a moment of brilliance that's capitalized on. LFO poke and prod till something breaks, take the first goal.
Twinza was ever so slightly crept too far forward. Twinza was ever so slightly low on boost. Both of these combined to make it super awkward for him to get to that ball quickly, thus allowing Werty the 50-50. Well, and the end, as they say, is history. 1-0 for LFO. It's the IOTAs, it's the details in this series that matter. Right now, LFO on the better side of them. Tweaks trying to find something. A good 50-50s down the right flank. In the end, no one there mid to collect and to fire off a shot. Death Cloud needs something on target. That's a shot, but that's also an easy save.
So handedly taken care of by Torres. I like him, even reading the player coming down, sends it low, and Desha skies it into the ceiling. Follows it up well, but the rest of the team has to kind of charge through here. Tweaks once more on a rampage, taking out the defenders where he can, but nothing coming from the rest of the Death Cloud, and it's just a cold front met with nothing. Kesha, a bit of meteor storms thrown in there, and they look for this goal back. Still nothing coming as we head to the final minutes.
We see an adaptation, mid-game, no less, from Death Cloud. They are bored with the style of Rocket League. They want to ensue a bit of damage, a bit of chaos onto the pitch as Demos come flying in left, right, and center. Demos, not quite super effective just yet, but not ineffective either at making LFO sweat for the last 30 seconds. Twinza, body blocked by Eli. T-Shao over one, pace for his life.
Both teams not afraid to throw people into it and cost them some paint work if it means that they're going to get some attempt at a 50. Great carry from Eliakim. Saved at the end, but we're back towards the center. Torres is up, met with a brick wall on the other side this time, but all that LFO has to do is buy out the time. They got some space. Eliakim, he's going to put in the buffer. The brace there, and it's squeezed away through pure force of pressure.
Oh, and it's so smart from Eliakim. Recognizing Twinza will not reach it, recognizing he can just fake it, play it slow, and LFO as a result up by 2. Death Cloud having to reconsider a lot, but at least finding one for the road.
They get a goal right now. LFO probably very happy that the timer did tick down at that second, that there is no chance of shenanigans. But I mean, when you get a second goal like that late into the game, they've got to be feeling good. And the longer the series is going on, the more shenanigan-filled, shall we say, LFO is starting to look. They're trying their classic, stylistic, signature mind games is how I want to put Eliakim. He's such an ephemeral being, Eliakim, that it's hard to really put a pin in his play style, Macht.
Yeah, we as with all the old school players, we sort of think we know what we're getting from them. But an old dog, it can learn new tricks. We always thought of Eli as this mechanical monster that's, having frequent off days. But this is a new side to him. And I think much credit of that has to go to Werty, right? Where he's been able to tame him a bit. He's been able to stabilize him a bit, especially in this series. If you compare today against yesterday, Eli is doing a lot more work on the pitch, a lot more noticeable work, but also a lot more unnoticeable work. Both of that on the pitch. And as a result, winning 2 on the trot against Death Cloud, who are forced now, or who seem themselves forced, to take their time out.
I like what you say is that Werty's kind of tamed Eliakim because it's almost like he's just positioned him better. Werty's moving him around like a chess piece. Yesterday, Eliakim was trying to cover a huge amount of space. This is especially something that we've seen in the past from Eliakim. He'll come from one side of the field and try and intercept for some wild play. Now he's a lot more tactical and in the face of his opposition. And then he uses his mechanics and these little redirects, etc. So really better mindset and positioning coming out of Eli. The timeout, I think, is important, though. DeathCloud trying to adapt halfway through that last game, and now they've got a more concerted effort to get themselves in the same game plan.
The problem is, what do they do in this war of attrition here at DeathCloud? Because it is a tough one. It's a tough cookie to crack, RLFO. Like, we've seen 5 years do it yesterday with mechanical prowess, with sheer infinite creativity. But that's not the kind of team that DeathCloud are. I think DeathCloud need to try and actually play to their strengths now. The demolitions you could see, we talked about in the pre-game stats as well. One of the defining characteristics of DeathCloud Esports. I feel like we will be moving down this path, the path of destruction. We're talking about DeathCloud moving forward, but only time will tell. Game 4, Utopia Coliseum. Let's see if DeathCloud have reformed.
You know, the biggest strength of DeathCloud is their unpredictability. What a nice counter-attack coming through there. There's a lot of work done from Teshao earlier, and then even running interception at the end. The pass and drop down instead of being selfish sets it up for Tweaks. And DeathCloud, whatever their timeout did, their timeout buff, Mark, it's a real thing.
It is a real thing, and physicality seems to be DeathCloud's thing. With Tisha running interruption on Eliakim not just once on the initial jump to force a bad 50-50, but twice on the ground as well. So definitely we've seen an idea of how DeathCloud would wish to proceed. 1-0 lead in their favor, not too shabby after 40 seconds play as Twinza trying to force his way through. Tweaks down as well, and now counterattack is rolling. Werty evading the demo, gets a good flick up high, but there Twinza beats Torres.
Eliakim had managed to reinforce the position in the center, but without the boost to do anything. That was all that LFO could manage out of that, and instead DeathCloud a little bit more proactive, a little bit more aggressive in this game. Even Twinza, they're playing third man right up in the action, looking for any moment. A little bit afraid to give LFO any sort of space in this game, and it's working for them. Again, once more cramping up our team in blue, and Torres trying to get out again meets a powerful and confident challenge.
I've noticed DeathCloud able to, especially when Twinza is third man, sitting very, very far back and allowing for those midfield cuts to happen, allowing for Tishao and Tweaks to come into the midfield, to put some pressure on the opponent immediately out of the dead spot. Twinza onto the backboard, where he continues the clear though for LFO. The drive down the pitch, right flank, met in the corner by Tishao, and now maybe a little bit of power play here for LFO as DeathCloud struggle to clear their line. Tweaks, that's great first touch, gets it past one. There's a demo on the back line, but can't get the reset over Torres.
I mean, that was great. That demo was the right play. I think setting up for the flip reset was not realizing that you could go over the top. It's we've both got different plans. They're good plans, but they just counter each other out a little bit too much. And now some space for LFO. Torres going forwards. Werty and Eliakim both sitting on the left-hand side, and they actually finds one to the other. The fake, the roll. It hits two crossbars, but the no angles. Going to be there in the favor. Werty trying to recover something at the end, and LFO still holding the ball. But that last play was as close as they could have wished.
Eli unlocking fake plays into his repertoire. Not the first time we've seen him go for it. This time, though, not yielded any fruit. As DeathCloud able to stay in the lead. Tisha, good 50-50 against Werty. Eli crept up a little bit too far. Torres has to cover for him. Does so quite well. Ball still going center. Demo on the sidewall again from DeathCloud Esports. That's what, 6-7 demos within 3 minutes of game time. Old physicality seems to be the name of the game here for DCE.
I mean, we saw in the pre-game stats, I think they average about 6 per game.
Yeah, 6.5 something?
That's more than your number of shots for most teams, and certainly does open up some opportunities. But when timed right, aggressive or defense demos. Oh, the follow-up, Eliakim! You silent assassin coming from the side.
Fortune favors the bold.
Why are you
I
there?
don't want to call it sheer luck, but it was 90% sheer luck. Twinzer misses his flip timing, and Eliakim just happens to be there for some reason. 90 seconds before the end of the game, and DeathCloud nearly falling behind against LFO. Have to stabilize ASAP now against LFO, who are pressing forward. Torres finding a bump on Twinzer, but not one on Tweaks. Werty staying very patient in the midfield and is going to be challenged by Tweaks eventually. DeathCloud Esports moving forward.
Windsor diving into deep. Torres trying to work here. Like him, the only third man back. The ball has bounced 4 or 5 times in front of Ned so often in the series, and LFO finally do come to it there as it comes out the corner, but good resolute defense from DeathCloud, at least on the line. They're still not getting it any sort of distance out. It's still LFO back to the center, turned aside by Tesha. If you're going to hold on to this series or take this game back, you at least got to put some pressure on the other side, and that's what they look to do here.
Feels like DeathCloud just want to save themselves into overtime at this point. Now a little bit of resources in their tanks. Demo from Twinzer, but Torres already has the ball deep into the DeathCloud half. Werty deleted from the pitch as well. Tisha, a bit of space. What can the French magician do now? He has got an opportunity in the center. Tweaks is waiting for the pass, but the pass will never come.
You can see he had 3 or 4 attempts, some desire towards it. Oh, Werty playing with his life as he saves it off the baseline. Attempt for the pinch out from Eliakim goes all right. Tesha got a chance. Pass off the backboard. Shot towards the center. This one going to be difficult to force out of the corner. We could be looking at another overtime. No one's going to be there to take the shot. We are going through. This series is the one that we said had the best chance of going to a late game 7 point. Off the kickoff! DeathCloud opens it up. They level the series with a kickoff goal.
The perfect kickoff, the perfect call. Hard cheat, and Twinzer kills it in the center. Tweaks there to fulfill his dream, fulfill his destiny. Timeout buff remains a real thing. DeathCloud equalized the series.
You know, as much as we say that timeout buff, it was in the first second, and then it seemed to evaporate very quickly. LFO, arguably the stronger team here, 10 shots versus 7, so I don't think that's an awful thing to say. Working well together, getting in the assists. Demos, of course, favoring DeathCloud, who dominated. I actually missed what that number was, Mark. Did you actually manage to count that by the end?
I was still counting the shots from LFO, which I believe to be like more than 10.
Yeah.
But maybe production can tell us in the chat how many demos DeathCloud had in that game. But it felt like more than 10, surely. Had to be.
How much of those do you think was super impactful, though? Because, you know, sometimes it's a very subtle impact, the demo, where there's another attacker that's coming in to join the fray that you remove, and suddenly your defense doesn't have to work as hard. Because there were moments that DeathCloud felt like they were a little bit constrained on the defense.
Yeah, DeathCloud were constrained on defense, but I feel like, especially in that second half of the game, the demos were more purposeful. I feel like a lot of the some demos were a bit, okay, I'll just take it, he's there, might as well demo him. But there were a lot of demos, especially I think of Werty in the corner. I think of someone deleting the passing option in mid for DeathCloud. So a lot of these demos, while they might not have offensive impact, they have defensive impact. They have pressurizing impact. And Twinzer has got impact on his car made, but it doesn't matter. Tweaks finds a save.
How does Tweaks follow that closely that he actually dives through it in between? It was a great play to leave it for the better shot coming out for LFO. Neither team manages to come away with anything more than a couple of scrapes and scratches. No lasting damage, no kickoff goals. Game number 5 and a level series. Still LFO looking for that first goal with hunger in their eyes.
Who can take match point first? Tweaks trying to reset his way entirely across the map. We go into the newest edition, Boostfield Mall, into this map rotation. I don't know what you think about it, Old. I don't find it too bad. I'm a fan of light maps, mainly because I'm blind in the dark.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I'll tell you when I get to the next map and I can see again, because like my screen brightness has suddenly lit up my face. I've turned off my production lights. Other than that, I mean, I'm not a person who's ever going to make a big fuss about exactly which maps are in RLCS. I'm a fan of the old Neo Tokyo. What do you mean, in Wasteland? So let's not worry about these lights. But the brightest lights here are these players. That was a terrible transition. I'm sorry, but they really are playing well.
That was beautiful. I'll take that one because you are, of course, correct, as is often the case. Let's see which star shines brightest. As we move forward, 90 seconds gone. Nothing really happened. Tweaks trying again though. Ceiling pins, that's dropping down dangerously. Torres and Werty double committing. Might be an opportunity here. Twinzer's hunting for Torres on the back line. There's Tweaks, another shot, another save. Werty darts up high very quickly. Had the read. That would have gone in otherwise. So Deathcloud trying to ride the momentum wave from that overtime winner of game number 4. And LFO having to play very careful, having to play very patiently. Eli into the skies. Tisha forcing him high. Not the second challenge though. Bad positioning from Deathcloud. No one on the back foot there to collect. But nothing happened in the end.
Again, the game of inches. LFO there had the position for a long time and couldn't do anything with it. Deathcloud comes forward and immediately dealt with out of the corners by Torres. Twins are going to go up and see if he's got anyone to come in with him. Fortunately, they were still coming back, so Tejao goes for the second attempt. Now looking for his teammate. Tweaks trying to find it, but Werty's so quick into the air. The best that anyone can do is go high. And Deathcloud again still lingers around. And LFO in control takes it on their own side. Both these teams not getting a shot. Oh, there's a decent attempt finally out of the play.
As you say that, one of the most threatening challenges, one of the most threatening shots here from LFO coming out in the form of who else but Eliakim. He's been definitely answering a lot of question marks about his daily performance with a resound yes, I'm here. T-Shao fake jumping first. Not going to get it past Eli anyway. Werty into the corner. Who will again find the first mistake? That's a great bump. T-Shao 1v1. He would rather have Tweaks have it, but T-Shao can't quite get it past his opponent. Demo there as well from Tweaks in the midline is going to extend the pressure of Deathcloud Esports to just that final bit. Tweaks only one chance to find though, and now Deathcloud have to rebuild.
I don't know if you've noticed it, but Mark, I'm feeling that the game has definitely picked up in its pace. These guys are not giving any space to their opposition, and almost every touch has got a player challenging. Even if they're not diving the whole way through, people are getting up to it earlier, predicting the plays, and just becoming a lot more annoying. There's no space left on the field.
Yeah, and space is very quickly evaporating for these players because they're also well positioned. Like we sort of harking back to what we said in games 1 and 2. This is where this sort of war of attrition was going on. It's about the positioning. It's about the communication, the distances to teammates. But it's also about finding the space between the sticks, not against the stick. It's a cross by the nice Deathcloud Esports there from what should have been a 1-0 lead.
Now we've seen that clang come through a couple of times throughout this weekend, and every time it's almost been there was no one there to save that. An inch lower and you would have had that goal. People testing the limits of it and trying for that perfect placement. Like him coming in through the air, gets denied out there, and Windsor actually gets beaten. It's all up to Tweaks to try and control this ball for a while. He's got Torres in tow, but Torres at least doing enough work to give it to Eliakim. Still neither team holding on to this confidently and getting their little 1v1s against the keeper towards the end of their runs.
And again, every time that Deathcloud have the opportunity to go forward, they commit 2 people to it. One goes interruption, the other one goes for the play. Twinzer, 0 boost, immediately challenged by both Werty and Torres. Finds a Demo, who sends it into a goalless overtime, 0-0. Will there be more kickoff shenanigans? No, not this time.
Seems like LFO starting to take a play out of Deathcloud's playbook with the demos. Yeah, starting to unlock those. Shot potent. This ball 2 players up here for LFO, but nice return from Torres gives them the reinforcement that they need. Oh, Teshao, he's got a bit of a run in the air. Settles for the bump at the end of it, but every time these players are picking things up, they're doing a lot with it. It's a lot that they have to do to get past the resolute defenses from both sides.
Windsor, another good scoring opportunity that goes awry. Free backboard normally for him, that means it's money. This time not so much. Twins are looking for Tweaks, though again the 1-2 between the German and the Namibian is thwarted this time around by Eli, but still pressure continues. LFO struggle to get out of their own half. Another demo, though, this time on a player from DeathCloud Esports. That's going to alleviate a bit of that pressure that's been building. Every second still dangerous here for LFO. Werty, good 0 boost 50-50, but can't get it past Twinza.
Yeah, I mean, we did manage to avoid, the attempted pass at least. We did avoid the 3 second immediate conclusion of this, and this is now deep into the fight. That's a great save to come out and does enough to be able to keep DeathCloud in this. They're even going to be able to start licking up a counterplay off the backboard. It's Twigs to put pain to game number 5. It's taken in overtime, but the pop from Tesha was there, and in between 2 players, Twigs and this guy makes no mistake.
And you can see the immediate deflation there in Werty's camera. The immediate reaction, the immediate, I can't believe we've lost this one. Another overtime played, another overtime won by DeathCloud Esports. 100% overtime conversion. And by God, are they clutch.
1 goal. That's it. That was all there was, and it took us 2 minutes of overtime to get to this point, despite both teams hitting a double-digit shot tally. That's insane coming out from these guys. And I mean, now it makes it difficult, Mark, because LFO has to do this twice. DeathCloud on game point in a series that has been this close must be the psychological break that they needed.
Yeah, and especially after their timeout, right? It doesn't matter if you win them in overtime. It doesn't matter how you win them. It only matters that you win them. And DeathCloud looking poised now to take it. The problem for them is, of course, that what you see at the bottom of our screen, they're centered. LFO take their own timeout, trying to stabilize, trying to take the momentum away from DeathCloud Esports. But still, this remains a fascinating series.
It's really interesting because I still haven't figured out what the dynamic is between these 2 teams. I mean, LFO is going to have a difficult time out to try and pick apart what their opposition is doing. I can pick up the difference in speed and confidence that's coming out from DeathCloud and their challenges and cramping up the space, but now what does LFO do to counter that? I mean, they've got the potential to match them for pace, but they're also a team that loves to have some width, some space to play with, and some crazy Eliakim shenanigans to pull in whenever needed. But it's difficult to go, which direction do we want to favor?
It is overall, I would love to have a telestrate. I would love to have like a live segment of Bromeo just drawing things and giving us insight, because I feel like there's so much to dissect in this, but we will simply not be given that time, as once again Neo Tokyo beckons under the watchful eyes of Bob slurping his beautiful, what I presume to be Sapporo ramen, and giving us a 6th and potentially a final match here. Would history be written again by Tweaks and T-Show, the first Namibian to top 4? Let's wait and see what the next 5 minutes say.
Well, Akim's got space, and he comes through there. This is the thing about LFO. They are a team that on their best day looks unstoppable, but the consistency thus far has not been on their side, at least in terms of finishing off games. That's going to give them the buffer that they needed to start us off and can breathe into this. I'm hoping for the game number 7, Mark. You know me, I'm always there. But this Field of Broken Dreams, I think it would hurt even more bitterly for these experienced players who have struggled thus far in the season.
We call it the graveyard for a reason. Normally it's the graveyard upon which the hopes of reverse sweeps are buried. But burying is what Torres does to his opposition. So quick in transition, and he just simply deletes Twinza from the field.
Oh, I don't know if we need a grave for that. That was a cremation in front of the net there. You're going to need a plaque and a memorial service at the end of that. The Twinza looking to put pain, and actually comes rising from the grave, zombie style, under the lights there to put one back for DeathCloud. Death is in their name, death is in their heart, and death is what they're looking to bring to you now.
Death is in their heart. They must be some hateful people on that side of DeathCloud Esports.
Don't twist my words.
How dare you use my own words against me? But DeathCloud certainly look at stabilizing their position here in Game 6, and that kickoff goal from Twins was so important in achieving that stabilization. I feel like if LFO go up by 3 again, then it's probably too much for them to hunt down, but a 2-goal lead, an early 2-goal lead, cutting it down to only a 1-goal lead, that is much more feasible to stay in the game mentally, as well as 1 minute has eroded on Neo Tokyo.
Yep, I mean, that was a quick 2 goals as well. So if you sit with that on your shoulders for half the game, it bears a weight. Now, certainly they feel that they are very much in this. LFO is still looking to be aggressive. Alike and manages to regain himself in the air. With a flip reset, forces 2 defenders into making a clutch save there. But, he gave it everything he had. And, what a shot coming in across there. Just denied a little bit by that outside post. Still, LFO looking dangerous.
LFO looking incredibly dangerous indeed, but here comes Twix. Does he have the angle? He had the angle down. He just didn't have the angle horizontally to build it into the net. That could have been a highlight play in an otherwise very starved series. Tweaks looking to build up some magic. Once again into the sky he goes, but once again challenged by Werty he is.
Coming down there, Torres finds the best angle for his team to buy the time. Both still now can't get past consistently into the other half, but they are starting to give up a little bit of ground to Death Cloud, who's starting to make their presence known here on the blue side. Gets a lovely demo, and that's the non-scoreboard related demos that we talk about, just giving yourself that extra 20 meters towards your opponent's side, and Torres actually looking to take that same play.
Great bump there from Torres to buy himself what you just said, a bit of space, a few meters for not himself but his teammates in this instance. That is what a lot of these demos, a lot of these bumps are about. Tweaks taking one in the back line, Eli being forced high. It's a great 50-50 still by Eli, and Tweaks recovered just in the nick of time to get it away, as LFO, who is still looking for a place to call home, is moving forward with great strides towards a potential Game 7 on Champions Field. T-Shao has got something to say about it, though. Gets one touch, gets a second touch, and that's very difficult for him to deal with. Twinza still up high, gets a past Werty, but Torres still there to bail his team out.
And he does so well, managing to get that hard pass out. Still Death Cloud. They had given themselves the backup of the third man of Teshao, and still keep it in the danger spot here for LFO. Teshao trying to come out of the corner. It's one of the most difficult plays in Rocket League, is to get something to pop towards a teammate in the center and not bait them into it. But Teshao with some space now, looking for that read, actually pops towards the center. Soft touch, something that LFO was struggling with yesterday, and Death Cloud seems to have perfected.
A good counter-attack, though, from LFO to put it out of their own half. Let's not forget, this is just to make it to the semi-finals, to find a date with the Pioneers, who will be watching this series, no doubt about it, and trying to ascertain as much information as possible. Werty, down to the skies, unchallenged. Still moving forward. In the end, collected easily by Twinza. Where is the way through the blue block from LFO for Death Cloud? How can they go forward? Maybe here, Tweaks and Teshao, they're combined. But Torres stops that attack dead in its track.
Again, LFO is just starting to remove players rather than challenging the ball at any stage. They don't have any space to work with. Still picking it up. Torres with the great composure actually has some space, and Werty was looking for a bit of a bump. Oh! They're taking it low and then turning it to the side with a bit of a ground pinch. This is what LFO has been poking and prodding and threatening consistently.
Teshao tried to readjust for the flip reset, tried to get at least some sort of a touch, some semblance of a touch to it, but in the end he is denied, and Torres finds the 1 goal through 2 goal lead reinstated late by LFO. And now, more so than before, it looks ever more likely that we do indeed go the full distance. Torres misses that one. Twinza has it on a redirect. Eliakim! Reaction save!
Oh man, just sits in the center and hopes that he can cover enough of the goalpost, but does so there, keeps the 2 goals. And we talked about how bad that 2-goal lead would feel in the first couple of seconds of the game. It feels even worse with that countdown ticking away. We do have our game number 7, and what else would be more deserving than this series of a proper showdown here? And this is still the first series of the day here on Championship Sunday.
Well, it's the first proper series, if we discount the first series that actually happened.
Yes, other than that. But I mean, this is the first one I'm getting to jump involved with, man. This is that first series was like a tick box affair, it seems, by the end of it, in comparison to a game 5, game 7 thriller.
Yeah, no, it definitely is another thriller. And I'm so happy that the two series we get to cast together, we get to go the entire distance. Yesterday, Punishers against Synthesis going to 7. Today, LFO and Deathcloud brawling it out. Really brawling, fighting, scratching, kicking, all of that good stuff. Really giving it their all. But now we have to rethink about this game 7. It will be more of the same, I think we can say that much. It will be more of the war of attrition. But is there going to be a roguelike and perhaps going back to his heights? Is there going to be a rogue Tweaks that wants it more than ever for him, for his country, for Namibia to be into the top 4? Those are the sort of ideas and the players that I'm looking for. Game 7, Champions Field.
You know, when I came into this, you know I've been backing LFO since I first saw the roster. And I'm finally content to see them playing at a level of which they're capable, because Game 7 right now, even if they lose this, we have seen exceptional play from them, but they have met up against Deathcloud, and a team full of newer faces, aside from Twinza, who's been in the majority of RLCS SSA competitions, but Teshao, the youth, the Namibian prodigy coming out of nowhere that is Tweaks, and it's a tough team to prove your worth against.
Is tough indeed, and just like it did in Swiss, this one going the entire distance again as Teshao nearly has the most unfortunate of own goals here on Champions Field. And with goals this hard to come by, you don't want this one to be the first.
That first goal, that has so much weight behind it. It's really what can put a team under pressure. We saw Deathcloud, they fought harder and harder to try and get that goal back in the previous series. They've got a first goal here though! Teshao coming in. The bounce was there, and it's Deathcloud again. 50 after 50, one through the air, snatched away, and I like him with a slightly misread jump. Gives him the space that they need.
He just needed a little reminder as to which goal he needs to be scoring into and which goal he needs to defend. Sometimes it can get confusing on the pitch, but Eliakim does not need that reminder! There's the seesaw! It hit its height!
Oh, really? I need to recalibrate? That's the one I'm aiming for? Okay, now I got it. Don't worry. It's all sorted. I'm there in the action. I like him wasting no time. And suddenly, we talk about what it feels like to be under the cosh of a 1-goal deficit. What about when that 1-goal lead that you've got just evaporates and they're already into another attack? Torres coming in confidently as third man has left LFO. Oh, there was the attempt for the demo, but Werty has seen that play and now actually has some space. Tries to go past one. I like him with a redirect. He finds the bottom corner again.
How does Eli thread the needle there? Werty criminally unchallenged. And then Tweaks misjudged his challenge, misjudged the timing on his flip. Eli perfectly placed. Bottom corner. And with that LFO from 0-1 down to 2-1 up. Deathcloud, suddenly their backs truly against the wall.
You know, I'm so glad that Romeo did break down that play from 5 years earlier and the skip pass by Snowy, because that is something that LFO has been showing them to do as well. Eliakim did a similar thing there to create the spacing. And it's a new addition, I feel, to the SSA region in terms of a technique to try and at least having that awareness to go for it. As you say, though, LFO up by 1, looking once more in a dangerous position. 3 minutes ago, they throw 2 players into the air.
Tweaks, yet another miss from him in this grand final on the challenge. Yet another miss from the Deathcloud backline, and LFO is there to punish. When you need someone to clean up, look no further. Werty is there, and he's giving Deathcloud the shush.
I love that play. That is so good. I said that, you know, LFO throwing 2 players in there, Werty slows it down in his opposition's corner, waits for someone to be ready for the pass instead of banging it as early as possible. And Werty, we say he is the player most likely to be found in the back third for his team, but not afraid to come forward and in the perfect position. 2 goals the better now, and LFO is starting to feel like the series finally in their hands.
I love that reaction, especially from Werty, the man otherwise so stoic whenever something happens, and now he's the one giving the opponents the shush. He's the one rocking the confidence for LFO. DeathCloud, 2 minutes to make something happen. Tisha, heavy second touch there, can't quite get it over Eliakim. Twinzer, no challenge made, and it's a speed advantage right now for LFO. Eliakim, another shooting opportunity, but this time Tisha can keep it out. A 4th one you would feel hold would be the death of DeathCloud.
That would be it. And LFO is threatening that. They have been in their opponent's half, their presence unmatched and basically unturned aside. You know, the breakouts here for DeathCloud have been few and far between, and they're just kind of saving as late as they possibly can afford to, instead of taking the game into their own control. I mean, there, Torres jumping from his own side of the field into the foray. Pass down, and Werty takes a beautiful shot. Torres gonna be the one to finish it off, but that is extended play just coming to a point.
And here is where we see the familiarity, perhaps, with getting to top 4s on the regular. The experience of a player like Werty, the experience of a player like Eliakim, who have been here before, time and time again. Champions Field got its own set of rules, and it seems like those rules favor the old guard over the new.
Yep, it's that ability to handle the pressure when it has been such a long, drawn-out, tight-fought series. It's the composure to not feel like you have to do too much on your own, and the advanced positioning, the audacity, it seems, to take up some of the positions, looking at you, Eliakim. But that's what it means to have played thousands of hours of main broadcast level play, right? So LFO just came through with a little bit more longevity in this fight, and I mean, right now, DeathCloud has put on an exceptional fight. I really am excited, but they've come as far as, you know, being the first of the Namibians to make it to this stage, and that's already an amazing accomplishment. And we said this was going to be a Game 7 thriller. I'm excited that it was.
Game 7 thriller indeed. An epic clash of tactic, of positioning, of really primarily fundamental Rocket League at its highest level. LFO still looking for a home, still looking for an organization. You can't write a better cover letter than this series. Welcome to the semifinals.
We talked about Pioneers being the team that is waiting for them, and suddenly maybe even Pioneers starting to look at these two teams with respect. DeathCloud in game number 2, that was the only game that I felt that they really fell apart a little bit and made an abundance of mistakes. Other than that, across the 6 other games, it was nail-biting, disciplined approaches to fights. There was good rotations around it from both squads, and some creativity, some psychological play, and physicality abounding from both squads. That was the decision maker after the maximum amount of time possible.
They couldn't really have played a longer series if they tried. 7 games overall, about 6 minutes of overtime as well. Oh boy. But we also have to say, DeathCloud Esports, they didn't have the ice on game 7, but my god did they have the ice in overtimes. 3 from 3 is remarkable, if anything.
Oh, that's when people really sit forward, wipe their hands off, grab their controller with a renewed grip. That's when people lock in, and to be able to hold steady. And there comes a discipline, a psychological strength at that stage to not try and throw everything into the most optimistic play that gets presented within the first minute. So it was an amazing fight. And I think that yesterday Bromeo had his hands on his face. Let's see what these guys are looking like today, because, yeah.
Death Cloud needed to. They scored first in that game, and then after Eli equalized, they needed to hang on to that, get that game 7 into overtime, and then we're having a conversation about Death Cloud Esport in the top 4, because that's where Death Cloud wins, in overtime. Give them an overtime, they'll take it. And but my word, it would have been such a perfect weekend if Death Cloud had won, only because it would then have meant our debutants in Jeff, Ravi, T-Shao, Tweaks, all in the top 4. It would have been so good for the future of Rocket League. However, still, Pyro, an excellent performance from Death Cloud, but the second time they've lost going all the way with LFO, but a lot to be happy with.
Absolutely, so much to be happy with. My dark horses for the event before it began were Death Cloud and Synthesis. I'm glad that both teams had a shot at hitting top 4, though. Gotta hand it to Death Cloud. They made it a whole lot closer with a Game 7. We talked about the fact that if they didn't play yesterday, was that going to be a concern? No. That longevity and experience coming from Twinzer, as well as the exciting firepower of Tweaks and T-Shao, really came through in this series. Again, if this is what they're doing in Open 1, they've got their tall ceiling for where they can get to for the rest of the season.
Then our top 4, and no one really saw it coming that these 4 teams would make it to the top 4. So as surprised as we all are to find the Pioneers, Five Fears, Cosmico, and Looking for Org in the top 4. Bromeo Machtfish said yesterday that he sees LFO as the number 3 and Cosmico as the number 4. I don't know, based on the performance here, if we look at Cosmico sweeping Synthesis and LFO having to work hard, I don't know, have they made a convincing argument for the number 3 team?
Do you know what? I would posit you this. Instead of saying, is Cosmico 3rd or is LFO 3rd, I would say the quality of Death Cloud today made me rethink the natural order of things. I don't think this is a 4-team region anymore. I think this is a 5-team region. So look, Death Cloud is 5th right now, but only on paper, because I think things are about to change a little. And I think, in my honest opinion, LFO is 3rd. They should be 3rd. And Cosmico in 4th. But that is just opinion-based. We will see how that transpires. But so far, that Game 7 overtime, that Death Cloud team, damn, they are exciting. Tweaks, a star on the rise. I loved watching him play. There is so much to dissect from that game. So yes, there was a very convincing display from Cosmico, but not through lack of an exciting game, because I really thought Death Cloud brought it today.
And I'm thrilled for Death Cloud as an org, because they've invested in this region, in RSC, in RLCS. They're also quite involved in RSC in Europe, and it feels like they got themselves a really, really good roster that was a little bit on the quiet, because during Roster Mania, when orgs were like picking up all these rosters, there was this Tweaks T-Shao Twinzer roster. And what a great pickup for them. So big shout out to them, and good luck to them for the future. But Looking for Org did what they have to do. Sure, they took the long way around, but sometimes you want the scenic route to get you to where you need to be. As long as you do get there, the driver of the day vote is open. You can go and vote for your driver of the day, your player of the day. acgl.gg/vote. Go and vote for your player of the day, your driver of the day. It can be from a series we've already had, or any of the 3 series that are yet to come. We'll announce the winner at the end. And the chat vote for our first semi-final is also open. That's #5F, #Cosmico. And well, I guess, what an opportunity for Cosmico to make an emphatic statement. But It feels like a lot of work to make that statement, Machtfish.
Oh, welcome to 5 years. We're sporting 3 of them on the pitch, Snowy, Guns, and Tackles. I mean, we saw them yesterday against LFO. Yes, it wasn't flawless, but my God, was it creative. My God, was it good. They only conceded 5 goals, 4 of them in one game. Otherwise, shutting out LFO yesterday in 3 of the 5 games. So 5 years. Well, we said it earlier. They are part of one of our top 2, and I think the stats are just there to back it. 12 shots per game, 4 goals per game, a win rate of 91%. That is elite.
While you were talking there, Machtfish, it's just suddenly dawned on me, and I don't know why I'm so slow to this party, because I have no doubt all of you already consciously knew this, that it's pretty much South Africa, Spain on all of the top 4. It is crazy. So I don't know if that's Spain, Africa, or South Spain, but man, what a mouth-watering prospect we have ahead of us here. And there we see the team matchup. And based on that, Bromeo, 5 fears, looking very solid in the stat count.
Oh, they're looking incredible right now, and I think that's something that we've got to take note of, is that 5 fears play loose and fast. They take a lot of shots every game, and I think that is the highest amount of these top 8 sides so far. And it's all because of a very robust attack. You can see here they score 1.64 goals per game. So they are very much on the up. And Cosmico, as impressive as they are going to have to dial it up a couple of notches to match the tempo here. But my, oh my, am I excited for this one.
A lot of experience with 5 fears. Guns, I guess, can still be thought of as certainly relatively new amongst the newer crop of SSA players, playing alongside the 25-year-old veteran in Snowy, and of course Tekos, who's a very solid player. We've now spoken up Pyro. We've spoken about Jeff and Ravi. And, they've already done themselves incredibly proud. But is this a time where, I don't know, they banging on the drum of experience and all of that? Cosmico are looking so good with Stake, who has a number 2 finish in Europe, let's not forget. Do they have enough to find a way to overcome 5 fears?
That's right. Stake has 2 second places back over 4 years ago, by the way. So, we're really pulling the stats out of the bag there. But I think they have enough. But before the season even began, I said the top 2 were on a different level than everybody else. This is their opportunity to truly prove that. I mean, we had the top 2 versus the 3 through 4 in the upper bracket. Now they're just trading places, saying, all right, you take them. I don't know what to do with them. Maybe you give it a try. So Cosmico gets their shot at 5 fears. To me, this will be Guns' first grand finals berth. He has made many top 4s. He has never been in the grand finals, whereas Snowy has won the most SSA events out of anybody in the region. So I think it would be very surprising to not see them in the grand finals, but I do hope it is competitive.
All right, well, let's work our way to our predictions. Chat vote. I see a few hashtags. I feel like there need to be some more. Get your vote in. Currently 5 fears at 47%. Cosmico clearly winning the community vote at this point. Like who brought more fans? So far it is Cosmico. They're winning it. But let's get our predictions. I'm going to start, and the all new Greybeard is going to predict 5 fears take it. And what I do want to see, though, is a big fight from Cosmico, minimum 4-2, and that's my prediction. Let's go to you, Bromeo.
This game tells us if it is a 2-team top or is it a 3-team top. So I still think 5 fears is going to clear. Sorry, Cosmico community. I think it's going to be a 4-2 game.
All right, so we are in accord so far. Pyroj!
I am not as sorry, Cosmico. I was leading the team stream for 5 Fears, and I think they're excellent. I can't wait till they put it together here for the rest of Championship Sunday. Give me 4-1 5 Fears.
4-1. Cosmico will get 1. And how about Machtfischer's coin? Your coin also needs to tell you a scoreline, but let's start with the result.
I'll do the scoreline myself, but I will sway whichever team the coin favors. But the coin will not be denied. It goes with the favorite, and I agree on the 4-1 calls as well. 4-1 in favor of 5 Fears. It is the logical grand final.
Let's go. Semi-final number 1. 5 Fears. Cosmico looking strong, but can they overcome this for the grand final slot?
2 teams who came 3-0 through the Swiss stage, but since then their paths have diverged. 5 Fears have shown no weaknesses. And in his interview yesterday, Guns certainly seemed confident in his team, but for good reason. Cosmico were burned earlier with a shutout loss against the other Titan of the region. Cosmico has been theorized as a 3rd seed. How big is the separation? The real test is here on Championship Sunday for our semi-finals.
Yeah, all right, us casters love to talk about power rankings and say, oh, well, there's a firm top 2. Well, we don't know until we get to the semi-finals and we see for ourselves. So let's kick it off, let's get it started, and let's get these goals underway.
Oh man, name a more textbook finisher for the side of 5 Fears, bouncing it in out of the corners. Snowy to follow up in that second man position. This is something Cosmico struggled with yesterday against the Pioneers, as there is a level of pace that these young superstars have just not got the hang of just yet.
Would 5 Fears just love to breeze right by game number 1 here. Nearly saw another kickoff chance for him as Guns got over the top of 1 from the ceiling, but couldn't make much more of it. Tekos is a really interesting perspective to take here because just spent the last split of RLCS in APAC getting 3 second place finishes in a row. If they do win this matchup here, it would be their 4th RLCS Grand Finals in a row.
That is actually insane, but they've got work to do. Off the line is actually saved out. 5 Fears denied, and Cosmico hold their nerve. Now look for a counter-attack. Only going to get a demo to help them along their way, but so far 5 Fears have looked to be the better team this time. Doesn't matter how many crossbars involved, Guns going to pick up the goal.
Yeah, this is a dodgy one. Guns just aiming for the net, hoping it finds its home. And, well, Jeff may have had a say in getting it all the way to the door. 2 up for 5 Fears. First minute down. Cosmico need work, especially on these kickoffs. Once again, 5 Fears in the driver's seat.
Left to Sunday in his own corner. Bailed out by Jeff, but Jeff gets no further progress than Snowy, and there have been a lot of questions about whether Snowy would survive the new season with all the roster mania, but shows himself to forever be a stalwart of the scene, and he's found a powerful team behind him. A lot of respect from Guns, this fellow South African player that's been impressing a lot later, and the 2 of them linking up beautifully time after time. They found that backboard, but very few follow-ups thus far, and instead it's Cosmico the ones threatening the nets. But 5 Fears not having to endure that for too long.
Yeah, we saw from that Romeo breakdown earlier that the counterattacks are rather lethal from 5 Fears. So they'll set up for another here. Good interception, though, by Jeff. Tekos, the attempted recipient, but Snowy without boost to find his target. Now Guns, hard off the ceiling, forcing that backboard defense. Out of Cosmico, 5 Fears happy to play from their own half and remove the opposition when they approach the ball. 5 Fears haven't really had to break a sweat quite yet here, Altruism, as we get to our half point of game 1.
You know, there's something to be said. Tekos actually in a dangerous position and harassing the player on the backboard, and it opens up the space. No one was feeling comfortable to stand in the defense, and you know, Stake was actually in a great position. He knew he had to worry about that backboard, but when you don't have your feet underneath you. 5 years going to go up by a third in the first half.
I'm just impressed by 5 years, their confidence. We talk about this team as a go, go, go squad. When they're on offense, well, there's a lot to fear. It's that rummaging around on the backboard, the bumps, the incoming demolitions on the offensive rotations for Cosmico. They don't need to just worry about being in front of the ball. They have to worry about evading every bump and demo thereafter.
Yeah, finds a great pass towards the center. Ravi actually jumps a little too low, just spotting out the 5 years defender coming in for it. And instead, where Cosmico get no joy out of their attempts, 5 years quickly and cleanly following up after each other. Snowy with a beautiful pass. I mean, to read that over your shoulder is the first thing. Out of the corner is another, but to place it in the waiting arms of your teammates. 5 years, a team that we know will be great when they come together, and they don't seem to be putting a foot wrong, and Tekka is actually going to be gifted a similar goal this time off the back of Guns.
It's disrespect at this point, right? Guns, there's no boost, but dives in for the dunk, almost needlessly. But it's up to Cosmico to punish these guys for the disrespect. The problem is they haven't earned respect. They haven't earned a goal yet.
And you got to think 5 years going to be coming in confidence. Their sights, their real rivalry is with Pioneers. And so when Cosmico loses to Pioneers 4-0 yesterday, you can imagine that 5 years is going to want to do just as well, if not better. Try clean it up without giving away a single game. If they can, without a single goal, and they're well on track to do that for now. 5 goals the difference right now. It seems Cosmico, they might need to take this time out earlier rather than later.
Definitely not after game 1. You want to hold that in your back pocket a little bit longer. But I think for Cosmico, they don't want game 1 to really go any longer, because this is just punishment. I remember when 1v1 was introduced to RLCS. They did let the 1v1ers forfeit altruism, but last time I checked the rulebook, I don't think that's a thing in 3v3.
A minute left as Cosmico. It's all about the psychology of, can we get a goal? Can we figure out at least how to stop this barrage of attempts from the other side? Because you're going at Cosmico, it's not about us not scoring a goal right now. It's about the 6 on the other side. Whether we have a goal or not is academic at this stage. We first and foremost need to figure out how to run these interceptions, and 5 years coming through with some physical plays now to add there. They're displaying all their cards and wondering if their opponents can beat the full house.
Abby teeing it up for Jeff. It's knocked away too easily by Snowy. No player that crown of SSA fits more easily upon. Not just hoping for that grand finals, but seeing it in their vision. However, there's a lot of Cosmico players in the vision of this lone defender from 5 years. Cosmico, stand up. You got a goal.
I like that. And there was good dimensions towards that. Ravi running the interception was a really nice touch to make sure that the shot to the left, and you can even see the communication of where the shot is going to be placed comes out there, knowing which side to run that interception. It's a really nice sign from Cosmico. In fact, they're even getting involved with the physical plays, meeting the ball up nice and early. So hopefully this is a sign of things to come. We often say game number 1 of a best of 7 series is just the feel out, and maybe there's a little bit more calibration now towards the pace of the opposition.
Well, there it is. 5 years take game number 1. And Altruism, I think you actually bring up a very good point. And that is the fact that Cosmico, they are a ramp-up team. You guys watched the stream yesterday. You saw Cosmico get swept by Pioneers. But games 1 and 2 were very different from games 3 and 4. Those were 1-point games. Those were overtimes rather than the shutouts against Cosmico. Cosmico are great at adapting, at finding the things they have to change and implementing that. It's a rough game 1, but it does not mean the end of this series.
Yeah, you're expecting to 5 years to come in hard and fast. From game number 1, they're going to be firing, and that's what they have done. But like you say, Cosmico, game number 2, it's still going to be a hard push. I think step number one is just kind of reduce that goal deficit. Even if you end up losing game number 2-1 or something like that, at least finding the board and maintaining some sort of better control would be a really good benchmark, stepping stone towards winning it. I think if you go into the next game going, okay, now we need to win, that becomes a little bit of a dream more than an achievable goal.
A lot of dreams have been made reality today already. I mean, Jeff and Ravi, they haven't been in top 8, and now they find themselves in top 4, right? How much farther can those dreams become a reality? How much of the execution can you actually get down to? We're going to drop down into Forbidden Temple as Cosmico look to make more of a game out of this one. Thought for a moment it was open there, Altruism. Snowy had it, then he lobs it towards the net. Cosmico just barely getting out of it.
What? Okay, a very, very interesting opening 15 seconds of this as the counterattack comes through. Tekos was in position and looked for the check, actually flipped over the opposition at the end. And Cosmico, suddenly game number 2, they get a goal within the opening seconds. This is big. Again, they need to keep their composure. 1 goal is a great start. It's enough to give you confidence, but you're going to need a couple more against 5 years.
Ravi at 15 years old, trying to cement himself as a top individual talent in this region. Found himself a great look on that hook shot to seal the deal for the first lead of Cosmico. In the wings as well with Stake on this counter towards the midfield. Snowy's the one to pick it up. Snowy's the one to steal boost. Gonna make it tougher for Cosmico to get out the other way, but with a clear of Stake, he'll buy some time.
Far better defensive work coming out from Cosmico and quickly dealing with the building pressure from 5 years. It's a really nice look from them, and being able to challenge it quickly here in the midfield will be a big part of that. We talked about in the previous series how these top teams are contesting the ball earlier and earlier before it becomes dangerous, because if you let it go in front of your net, there's a good chance there's going to be a 5 year player lingering around this. And again, it's this pop out of the corner. Absolute one of my favorite at all levels to see teams going for that, because it removes any chance of a defender getting to that ball first.
Does, and I keep mentioning this, but it is disrespect when you have players lurking around the net on no boost. It's saying, I know you're not going to punish me for this, and whew, almost not a crazy punish on the backboard there. Cosmico looking to take one here. Bit of a fake from Ravi, does go the other way, but 5 years, they're going to be unafraid in having their domain on the orange end, whether they have the boost and they're stealing it or not.
Yeah, because whatever play they're going to make is going to buy enough time to reinforce at the back, and that's where Cosmico needs to keep these clears nice and sharp down to the other end of the field and punish the creeping up opposition and try to take some space. The opponents have to go backwards to defend, but right now getting cramped up again. Ravi's got some space, but no boost, gets a great 50, forces Snowy to turn in his own corner now, working his way out past Jeff. Stake in there for a little bit of a reinforcement, but shots now starting to actually build for Cosmico.
Like we said, this is a ramp-up team, and halfway through game number 2, looking a lot more like a competitive showing. But 1 goal's not going to be enough against 5 years. It's an offensive-heavy team, and they're looking to punish again. Demolition on the field. Flip reset out of guns. There, dribble off the backboard. Follow for Tekos. The go-ahead for 5 years.
The ability that Guns brings to this team to go from his own side of the field as high as possible, and then look whoever's following up and pass it down like that. That backboard becomes too big to defend, and Guns never lets that ball escape him. So a great way to set up the pass towards his team. And Cosmico, they've got to defend the entirety of the field if they're going to leave it to that late. Now a demo in the back line. Jeff still around there, and Guns actually making a miss. Ravi was one of his own, but enough consternation, and the demo, or at least the bump, was there to remove any opposition. Cosmico, they're not lying down.
What a nuisance Ravi is. Hit the ball, and you'd think he'd be forgotten about after that, but not a bump to be forgotten on that play. Talked about Cosmico being vulnerable to those haymakers. They're punching right back.
Really nice We were talking about them trying to keep this close at the end of game number 1. That was goal number 1, and they're not just keeping this close, they're keeping this competitive. The transition played on 5 years, nearly getting a hold of that one, and ball trickles in front of the net for a second. No need for 5 years to rush any one of these players, but they do need to keep up the pace. Cosmico looking to strike back, whether it's a solid haymaker or a quick jab. Always looking to turn something in here. 5 years, though, they've got more than one fist. They've got an entire arsenal at their disposal.
Calling you out, Guns. That's 2 redirects. Golden opportunities to show your mechanical worth in this series. Neither land in a situation where it would be very fortunate to take the lead. He's got a solo play himself, though. Maybe this will make its mark. Stake very quickly. Runs right into it. Pass at the backboard. Jeff has no boost here. Stake had to save the day, but Snowy's back again with full boost. Demo, very low boost counts on Cosmico. Jeff, very smart for the quick challenge.
Again, Snowy there at the end of that play managed to steal his opponent's boost. So while Cosmico coming forward to the other side of the field don't have a lot of resources to work with, it has to just be about building up and taking control of those mid boosts and keeping the pressure on. They've done a great job of that thus far, and give themselves now Stake waiting at that midfield, gets beaten over the top, and Cosmico now with a slightly better boost situation, forced back into their own net and may need to use it defensively.
These are diabolical plays that 5 Fierce are drawing up. The snipe to the backboard where Tekos is already lurking on their side to try to redirect it in the net. 5 Fierce are not pulling punches. Headstrong into the final 15 seconds. Guns going for the sidewall. That redirect to the corner is easily dealt with by Jeff. Neutral 50 picked up by Ravi here. Enough boost to pass it over to Jeff. He's got the reset. He's got the dunk. But I don't think there's resources for Cosmico to turn this into a goal. It's lofted up high. Ravi does get the better of that 50. If he lands there on Guns, there's a better chance. But instead, it finds the ground. We got game 2 OT.
Wow, after game 1, it did not look like it was going to offer much of a competitive series, but do not ever count these teams out when we get to the semifinal stage, because anyone can pull off the upset that they really need to when the moment presents itself. And Cosmico, 1 goal away from bringing the series back to a level standing. It's the first step in a long road, and they've shown that they can link a couple of these great maneuvers together. Jeff looking for someone in the center there. Unfortunately, Ravi was taken out, so he'll take it himself. Fortunately, only finds the distance of Guns, but Cosmico still maintaining possession for an extended period here.
Okay, Tekos. An interesting double off the sidewall, and Snowy was ready for it there. Going east to west quite a bit, having trouble going north are 5 Fierce. Finally on a long ball, they will get it back to the corner. Demolition really opens things up, but that hard touch from Snowy carried into that with too much momentum and lost the ball for a chance to beat the last defender. Jeff does pick up boost here. Into overtime, and Guns lurking beneath. He's dunked. Jeff has had some great 50-50s here in this overtime to keep Cosmico on the front end. Everybody from 5 Fierce over to this corner. They managed to space out, restabilize, and try to get that attack running again. But this pass over to Jeff is dangerous. High off the backboard. There's got to be a shot taker, but the shot not lethal enough.
Cosmico, you do all the work to get up to that side of the field, and the clear dunk down. It's not an easy shot, but at this level, those are the only ones who are going to find is difficult maneuvers to wrench this game away from 5 Fierce. They try and they're lingering across the front of the net goes that one. Demo that this is not them surviving on their fingertips. This is them into the action fast enough though to cut that out. And maneuver happened with Tekos in tow. Neither of them could find anything. Now it's up to Snowy. He's up in the ceiling. The demo is going to set Ravi back down, but at least gives him a little bit of boost to work with to join this. Tekos once more stealing that back boost. Guns controlling the center. And it's 5 Fierce to rotate down to their side and try something new.
Do my best to cast in the chat as well as on the VC. I'm going to let you take over altruism as the stream is staying alive as our 5 Fierce. They're doing their best here as Ravi takes it away from Guns at the midfield. High lob from Stake. Ravi's going for the bump. Can they get the shot to go in time? Not quite able to do so. Cosmico, plenty of passes off the backboard, but they're not willing to expend the resources to go for that risky shot. It's about survival. Maybe not about thriving. 4 minutes, Altruism. Can Cosmico finally finish a play?
An incredible defense, and the demos come out. It forces Cosmico. They throw 2 in it. It's all up to stake. He's done great work with that bicycle play, and immediately puts Cosmico back into challenging it. And 5Fear is a little astounded right now that they're being pressed as hard as they are. Cosmico have not relented for an extended period, and Jeff, there's the opening stake with the final shot. Cosmico take game number 2. It's cost us nearly a full 5 minutes of overtime, but eventually the breakthrough comes, Pyro.
Surely some people tuned out when Cosmico were down 0-6 in game 1, but well, Flicker back in because we got a tied series. Cosmico, they didn't run away with that game. Nearly all of overtime was controlled by this Cosmico team. The one thing getting in the way of them was that finishing factor. Many chances off the backboard, multiple opportunities, and it took 4 minutes, but they were able to close on the final deal.
I think you sum it up really nicely there. Cosmico was getting an abundance of opportunities. I mean, if we look at the shot count from both sides, they were both in double digits. It's equal finishing. 5Fear's wicked finish towards it. We're not seeing that as cleanly from Cosmico, I have to say. They're getting the 90%.
For Cosmico, going to overtime is close there, so they've made the adjustments. They have ramped up early. Match! So we're into it. Game number 3, tied series, and it's anybody's ball game.
I like what you say there. They take that game back early. Oh, what a nice bump there, but it's still not enough to give 5Fear the lead. But certainly, Cosmico have shown that they can do this, and it's not just a moment of brilliance from them. They held for a huge amount of time, nearly, over 9 minutes, was a toe-to-toe matchup. And 5Fear is now coming back in. The save of the respawn from Jeff holds it still at what feels like a deadlock.
Yeah, how much longer can you hold on if you're Cosmico? I can't believe Jeff was able to make that save. Reset play for Ravi isn't going to go, but I like that the big guns, no pun intended, are being pulled out here for the first minute of the game. Sometimes you're in that deadlock during overtime, Altruism. You just don't want to concede a goal, but now you got 5 minutes to play.
5 minutes, no goals as of yet for either team. Certainly a lot of presence being felt here by 5Fears. Hanging around, setting up a shop, a little kiosk, a bit of a 7-Eleven on the other side of the field by the amount of resources they're having to steal from their opposition. But Cosmico, they're making a good attempt at least to clear this ball out. It's not shot after shot at least, and using the width of the field consistently to buy some time for their teammates, and even taking advantage of their own boosts spawning back in. 5Fears not with the deadlock that they had in game number 1, certainly.
God, I love that shot from Snowy. Now he's got guns, causing disruption with the bump play. It's a smart wait there from TechCause. Didn't want to dive in too boldly as the third man on that play. And Snowy probably hoping he got a little more momentum behind that shot. It's too easily taken care of by Cosmico. Ravi with a good reset off the ceiling, allowing Jeff to get a piece of the pie, but I think he's going to come up a little bit short. Stake, big win there. And the dunk does not fall to another Cosmico player. So it's a little more of the same from overtime. Alt causing their chances, but still
Find their old game plan of pass it down to the center. Cosmico is reading that better though. Certainly earlier and trying for the interception as opposed to being able to at least stabilize.
Yeah, it does feel like there's always something new with this squad. What's also new is that they have a player respawn on the field. It's Guns plays Savior. Something Tech had to do a couple from Cosmico that should be a goal, keeping us knotted at zeros. Fast touch there. Snowy will be able to pick up, but Guns has to leave it back to Cosmico. What a redirect over to Jeff.
towards it as well, but off the pass from Jeff onto the backboard, and no mistake coming out there. Cosmico don't just hold steady, they find their opportunity in this one. They may count.
Oh boy, Steak has done it. An immaculate pass to Jeff to nail it down. Is it enough for the game? Not when Snowy has something to say about it.
If there's ever an iconic epitaph for 5 Fears, I'm not done just yet. We will always come back. We will find that equalizer. They get buoyed up with every hit against them and return it tenfold, it seems. And I mean, this is something that we've seen from any team that Snowy's been on in the past. It's this ability to unlock a different gear as the series goes on. And I think they're starting to get to the point of annoyance that they have not taken this series as cleanly as they wanted to. And down to the final 60 seconds. The read, the double.
No. Oh, guns. That has to be a goal. They tried to leverage that incredible backboard read that Snowy had to even make that counterattack a play. Snowy is doing literally whatever he can for this 5 Fierce team to take the lead. He's just not getting the support required. Guns again, too nearsighted. These shots just have to go.
They have to. Your precision when it comes to a mechanical place to get there is only half the deal. And still, 5 years, they've got the opportunity. I mean, we were just saying that Cosmico were the ones who were not able to finish things off. 5 years, up again above the crossbar in their shots, and the redirect finally is going to take the most difficult of the maneuvers they've attempted thus far, and it still gives them the 1-goal lead that they needed with 15 seconds left.
I mean, for Cosmico to score, it's up to 5 Fears to finally let up. For 5 Fears to score, it's for the crossbar and the post to finally let up. Eventually it does. They've got that lead with 10 seconds. It's Snowy. Oh, he just lets Ravi fly past it. Steak is going to be on his lonesome. Not expecting that miss off the backboard means that 5 Fears can clear it away. Ravi could find Steak here. Pass from the corner is cleared out by Tekka's Guns. The opportunity to kill the ball and close game number 3. Jeff just will not allow it. Ruthless endeavors to keep that game alive for as long as it did. 5 Fears back with the lead in the series.
It's the right result, I think, at the end of that, but it was not an easy fought one. They did take the majority of the shots. I mean, Cosmico resorted to only 4 throughout that. You can see that 5 Fears was hammering down that door, and eventually the battering ram comes through. But I mean, a little bit too much. They were kind of splintering the edges of the door before they just walked themselves home and through it. A couple more of those shots could have gone through the opening that they had already made, but at the end of the day, it was 1 goal. 1 goal, 10 goals. That's just an insult that you add to the injury. An important one game up now for 5 Fears.
Yeah, I think we saw 17 shots to 4 was the difference in that game. So there is a pressure overload when it comes to this game, and we saw it definitely take form at the end there for 5 Fears. How many shots does it take to get a point on the board? It was looking like 5, 6, maybe more. But as we get into game number 4, I think adjustments aside, Cosmico just have to lean on their strengths, right? We've seen some incredible defense out of players like Jeff, had 5 of the team's, I think, like 7 saves, and Steak with an unbelievable pass to Jeff. That pinch off the sidewall may still be the goal of the day for me. We'll see if those mechanical plays and that caliber comes to form for Cosmico to tie the series once again.
You know, I don't know how many people even gave Cosmico a game in this series, especially considering the performance we saw against Pioneers yesterday. But they have done more than take a game. They have given hope that they can actually bring this series back. It's all going to really evaporate now or solidify into a dream that people are putting their hope and their heart behind. Cosmico will need to bring it back in game number 2, it feels like that, or 5 Fears. Have they stepped up enough and ready to settle into cruise control mode and take the series home from here?
Yeah, cruise control or flow state, whatever you want to call it. The players that are making it happen will surely finish the job if they're given the opportunity to. For 5 years, it's up to Guns to meet what Tekaz and Snowy have been doing all series long, getting these shots to land and punishing Cosmico where it hurts.
Punishing, I think, is a good part of this. Whichever team is able to capitalize on those missed attempts or those loose balls, the hard touches, as rare as they are, that is going to be the team to step up. But 5 Fear is not looking to make any mistakes. Instead, manufacture themselves a goal out of the corner. I said earlier, it's one of the most difficult positions to find something from, but baits out 2 early challenges from the Cosmico defense and an easy slot home.
2 early challenges that just were not quick enough. Snowy had to do almost a complete 180 to get back to the ball and then turn it around to defenders. Cosmico need to get a wheel in the way a little bit earlier. That said, they do have offense, but it is lackluster. They're running into each other now. Cosmico got to reset.
It's going to take composure. We've said that this fight has been tooth and nail every second of the competition, and you don't have that composure and that communication. I mean, even just a little thing like bumping into each other is a psychological blow that you have to be able to shrug off, and Cosmico seem to be doing it. Find a nice flow towards the center. Jeff helped along his way into the ball by Guns. It's enough for 5 Fears to create the space that they wanted to. No boost on Tekos, decides to go low, and now just going to rotate around. 5 Fears have done the work. Now can they finish it off?
I do like that you said Jeff was helped along to the ball in that pull shot situation. There's plenty of bumps that are making the mark on this game, many of them favoring 5 Fears. Guns very quick up to that ball. But Jeff has been impressing in the skies as well. Swift aerial mechanics to get that away from Guns. Jeff, another save. Just demonic on defense today to keep 5 Fears at bay.
It's yapping at your heels constantly. As soon as you think you got an angle, talk about having an angle. Tekos nearly finding that one, and another one goes unchecked through across the face of the net. But Cosmico seem to have held it for now. 5 Fears getting more and more distance and throwing in longer shots, ready to turn. A bit of miscommunication, but Snowy adapts well, only managing to get a loose touch back, but runs up to it quickly. And 5 Fears dog with a bone right now, still not letting this ball cross the halfway line. Loose ball towards the center. Snowy's up to it quickly. It's gonna come down and difficult to deal with. Is that another rule 1 in the net, really?
There was a rule something going on there. I think it's been broken, and Snowy's ready to break the defense, but Jeff somehow has the read on the shot over and over again. Just cannot believe what Jeff has done so far today to keep Cosmico in this game. This is going to be Jeff now picking up that mid boost, trying to hammer away some of the 5 Fears player. The problem for Cosmico right now is defense is not going to win them this game. They have to get something on the board. Got to switch gears somehow, and they're having trouble doing it.
The gears have definitely changed into overdrive here for 5 Fears, and they're keeping up an incredibly high performance. It's up to Cosmico to try and change this. I mean, look at that tackle across the back line coming in from Ravi. Tries to set something up, but Stake didn't get the shot that he really wanted to. Game 5 Fears playing keep away, and it's all they need to do to burn down these last 30 seconds, take themselves to a game point. Cosmico, though, still within 1, could do this at any moment.
Oh, this is their most threatening chance here. Ravi was hoping that the ball would go across the face of the net. Unfortunately for them, it didn't, and there's a maddening pinch across the other side. Tekaz may have just called game.
But that is huge, and it's actually, he gets the pass off Snowy. I don't know how he managed to manufacture that much speed, but understanding that line through the center is open, puts in the brace, and suddenly Cosmico, they were here, they were looking to dominate the series, they were looking to stand toe-to-toe and prove to everyone that there is no gap between 2 and 3 in this series. Suddenly it fractures, suddenly the hopes start to fade, and by a 2-goal margin, it is going to be 5 Fears giving themselves a game point in that ticket to the grand finals.
In many of the games that Five Fears played yesterday, they forced a shutout against their opposition. 4 wins against LFO, and in those 4 wins, 1 goal was allowed. Five Fears and their ability to hold the rock, control. And finally get a goal on the board, maybe reset here.
Yeah. I think there's key points of their own game plan that they need to just refresh in their mind. It's not that they need to come up with something new. They just need to go back to the old, build from that good, solid defense. We've seen it Resolute the whole time. But, it can't just be... I felt like most of that last game was them waiting on their side of the field to make the challenges, making that last second save instead of turning a save or an attempt in the corner into something progressive. So we head up the escalators into the mall. The last chance that Cosmic Go has to come through, as we see the egg people joined around and waiting with bated breath, as I'm sure you guys are as well.
The egg people, yes.
What's the real term for them? I don't know.
I mean, they have personable qualities such as shopping at the mall, so I'm right there with you, Altruism. I'm sure their eyes are glued to this matchup. It's the opportunity to see our first Grand Finals birth of the SSA new season of RLCS. Five Fears, 1 away. They could do it here, nearly there with a goal from Guns, stripped away by Jeff.
Big part of Cosmico's success in the past has been coming out of the gates, firing with all cylinders, and right now they're not getting the opportunity. Once more pinned in their side by Five Fears. Very nice pass up to Guns, waiting on the wall, who takes control, slows it down, gets the flip. Snowy was there and waiting, but a little bit too much for neutral this morning. Gives Five Fears a bit of a chance to step back. Cosmico breaks away, only just got it over the top by Snowy, and Cosmico immediately latch onto this opportunity.
I do like that save a lot from Snowy, focusing on the horizontal velocity rather than the altitude of the ball. Keeps it out of the way for Cosmico to get that follow, but this is so smart from Jeff. The spacing on that momentary 1v1, earning him an extra touch. The Tekos craftful in his way of getting that ball from the corner to in front of the net. Ravi has stake. They're able to get past Guns, but Tekos survives and saves away. Five Fears on this transition defense, really putting an exclamation mark on this performance. Add another one to the tally.
This is where Five Fears has instilled their namesake in their opposition, because the Cosmico, you could see they were coming forward. I think it was Jeff was the third man. Didn't really want to commit to the play, knowing how potent the Five Fears counterattack is. But that means that you don't take the slight advantage that you've got, hoping for a bigger one, and a little bit too far forward for any of your teammates to back you up when Five Fears puts on that boost. They go from one side of the field to the other. They've got another open net there to aim at, just denied out towards the side. But Cosmico may be starting to dread vacating their own safe space at the back.
Right, they've got to find a chance right here. Ravi for the double tap. It's on target. Tekos gets the read. Stake, unwilling to give up on the possession. Downward pass out to Jeff is going to miss. He's got to pop up pretty far and use all his boost just to carry it away and deny the counterattack. Tekos. Oh, wow, what a carry. And it gives enough time for Snowy to weather the bump and then steal the boost on the other side. Pass out the guns. He doesn't like the looks of it. Bit too telegraphed as Stake took it away, and the demolition opens things up for Cosmico. Ravi jumping at this one. Beautiful pass off the backboard. And Jeff and Stake were at the same point on the half-court line. Neither of them expecting that beauty of a layup from Ravi.
Still, this contest fights, and even with this being series points, it's so hard. Oh, Guns gonna make it an easier conversation. I was gonna say up until this moment, there was still very little in it, but that rush around there from Tekos, running interference and Jeff, and the attempted challenge was there, but it's just too quick coming out from our squad in blue, up by 2.
Jeff did pretty much everything that he could on that play. Perfect positioning, but literally zero boost. Just a little too high for him to get to. So with 5 Fears on that 2-goal lead, they are so close to tasting another grand finals. It would be the first ever for Guns, the 4th in a row from Tekos, and well, for Snowy, I think we've lost count.
I think we've started counting the finals he hasn't made, which, if I'm not mistaken, is only one in the entirety of RLCS history in SSA. Please someone confirm that for me, Bromeo, where you at? But man, what a team that we gave credit to before this. We knew that they were positioned as one of the top 2 teams in South Africa, and they're showing why right now, even against a Cosmico that is looking like the great team that we said should deservedly be in that 3rd or 4th position.
Would be the 27th grand final for Snowy and RLCS out of the 31 possible. Thank you, Mark Fish. In the background, we've got a minute remaining still. Cosmico have the chance to turn the tides like they did in game number 2, but they've got to get a goal for it. It's been at least 9 minutes of a goal-scoring drought for this team. Tekos flings it across. Stake up high, and Snowy collects. He's trying to set up an extra touch off the sidewall as he lets his teammate breeze on by. Tekos doesn't get the read on Jeff, but Guns had the taller play. Oh, capitalize on it. Ravi, there it is. Picks up the midfield ball. It's a 1-point game.
Okay, showing that when they are given the space, it's such a beautiful pass from Stake. And this is the Cosmico that realizes that they have nothing to lose, where everyone charges forward. We've got any space, we're going to take it. They get themselves with a shot into this. Oh, kickoff strats actually avoids the ball and goes for the demo, it looked like, off that. It doesn't have anything forthcoming. They're going to have to do this the hard way, and only 40 seconds left in this and on the wrong side of the field.
Well, many of the players on the wrong side of the ball. It's getting a little dicey here, but Cosmico could thrive on the chaos. As Tekos barreling in for the shot, but it's more about ball possession that 5 Fears should be concerned of. Tekos, that's just off target, but it does buy more time for 5 Fears to get out safely and head to the finals. 10 seconds is the mark for Cosmico. Ravi gets under the ball. The bump play against Tekos to get some chip damage, but not enough to take the defenders away. Final desperation leap for Jeff. It's hit up by Stake, but the demolition's on Ravi. It's only up to Jeff and Stake to play this ball, and they're unable to do so. 5 Fears in 4-1 fashion are headed to the grand final.
Well, the panel said that these were the favorites coming in. There was moments of doubt there as Cosmico looked to be a resurgent team from game 2 and most of game 3. But at the end of the day, it is this typical 5 Fears coming through with more and more in the back pockets that no one is ready to challenge. One game is what most teams at best are able to take, and it's all Cosmico was gifted here. They are out, and 5 Fears, the first team secured for our grand finals.
I'll tell you what, 5 Fears, they are consistent in their playoff wins so far. They said, all right, look forward, yeah, you get a win. Cosmico, all right, I'll give you a game, but other than that, I'm going to make scoring literally impossible. for you. I just am very impressed by the goal conceding count of 5 Fears. Aside from some of the, storming wins that their opponents get, they do a great job of denying goals. So well played from 5 Fears. I'll be curious to hear what the desk thinks now that we've got our very first grand finalist of the season.
I will say this is that we will talk about 5 Fears a little bit more, but I think Cosmico are a lot closer to LFO than I think we've given them credit for so far. An excellent performance, but the 5 Fears team, they had moments when they were kind of scattered and seemed a little bit pressed and under pressure, but those were few and far between. And when they were, they figured out how to get out of it, Machfish, and here they are, grand finalists. It feels like the sense of inevitability is with us.
I mean, it's snowy in SSA, right? We had this stat, 27 now out of 31 possible grand finals. It rarely happens that the man does not hit a grand final. However, we have to blow that horn. 5 Fears, really good, yeah, cool, expected. But my God, Cosmico, Jeff in that series was a revelation to watch. He was so impactful. He was so good. And honestly, I'm just really happy. I wrote it in Twitch chat after game 3. I'm really happy to see that the new generation of SSA players is stepping up. People like Tweaks, people like T-Shell, Jeff, Ravi. It's not just the old guard anymore. And I can't wait to see how they develop throughout the season.
Romeo, we've spoken a lot in the lead up to this on podcasts, and I think everyone here has had a turn to come on the podcast and talk about what we expect. And the thread running through has always been, we need to see this first regional. And to segue off Machfish's point, I am so excited about the potential of where we go in the season. This is open number 1. There are 5 more opens, and yes, I think Pioneers and 5 Fears are quite likely to dominate throughout the season, but the potential we're seeing out of the youngsters, Deathcloud, Cosmico, and even LFO, it just bodes so well for the rest of our season.
The first game of this series, I was like, oh no,
Yeah.
this one's gonna be bad. And I think as the way the game progressed, look, it was all one-way traffic for 5 Fears. They must get their congratulations for that. It was a very dominant display, and I was just having a look at the team stats, and I think Cosmico dealt with 36 demos across 5 games. So that was incredible pressure, and to take it all the way, there were 1-goal game affairs mostly all the way until the end, and that just speaks of how well Cosmico stayed in the race. So look, they didn't get the result, but they mustn't be disheartened. This was a very scary 5 Fears team. They brought all of the firepower today, but man, oh man, the future is looking bright. The Cosmicos are looking good. Deathcloud earlier, I want to see more of them. And LFO, well, we still got to see how they do tonight, but it is looking very good for the region. Gone are the days where everything was predetermined.
Yeah, and it is, there's our schedule. We have had 3 best of 7s, and there are 2 more to go. And 1 semi-final, and then the big grand final. Next up will be Pioneers up against Looking for Org. And Pioneers remain the only team in the entirety of RLCS around the world who have not dropped a game since Swiss qualifying. So that's a pretty impressive stat. They have the potential to have a perfect regional, not drop an entire game, Ultrazim, but they're also going to meet their toughest resistance.
I mean, here on out, there are no decided games. We kind of said it, Bromeo is there, but this is where it really begins. LFO, again, is the hot and cold teams. Pioneers, I think, are still the better ones. I mean, LFO is, even throughout this weekend, shown that there is weakness and they're having to fight really hard against not the Titans. So Pioneers are still probably coming in this with a lot of confidence, and deservedly so. This is a team I would be proud to send as an ambassador of SSA.
Well, they have to get through the semi-finals first, and LFO will be doing their best to make a statement there. Chat, get your votes in. The chat vote is now open. Hashtag KCP or hashtag LFO for your say on who you think is going to take this one down. And driver of the day also open, so you can go and vote for your player of the day, your driver of the day, acgl.gg/vote. And now we start to get our thoughts and predictions on where this is all going to go. Let's have a look at these two teams, their matchup, their side by side. Werty, Torres, Eli, all long campaigners, along with Sweaty, Lewis P, and To Die For, Machtfish. This is a lot more of a veteran matchup than we've seen up till now.
I mean, yes and no. Whilst every one of these players has been here for a long time, we have two of the newer generation of players. We have To Die For and we have Sweaty, both of which, yeah, they have been here before, but they are not the old guard, not like Werty, not like Eliakim. So for me, this is still sort of a bit younger, but the Pioneers are, I think, going into this one as the favorite. You could see it in the stats. They are beating them in every single category. And the main question, I feel like, going forward is, does the flawless streak continue? What could the Pioneers learn as well from LFO's earlier outing? I saw Lawler was in Twitch chat. He was probably watching that series very intently. So what was the information that he forwarded onto his players?
Machtfish calling To Die For and Sweaty kind of among the newer players feels a little bit like calling a 55-year-old calling himself still middle-aged. So,
but they're so young. They're both 18, 19.
I think 20 is where they are now.
Or 20, yeah.
Oh, no.
Basically babies.
No, but I think Machtfish does kind of like sum it up nicely, though. There's still so much growth left for these guys, but it does feel weird because they have been around. They've got so much experience, and we've gone, To Die For, number one player in SSA for how long right now? And he's only just like having his 21st birthday is an incredible accomplishment. And it's the consistency with which we see this coming out from someone like To Die For, who ironically was one of the quietest players. And that's who you've got basically in reserve for your team. That's what makes Pioneers terrifying.
All right, fine. So let's start working our way to predictions. Bromie, I'm going to come to you, but my first, we have the professional bridesmaid in Werty. Machtfish, I can't remember the number, but he's been here a lot. He has been in more sort of semi-final positions without winning than anybody else in the region. So with that in mind, is this his time or not?
Man, it's so tough because as it currently stands, Eli is my driver of the day. Based on what happens next in this game, that could change. But if Eli continues on the path he's been playing today with that confidence, with that speed, with that efficiency, I think that LFO stand a good chance here today. That being said, though, and this is realist me, this is analyst me, it's going to be a very tough ask. They are number one seed for a reason. Pioneers are going to come in firm favorites. And to answer your question directly, Greybeard, I don't think Woody is going to have his day today, but I'm interested to see how close it is. So my prediction, I'd call it 4-1.
4-1. So my question to you, Ultrasm, is do Pioneers drop a game on their way to going to the semi-finals?
Listen, I've been very hopeful up for now until looking for Org. They played really well in the semi-finals. I think that they can. I think LFO can take a couple of games off, so I'm gonna go 4-2 to Pioneers, I think. But that's the outside limits, I think, of what LFO will be able to pick up.
All right, and then just on that stat, Werty has appeared in
15. 15. This is number 16. This is 16th time he's been in top 4. 7 of which have been going to grand final.
16 times in the top 4, 7 grand finals, never won. The second place is Eli Kim was his number 7. I think it was 7. Yeah,
10.
10. Yeah, which is 10. 10 top 4s without winning. Crazy stuff. Okay, so I'm going to predict the Pioneers win. I think they're going to stick to their perfect record. No games lost. And what about you? Machtfish on the coin.
The coin says LFO. The coin says professional bridesmaid. Werty goes to game 7 again and wins it. That's what the coin says. But I think we want to find out what the players say.
82% being smashed in the chat vote. 82% believe that KCP will go forward and meet 5 fears in the grand final. And Eli and Werty and Torres will do everything they possibly can to turn that upside down. Their time is now. Do or die. Exit the tournament or make your way to the grand finals in open number 1.
And the prancing horse, it enters the stage. Sweaty, to die for, Luis P, representing the Kansas City Pioneers. Fresh for the day against a battle-scarred, against a hardened LFO that have fought valiantly their way into this semi-final. A game 7 before for looking for Org. But now, against the Kansas City Pioneers, their task will become absolutely terrifying. Greybeard, who do we send to the final?
Well, one of the most remarkable stats is that the Kansas City Pioneers are not the only Kansas City org here today. Cosmico as well, but KCP against LFO right now, looking for a place in the grand finals. It'll be a fairy tale for LFO if they can get themselves into the grand final. But they, no doubt, they have a massive obstacle in their way.
I hope they got their climbing gear with them, because the Pioneers are going to get everything and more out of LFO. We know the way they want to play. We know that they prefer the clean play style. We know that they want to play perfect rotation, but these are the KCP. They are not going to allow you to achieve that goal very easily, and already demos are flying in left, right, and center. Sweaty's got to die for in support, but the pass a little bit too long.
And we have 2 of what I would consider the hungriest players in the region. One is already in the grand finals in guns, and the other is Sweaty. That man is so determined to be one of the greats in the region. So there's no doubt he'll be fighting hard to preserve their perfect record in the open so far, but to get themselves to the final and finish it out there. But to LFO's credit, in the opening minute 20 seconds, it's not like they've been overpowered by the Pioneers, holding their own for now, but for how long? The save comes through. And but you get a sense of the building Pioneers pressure.
I would go one step further and call Sweaty currently the best player of the region. Over the past year, he's been improving so much, and I think he has dethroned his own teammate to die for in that regard. But there's arguing about semantics, more arguing about what's happening on the pitch, and what we're seeing as KCP, as you said, Gravian, completely and utterly in control of this opening phase. Luis P, one touch that goes around immediately. Torres is pouncing on that to die for. Has to make sure no harm is getting done in their own half. Werty turning on that one late. Few problems here in the early stages defensively for the Pioneers.
What I am liking is very often it's almost a bit of a meme that game 1 of a best of 7 is chaotic as teams figure themselves out and whatever. You have the clutch of goals or just craziness going on. This heads toward the net, but Sweaty made that look incredibly unthreatening. But what I'd like to see here is there doesn't feel to be any of that crazy chaoticness. It feels like solid build-up play here, which is great to see. They're both into their work immediately. LFO doing very well. 3 minutes of gameplay. They've not allowed Pioneers to score. And while LFO have not come anywhere close to dominating the game, they've certainly not allowed the Pioneers to dominate them.
I do feel like, though, this calm game, it favors LFO in regards to the Pioneers. Yes, Pioneers probably still at a higher level when it comes to pure rotation, positioning, communication between the three players. But still, this is playing to LFO's strength and not to their weakness. This, however, is going to be a weakness of LFO. Not enough players to defend Sweaty's shot. 1-0 for the Pioneers.
Yeah, but a lack of communication there. Werty and Eli going up for that at the same time. Werty from out of the net, Eli with his back to the play, and I think they may well have sort of distracted each other. The result, though, is that the net opens up for Sweaty right off the kickoff. What a save! Isn't enough? Oh, my word. Calm head from Werty to calmly pick that up and take it away. Uncomfortable moment for LFO.
Great transition play, though, from Torres and Werty to buy enough time to get settled in for the next defensive effort, which is, lo and behold, coming already. Werty up high, immediately pre-jumped by Luis P. The confidence from the Pioneers just on another level. Werty, heavy first touch, lets him down, but still forces two players to commit. Werty, can he get the redirect? Oh, it's slightly off target.
Heavy backflip. Heavy backflip after that heavy first touch. And it was something we commented on yesterday, where they were struggling with those first touches. And the sooner they can get that sorted out, the better. Here comes Torres. Got just enough boost to make something threatening, but to die for having none of that. Picks up the read, the threat not over, though Sweaty does get the clear.
Oh, Torres, big miss, allowing Sweaty back into the fray. Just fakes a little challenge, but still forces Werty to jump. So the Pioneers, now with time behind them, can just close this one out. Luis P. wants to do one better, wants to find a second goal, wants to find the insurance, but insurance is nowhere to be seen. Torres now, 1v1 against Sweaty, throw down to Eliakim, equalizer!
And maybe instant karma for the breaking of the rule one. You see to die for there. He's the one that breaks it. Knows that his team's under pressure but can't get there and feels backflips just on the corner of the net. And LFO, 10 seconds left, have equalized.
That's the first time I've seen someone like voluntarily employ the rule one. Werty zero boost, knew he was completely out of the play, knew he probably didn't have any more impact, but now he does! Eliakim! What happened to KCP?
What went on here? Did Eli dispossess Sweaty, or did Sweaty miss?
No, Sweaty flipped through, and with that touch, the ball just went backwards. To Diver had no chance to react whatsoever. That was the most awkward of goals, but I guess LFO take it, and they take the lead in the series.
And just like that, Pioneers' perfect open has been smashed with their first game loss of the entire open to LFO in game one. And man, oh man, it feels like a little bit of a gift toward the end. But as you've quite rightly pointed out, Muck, they will grab it and grab it firmly with both hands. And I'm not a fan of Rule 1, but maybe some karma.
I'm still at a loss. For what on earth did we see in these final 15 seconds, all right? We see someone employ a Rule 1 as an actual game strat, and of course it's Werty to do that. And then we see the most bizarre 0-second goal I think I've seen in 4 years of RLCS casting. I'm done now. Get me out of the series already.
No, I love the fact that I was talking about how there wasn't the usual game one chaos of a best of seven, and you know it was solid play. Everyone's doing the right thing. It's not crazy, but cue the last 10 seconds of the game. It was absolute madness and chaos. But the result is that looking for all go to the Forbidden Temple with the advantage, and they will look to press it. and Pioneers will be furious with how that turned out and will be looking to come back swinging.
I mean, when I'm normally looking at Sweaty Clarence and To Die For, I'm not really thinking of fury. That's one of the probably last words that would come to mind. But right now, they have to show that side of themselves. They are competitor first and foremost. They all have that need, that drive to win. Have to show it, though. I like him. 30 seconds gone. Nothing to be gained here. Luis P can't quite land on the ball for the ground double tap. With that, Torres just takes a bit of time for Werty and Eli to possess themselves, to position themselves. Werty following up nicely to Torres.
Wow.
Good shot, better save.
Yeah, wonderful little bit of play. The threat not over yet, but I think Pioneers will take control of it now. I love the thinking. I love the build-up. The execution was great, but my goodness, Pioneers knew exactly what was coming. Got in front of it and got the save.
So crucial for LFO to keep on going, to keep taking that momentum forward, and they're doing exactly that. Werty trying to fit 50 it into the center. To Die For beats Eliakim. Torres very awkward. Torres too awkward. That's going to be it. 1-0 for KCP.
And there's some old school To Die For. Tapping it in right on the goal line, getting the 100 points for himself because, well, why not? It was right there. What was I supposed to do?
I don't think that was him. I can't lie. I think that went wide. I think Sweaty's shot actually went wide. And I mean, knowing he had To Die For there probably helped. So he didn't have to focus that much on his placement. But I think there was a need for to touch it for To Die For. Anyway, he will take that goal either way.
I'm being unkind to Die For then. Maybe it wasn't just blatant thievery.
Oh no, he would have stolen it otherwise.
Return here, Eli! And are we seeing peak Eli getting involved once more, and LFO not letting Pioneers get away with it?
You should know better than to give Eliakim space, especially if you've seen already that he has a good day. You could see that already against Deathcloud, that Eli is here to play on this day. And my god, the space has been taken well and truly as Torres puts it against the backboard. To Die For. Looking for Luis P on the wall, but Luis P has got no boost to speak of. Eli slightly bit too trigger happy on that pre-jump. To Die For. Perfect control. Can he find the bump? Oh my god!
Wow. Well, if goal one was cheeky and it's still to be debated, this was anything but just sensational. To Die For. It is savage, aggressive, and devastatingly effective.
We just spoke of peak Eliakim. We have arriven at peak To Die For. That's what he was doing 2024 when he was unarguably the best player of the region. And he tries to tap into that former version of himself. To Die For again, trying to get it down to Sweaty. This time, 3 LFO players denying that passing lane. Second option though, Sweaty once again making it difficult for the LFO defense, but they do, true to themselves, stand firm.
And it feels to me like suddenly the Pioneers in the last 40 seconds or so of this game they're suddenly playing very, very high up, very short rotations, not really allowing the ball to come back to their half. It is now, but they're really pushing up high against the LFO goal line. And it was starting to be stifling pressure. LFO, to their credit, though, have been able to break out and give themselves a little bit of breathing room. A distance shot is wide.
Yeah, but I feel like yesterday against 5 Fears, that was exactly what LFO was struggling with, right? With the high press, someone being in your face constantly, where there isn't enough time to build up the play properly. So they have to resort to a lot of long boomers down the field where they have to raise their opponents. And that is really where they're outside of their own comfort zone. So I feel like Pioneers have adjusted their methodical approach to be like, okay, we actually need to play to our winning condition and not to our opponent's win condition.
Yeah, well, it's a struggle now. The pressure continues. Pioneers are back at it. Torres does well, and then just what you were talking about. I think he tried to flick it to himself, but it landed up being a pass. Heavy touch shot! Bang! Hits the corner, goes out. Threat not over. Here comes Sweaty. Brings it right back in front. Eli's up, but can only push it into his corner. Boost suddenly running very low. Werty's got himself one. Sweaty has a shot. Oh, it's another one off the post. My word, LFO surviving off the grace of the woodwork.
Sweaty needing to dial in his sides to die for, though. We know his sides are well and truly oiled, but this time the flip reset will not yield any results. Sweaty simply demolished off the field. Oh, that is a bad backflip to die for there, but so is Torres baiting out his teammate at the last possible second, and LFO have to move forward. Team pinch opportunity here, but like him, does not really want to bite.
Man, and it is just unrelenting. Living off pads at the moment wherever they can. Right now, they're back low and boost again. Eli does have. Here comes to die for, trying to bully his way through, and it's not even getting to the halfway line right now. Pioneers are have set up permanent camp in the final third of LFO's half.
Important 50-50 there from Werty in the air, but I don't think it has done much. I don't think it has done anything. Lewis P with the dagger. Pioneers will equalize.
And there we go. They've done what they must. After that chaotic last 10 seconds of game one, they've come out here, put on a pressure performance. Going to be keen to see the shot stat at the end of all of this. And with 4 seconds, 3 seconds, 2 seconds, 1 second done, Pioneers will level up the series.
No kickoff shenanigans. 2 goals, enough for the prancing horse to find their first. But I gotta say, Ryan, it was a bitter piece of work for them to actually get away with the victory here.
Yeah, and there we have it, the shot count, 10 shots, which just speaks to the pressure that became more and more obvious as the game went, particularly in the second half of that game. They were unrelenting. And amazing they didn't score more, and that's probably shout out to LFO. With low boost, under pressure, they managed to defend their net. But there's only so long that can go on, and we see it in the scoreline, 3-1, Pioneers getting... sorry, just looking at that to die for goal. That was so good. So good. I love those air dribble bumps. And and if they continue with this, it's going to be a rough ride in the next few games for LFO.
Yeah, a lot of pressure from the Pioneers overall. Also helped by the 8 demos that the Pioneers managed to get on LFO, which certainly did not make life easy for them. But I feel like the main thing here is that KCP, you know, they've sort of found the groove. They sort of found the rhythm. Yes, the team plays didn't quite end up in goals. That was mostly because Sweaty kept hitting the crossbar challenge. But it was the solo plays that at least those were on point. At least those were effective, right? All 3 goals happening out of solo plays. So for now, that seems to be the way forward. But the Pioneers have to get their passing and their shooting correct.
And then on LFO's side, they won game 1, chaotic or not. They did what they had to do. Yeah. They took that game. So they've proven that they are capable of doing it. But a tough thing. I mean, if we talk about, we mentioned the grand final appearances from Snowy. Between Sweaty and To Die For, that's a whole other clutch. These are players who've been there, who know how to get to grand finals. Whereas, you know, Werty, Eli, they are very good at getting close. But now they've got us. It's kind of like the problem I've had with Declan and Daps, you know, from Genesis to Synthesis. They know how to get to a point, but they've got to get that mental jump over to take it to the next level. And that's a big thing that I think Werty in particular, and certainly Eli, are going to have to overcome.
I mean, Eli, we've heard it earlier, that this is his 11th top 4 appearance. He's only made 2 grand finals. His last grand final for Eliakim, and I've just fact-checked this, was on the 29th of January 2023. So nearly 3 years ago, which is quite mad to think about for a player of his caliber. And the thing is, though, I would say yes, but they've got Torres. And Torres has been, well, winning everything last year.
Torres, however, was here last year, and I don't know what the plans are to get him out here again. And there is that difference of the high ping, and I don't know. I feel ill-equipped to give a solid opinion on how much of a difference that ping makes, but I imagine it's got to make some. But a Torres here is very different to a Torres playing out of Europe. But certainly he does bring his experience, and regardless of ping or not, it's got to lend value because he's come to know the players, he's come to know the region,
and I'm sure he knows all his fellow Spaniards from back home as well. So there's a lot of intel that everyone has on each other. The thing is, I mean, yeah, first of all, I hope LFO find a norm first of all, and then we can talk about maybe bringing Torres out for the two regions that we're gonna have in January. But yeah, I mean, I think it still is a different playing field, playing with Ping, playing against Ping. But I don't want to focus on that much, because the players just do what they're dealing with, right? And Luis P is playing with Ping as well, so there's not even like a discrepancy between the two teams. It is simply just a quality of the players on the pitch, and right now, I think KCP is just that slight bit better, even though the scoreline is, of course, equalized. We're working on a lobby rehost, everyone, but we should be going into Game 3 very, very shortly to see if KCP can actually uphold their definitely decent, if not very good, performance from the previous one.
The best of 7 is now a best of 5. But when you're playing a team with the caliber of KCP, for LFO, they've almost got to treat it like a best of 3. They got to come out swinging. You feel that for a realistic chance, 100%, they have got to win this next game. But if they could win this and the next, then they're in realistically. If they lose here, it's just so rough, because you feel like the monster that is the Pioneers gets bigger with each passing game.
Yeah, it will get stronger, and at the same time, the Pioneers, they have all the pressure, right? If you're LFO, if you're playing against the Pioneers, you're the underdog. You don't have anything to worry. Everyone expects you to lose anyway, except for the coin. But yeah, so you can play freely, you can play without pressure. But I like the sort of mental space you put it as play it as like a best of 3. Just go absolutely berserk, full throttle, and that's what we want to see from LFO here. Game 3, we are all squared after 2 played.
To use a great old phrase, they got to go ham. Go ham from the get-go. Just get out there and play as free and as wild as possible, while at the same time not being a complete idiot. There you go. How do you do that, Mark?
Not play like an idiot. I don't know how to do that one. Ooh, Werty.
Werty's trying to go backwards on the ball.
Trying to follow it still. Finds a good 50-50 in the corner. I'm pretty sure Pioneers are quite happy to keep the ball in the corner, but still dangerously into the center. Now to die for in his opposition. Finds Sweaty in the center, but Sweaty can't find the net. Luis P too far away. Counter-attack brewing, but Eli simply clangs it downfield and does not have any sort of control on the counter-attack. Sweaty, that's a great layoff too to die for. Werty is there.
Still 0-0, 1 minute gone. No score. Maybe that changes now. Louis P! It's a stunner! Scintillating goal from Louis P. Lewis P to get Pioneers in front.
He's been quiet. It's been a lot of to die for. It's been a lot of Sweaty. And now it might be a lot of Louis P to come. He's just been there to support his 2 teammates for now. Let them run loose. Let them go first. And then maybe clean up where necessary. Here, it absolutely was necessary from Louis P. As I like him, though. Moves down the field. Werty's got a shooting opportunity. Aims for the top corner. No bump connected from Eli. That could have been dangerous otherwise.
Yeah, well, it needed the bump. Oh, is this another one? What a save! Werty, after doing work trying to get a shot in, makes his way back for defense, and now he's transitioned. Can he get the pass around the corner? He can't, and it's pinched out uncomfortably. Torres, though, will easily collect and return. There's been a demo, maybe an opportunity. Oh, it's a defensive demo, though, and the attack breaks down for LFO.
Still more possession, though, for LFO. Eli looking for that dunk over Sweaty. The dunk is then found by Torres. Eli giving it back to Werty. Quick little 1-2. How's the drop? How's the read? Luis P, of course he has the read. Long clear down the field, and to die for's already sprinting after it.
Oh, no! Opportunity here. Oh, dear. And I think this is a culprit of those heavy first touches we've been talking about quite a bit. Oh, it was an attempted pass. Never mind. He was trying to find a teammate. Werty and Torres, I think, confusing each other a little bit.
Yeah, Torres wanting to go for the demo to leave Werty with the ball was a good idea, but in the end, if the demo doesn't connect, well, then this is the result that happens, right? Then that's just a free shot for Sweaty, and this time, Sweaty will not hit the woodwork. So 2-0 for KCP, who see more and more in control of the series.
Well, certainly in control of this game at the halfway point, so all the work for LFO to do. Oh my word, there's been a terrible 50 and then a misread. Huge trouble here. Pioneers with a shot. Sweaty can't get the double. To die for is denied the cleanup shot, and LFO get a chance to break out. Looking for the pass was Eli, but just hands over possession. Shot saved by Torres.
Eli against Luis P. Luis without any boost, so Eli's got free reign as long as to die for wasn't there. Werty collecting, trying to 50 his way through again. Eli, perhaps the pass in the center to Torres. No, there's a clear. That's an open net. They threw everything forward, but in the end, it's KCP with the 3-0 lead.
Sometimes it's all, sometimes it's nothing. It was both. They gave it their all, but got nothing. Got scored on 3-0. Pioneers are in charge as it stands here in game 3. And kickoff going a little bit awkward. Werty is going to get there. He's going to burn most of his boost trying to clean up his awkward touch off kickoff.
I mean, early on that play, we saw Werty drive into the net and try to demo the defender. And here, well, the KCP, they just show him how it's done properly. Eli, heavy touch, demo in the goal from Luis P, who then also steals it away from Sweaty.
And then the slight bump from Sweaty after that, like smacking Louis out there. Hold on a second, I had that under control. 4 goals now, and it does feel like an unassailable lead. Technically not, of course, but with Pioneers feeling a little imperious and playing as such, a 4-goal deficit is very hard to find.
Especially in just 80 seconds time. Eli, maybe one though. Werty, low shot. Luis P was wise to it, didn't jump too high. No goals allowed here for LFO as Eli. It's a good challenge against to die for. Sweaty taking over. Torres meets him confidently in his own box. Long clear. Eli, Werty, maybe a little quick little 1-2. No, low shot again, safe by to die for this time.
And you know what? That's a goal against just about everybody else in SSA RLCS, but certainly not KCP. They found a way to save it. They hold on to their shutout in the final 40 seconds. LFO will keep trying though. Eli can't bring it round. Torres with a pinch into the center, follows it himself. Needed a teammate there, but I think both of these teammates had retreated somewhat. A little bit of defensive positioning and resource replenishment.
And now with those resources at their disposal, are they going to have to do some more defending? First and foremost, as KCP is not letting up. Werty and Eli unsure of who wants to go. Eli takes over the ball in the end, but again, no avail. Can they find one more goal here, LFO, or will they go out of game 3 scoreless? Luis P. One more for the road. Perhaps Sweaty got the reset. Sweaty double tap, but it's wide on the ground. KCP, though, still dominant display in game number 3.
Fairly even in game 1. A little bit of chaos in there gives LFO that game. Pioneers come out in game 2. Looked solid, took that game. The rough thing here for LFO in game 3 is not just the 4-0 goal scoreline. It is the shutout. The fact that they were prevented from scoring. That was a game which Pioneers dominated.
And that's despite the fact that the shot tally sits at 8 apiece.
Wow.
It's just the superior efficiency, offensively speaking, from the Pioneers. They go 2-0 up, and they bait one mistake that we just saw there in the replay, and then they have just one great offensive push here with Luis P and the demo. And that's how you end up being up 4-0, and every shot that LFO put on target, and there were a few very quality shots, just saved on the goal line by the cat-like reflexes of the KCP.
And just finding their rhythm, and based on the performance we've seen in this last game, it does feel like Pioneers took themselves a game and a bit to sort of find that rhythm in their comms. Like, okay, now we get the strategy or the style of play that LFO are bringing, and now this is how we work our way around it, and they've done that very well. So we now find ourselves in Utopia, where Pioneers will look to continue their domination. LFO will look to stop it, and it's Pioneers domination out the gate. 5 seconds. Lewis P threw it to die for pass, which is sensational. Are up a goal.
Poor Werty. 15 boosts and a dream, but the dream that never materialized. He's keeping on sleeping. LFO 1-0 down early doors against the Pioneers. Sweaty, again a clean beat in midfield to Lewis P. Where's to die for? There he is, shot on target. No, slightly high, and then taken away even further by Torres.
Well, the good news for LFO, I guess, is that it was a very early goal, so they got plenty time. And the other bit of good news is that it is just one goal, at least for now. And if they can keep it to that and figure themselves out, and man, just got himself a tank full of boost and then died.
Yeah, good idea by Torres, but an even better one by To Die For, who went for that demo. KCP trying to set up shop yet again in that orange half. Sweaty. It's going to be next man moving forward. Torres. Oh, that spills into the center. It's going to be dangerous. It's going to be awkward for Wert. He's on low boost yet again. Luis P delaying his approach. Eli gets one save and a crucial soft touch, but Sweaty nearly bulldozing his way right through into the net.
Man, he almost scored with the ball and the card there. Here we go. Flip reset To Die For. Doesn't get it. It is saved away, but once more we see that building Pioneers pressure. Again, with the short rotations, not going all the way back, keeping the ball there and thereabouts, right back into the LFO half. To Die For. Can't get the pass round. The ball makes it as far as the halfway line, but hold on a second. Werty! Wonderful read from Sweaty.
Great awareness that the pass was an option, and Werty choosing to go for that option, did not fake out the pass. It's difficult to decide what to do in that instant if you're in that 2v1, but Sweaty did everything correctly as a defender. And now, Pioneers again moving forward, one bump not connecting. Werty again on low boost, having to contest Lewis P in the midfield. Eli, heavy first touch, can he get back to the 50? Yes, he can. It's good 50-50 too. Again, the speed in the end just slightly missing, and a great bump from Sweaty there on Torres.
Oh, now opportunity here for LFO, but they let it go. Teammates, no boost. We're all the way back at the halfway line. The ball was right there in front, but nothing they could do about it. Bad touch is gonna be punished, and punished ruthlessly.
Oh, and it's Eliakim as well. He did not want that touch to go this hard. He just wanted to take it up the back wall. And if we know one player that is susceptible to mental damage, to emotional damage on that LFO side, it is Eliakim. And I hope for them that his mental is not in the bin.
Yeah, it's got to take a ball. Oh, okay. Now we're going to go for angles. Werty, what a 50 from Louis though, straight up into the ceiling, and then the touch from To Die For. He reads his own bounce just around the curve. Bang, bang, 3 goals at the stroke of halftime.
That's a big one to score To Die for the Pioneers, but it's an even more awful one to receive for LFO. I feel like there was still stabilization to be had, but with 3 goals, the Pioneers will surely now run rampant. Luis P looking for a 4th pass down. There was still a Torres to contest with. LFO needs something to latch their hopes upon to. Eli, maybe an angle here. No, pass down into the center, but it's still somehow saved by Sweaty.
I don't know about you, Mark, when you play Rocket League and that sort of thing starts to happen, you start to get that sense. Yeah, and you're just like, okay, Rocket League is not interested in us winning today, so do your best, but it's just not going to happen. Another heavy touch. Fortunately, Torres catches up with it and will keep it there and thereabout. Maybe an opportunity into the mid. Werty picks up off the sidewall. Torres tries to follow, can't reach his own touch, and it's punted all the way back into the LFO corner.
And KCP again moving forward. Valiant defending though coming out by LFO, who have not given up just yet, who, I mean, in this series at least, Rocket League may have been against them so far. Barring those crazy 15 seconds in game number 1. The Pioneers have been in the driver's seat ever since. Eli just flipping in a bit haphazardly. Can he recover? Yes, he can. Great recovery. Great save from Eli.
Man, oh man, that is so scary. It's terrifying. They do keep it out, but I'm not sure it's helped. 3 goals, 45 seconds to go. They don't even have possession right now, and there's Lewis P is causing absolute havoc in the net. Picked up by Eli, 0 boost. What much he can do? Picked up by Werty, heading toward the net. Saved by Lewis P. And denied once more. Keep in mind, it was a 4-0 shutout in the last game, and we're looking at least that in this one.
It's a great little power slide turn there from Luis P to get it around his compatriot and Torres. And then to still have the speed to get it in front of Eliakim. Second 4-0 in a row is looming ever bigger on the horizon as to die for Luis P and Sweaty combine themselves down the field. Luis P, that's an interesting touch. If he can get the double touch, that's surely play of the day. This might not be in the end, but the origins of that goal were classy to say the least.
And to die for ruining the symmetry of the last game and this game. It would have been really nice, but now we got the odd number of goals. And now Pioneers just putting the boot in 5-0. And 13 seconds, 12, 10 seconds left for LFO to get something out of this game. And based on what we've seen, where does it come from? It's not likely. It's going to be 6. 10 goals to nothing in the last 2 games.
Ouch. Nothing else to say. This one just hurts. And you can sort of see it in the challenge from Eliakim. He's just jumping in from the start. Well, he knows this game is lost, so he's just trying to have a bit of fun with it, trying to have a bit of fun with a read. 6-0 is going to be, maybe not, the final result of this game number 4. We're just waiting to confirm. Eli has got no intentions of doing so. And we'll just keep guessing. Is it 6? Is it 7? It's going to be 6-0. And the Pioneers are moving on to match point.
Well, there was a sense of excitement after that first game, Macht. Maybe this will be interesting. But from that storyline point of view, it's gotten less interesting as the game has gone on. But Pioneers certainly not uninteresting in themselves, dominating out there in scoreline and everything else. They are on series point. They are moments away from booking themselves a grand final against 5 Fears.
I mean, it's sort of similar to the previous semi-final where Cosmico also gave us that slither of hope, right? That there was something in it. And then 5 Fear was just like, yeah, nah, you stand down. And it's the exact same that the Pioneers are doing. We got the sliver of hope after game 1, and then the Pioneers were like, okay, nah, we're just focusing now. Yeah, you got game 1. Cool, we don't care. We just take everything else. And LFO, they take the time out here. The thing is, I hope that they can reset their mental in that 1 minute, because they need to if they want to have any chance of winning game 5.
And it's a tough time to take it. I mean, was there an argument to take it at 2-1? You kind of feel, maybe that's a little bit too soon, but this feels like a very tough time to take it. You've conceded 10 goals. You've not scored in over 10 minutes of Rocket League. It feels like you do need more than a minute to reclaim the headspace you need to go out there. But Werty, we've discussed this, Machvesh. Werty is the mental man on that team, and he's got his work cut out for him in the next, probably 20 seconds that are left.
And not just Werty, I mean, they've got their coach with them as well, Datalight, who can just, give a bit of outside perspective as well. Maybe jump around like that egg does at the step arcade
I've never
machine.
been to this part of the mall, I've got to say.
Neither have I, and I'm
that's
intrigued.
pretty cool. We've just well, leave the arcade games. Get yourself back to your seats. This is Game 5, semi-final RLCS SSA Open number 1. Pioneers looking for organization. Right now, LFO looking for something.
Looking for anything. Eli, oh, that's a big whiff. Sweaty has to bail him out. Sweaty is going to take control regardless of that fact. Eli, 1v1 versus Sweaty. He's got Sweaty in support behind, forces the flick, but the crossbar sort of it does help in the end for LFO. They still have to fight out of it. Good demo there from Torres, but the ball spills out mid to Luis P. Eli on the backboard though. It's good defending from LFO for the first 40 seconds here of game number 5, but they need a little bit more than that moving forward. Eli forced into another big save.
It's been 50 seconds and it has been out the gate. Pioneers up against LFO on their goal line. It's almost like being woken up from a dead sleep and you have to pick up your rifle and go to war. You know, it's like, oh, what? But hold on a second. In the complete against the run of play, LFO turn it around. They have a lead.
Sweaty, by his mere presence, makes Sweaty jump, misflip in the end, and then Torres just walks the ball in. Open goal, 1-0 in favor of LFO after not scoring for more than 10 minutes, more than 12 minutes at this point. They finally find one on the board again. They also find a team bump between Torres and Eli, allowing Luis P to take control of the ball in midfield.
Yeah, it's that very nervy time right after you've scored. You know, you just hate to give up that cheap goal off kickoff, and it nearly happened. They've survived that, so they've got to just take a moment to breathe and reset themselves. And their priority right now is, okay, be very focused on where we are and talking to each other. We've got to make sure it's imperative they don't give up this lead while they go in pursuit of a second goal. Oh my word, they survive again. Only just, but the surviving is the important part.
Lady Luck's fortune might be turning. That ball not going in directly. Pioneers have to work a bit more for it. That's a pass center. That's easily cut up. I like him. Long clear. Doesn't have the pace. Yes, it does have the pace. It does have the placement. 2-0 LFO.
Well, we are not done. This is good. And what's great about this, we were talking about the mental side of things and sort of, 2 games, you've been shut out, you've conceded 10 goals. With Rock, your confidence can come surging back, as it will here with a 2-goal lead over Pioneers. Now they've got to use that new confidence to their advantage and not get reckless.
Have a 2-goal lead to work with now, LFO. They can use it as a tactical resource. Eli, heavy first touch, can't quite recover to it. To die for quickest to that loose ball. Bum in the backline though from Eli on Sweaty, allowing Werty to get back into the play. Werty passed one, Werty passed the second, but no one there to support him in the center. Where was the LFO player waiting to receive that pass?
Well, maybe they're like, you know what, we're not going to go diving in there. We'll wait. Great little flick. Luis P, though, reads it easily. But it's awkward. It's heading toward the net. It's wide, and now to die for will take it out. He might cause chaos. Passing to the middle. Sweaty doesn't collect it.
Great demo onto Eliakim, but what good does it do if the shot's still coming on? Torres having to employ both Luis P and To Die For on defensive duty. Sweaty, great pass down to Die For, but the save from Werty is there. Luis P dropped down, crossbar, Sweaty completes.
Everybody getting involved from Pioneers, and as a wise teammate of mine used to say, that's what a 2-goal lead is for. So they've conceded 1. They still have the lead, LFO. But someone made the comment yesterday during the Pioneers game is that they don't panic. They're well aware they've got plenty of time to get back into it. The shot from long distance goes wide. But maybe LFO can get them panicking a little because they're suddenly having to scramble on their back line.
They don't have infinite time remaining either. Only about 80 seconds for Luis P and co. to cook up something that will hurt LFO. Eli into the skies, beaten by Sweaty, who's got not enough boost to make anything of that play. And the Pioneers again forced with defensive duties first. Luis P. There's a pinch out. Sweaty can't find a redirect, can't find a demo, so rather just aborts the offensive mission. The demo comes out, but nothing here to be gained by the Pioneers.
What has been very good to see from LFO. Maybe an opportunity here, Eli! A little bit of chaos there. They restore their 2-goal lead. What a fantastic demo. Eli nicely controlled, nicely followed, and kind of forces it in through a sort of combo pinch, own goal, dunk, 50. Either way it goes in. LFO back in front.
It's just an opportunistic jump from Eli at that instant. And it's going to be Torres to secure it after the kickoff. Good read and immaculate shot placement.
Well, what's been good from LFO in this game is it feels like, and they very much have prevented Pioneers from just building that conveyor belt of pressure. Rotate, turn, back in, have a shot, rotate, turn. They seem to have closed down Pioneers quicker, and the controlled plays out of their own half have been far better in this game.
Yeah, exactly. It's not just the boomer ball that LFO is employing. They're not just banging the ball away senselessly. They're actually trying to take control, as I say that, and Eli just booms the ball away senselessly. But mostly, that is what they've been doing. Eli, this time, taking control, taking it around 1, taking it around 2. That's exactly what you need to do. Werty on the wing, as support does not have enough movement. Maybe a 50-50, finds a 50. And with that, they will secure game number 5. Match point 1 has been averted. LFO still alive.
Well, they got the timeout buff. It is statistically proven that a team taking a timeout does give a little bit of surge. It's like having extra B1 vitamins in the morning. You got there, you at least until lunchtime, you're feeling pretty good. So it's worked for them this far, but there is plenty work still to be done, not the least of which is to get through Neo Tokyo, which has seen the demise of more teams than we care to remember.
And we can't remember them all. At this point, definitely not anymore. The amount of reverse sweeps, the amount of teams that have had hopes going into Neo Tokyo, but have left, well, losing overall. LFO does not want to join that fray, and LFO knows what it's like to win the last 2 games on the trot. Let us cast our minds back about an hour or so when they were playing Deathcloud Esports. They were down 3-2 with 2 left to play, won both on the trot. Yes, a different opponent, but the same setup.
And coming back to the point we've kind of labored on quite a bit, the mental side of things. What if they can find a way to win this game, it would do so much for that confidence, for that mentality, to know they can come down against a powerful team like Pioneers and bring it to level terms, force it to go to a game 7. It will be an immense tonic. But the next 5 minutes is going to test that to the ultimate limit.
5 minutes on the unforgiving, rainy, slippery tarmac of Neo Tokyo. With Luis P already airborne. Luis P pass 1, pass 2, and then an unfortunate own goal by Werty will complete the play. 1-0 for KCP.
All right, well, the immediate response is, haha, guys, let's just laugh it off. Go next, we're good. But that hurts. It hurts a lot.
And the way in which you concede oftentimes does matter to you conceding. And this one does indeed hurt. But Werty, if we know one player to not be effective mentally, then it's going to be him. And now he has to rally his troops once more to die for. And 1v1 against Werty. Good challenge this time around. Luis P, though, cuts out any sort of hope for a counterattack right where it started in the midfield.
Pioneers looking to bring that stranglehold they love to bring. They're doing all right with it so far. To die for, though, can't keep control. It gets, nice little demo here. Might give an opportunity for Eli, but Luis P stands strong, stands firm, gets it out. He's done incredibly well. He's just got 1 to beat now. Is he going to look to pass, look to shoot? He goes for the goal, I think, but it's cut out either way. Sweaty now will look to bring it back. And Pioneers building that pressure once more. For the moment, LFO not getting the ball very far clear. There's been a massive demo. Torres on no boost. Eli on no boost. Werty's back in play with the 33 after a respawn. Popped awkwardly in front of net. And times are few for LFO. They survive for now, but I'm not sure for how much longer.
Times are few, boosters even fewer for LFO. Great little pass there from To Die For to Sweaty. Sweaty, does he have a second touch? Yes, he does. Third touch as well, but there is Torres on the backboard. No boost, though, in the tanks for LFO at all. Sweaty in the air, quick as to it. Werty gets his body block in. To Die For another shooting opportunity. Goes high for the backboard once again. Werty, can he get the block? No, he cannot. Shot, though, from To Die For. Also high. Pioneers are a bit wasteful with great opportunities.
And yeah, for the last 40 seconds, I would say, Pioneers once again just keeping it camped over in the LFO half. My words, that it's raining demolitions on either side. To Die For with a flip reset, looks for a teammate. Eli gets it for a moment. Sweaty with a 50, puts it in front. Now it's heading toward the Pioneers net. To Die For will easily collect. LFO finally get a little bit of room to breathe. Shot on net, but saved.
Great little passing play there between all three players on LFO. Werty down to Torres, has got the pass to Eliakim. Needs to use Eliakim on the left flank, and that's an equalizer. LFO again, or equally as wasteful as the Pioneers.
Close, but no one's smoking them cigar. Okay, there we go. Lewis P gets past one. Suddenly awkward for LFO. It feels like it didn't need to be, but it is. It might be a boost situation. No one has boost. Werty and Eli are the only ones that have something, and they haven't cleared it just yet. Lewis P back toward the net, just puts it there and thereabout, forcing LFO to use more boost in an attempted clear. And they're getting it out, but not for very long periods of time. Pioneers, lots of pressure, but no goal. There it is! To Die For from a little bit of distance, a little bit of angle. 2-0 for Pioneers.
What a rocket from To Die For. 109 kph. The angle out of the corner, Torres did not see that one coming. And with it, Pioneers double their lead. They now have that insurance goal. They now have that opportunity to play with the scoreline just that tiny bit and to force LFO into offense when they don't really want to. Sweaty trying to find a third, but Werty will deny.
And the problem, LFO right out the gate, immediately they're back in defense. They need to be figuring out how to get onto attack right off the kickoff. Right off the kickoff, they've done nothing but defended in their own half. They're out, but for how long? Gets it over one, does Werty. Sweaty, easy pickup, and he will get this long distance. He'll burn 12 seconds off the clock as he lazily glides it across the field and immediately back into the LFO half. Maybe something there. The heavy touch we've spoken so much about gives it right back to the Pioneers. Shot on, saved by Lewis.
Lewis P, not the first good save he had this game. As To Die For's tasked with carrying this one out of his own half, does so until the halfway line where Torres is eagerly awaiting the ball to come to him. Lewis P, though, around his compatriot, round Werty. Can he find his teammate? No, Sweaty. Denied by Eliakim in the end. But still, every second that's ticking down is 1 second. The Pioneers are closer to their date with destiny in the grand final. Lewis P again stretches for another save.
Do or die time. This may be the last 40 seconds of LFO in open number one, unless they can pull a mythical rabbit out of a very, very small hat. And they're still having to defend. If that goes in, it's all done. Sweaty will get his first of this game, but that, you feel, is final nail in the coffin.
3 goals in 30 seconds would be a monumental throw from the Pioneers to give up, but kickoff strats are a thing, though apparently not for LFO, who just go for a regular standard kickoff. Torres, they are not able to transition into offense at all. Maybe on the counter-attack, Eli, can he pop it up high for Torres? No. Sweaty will deny. And with that, time is now not there anymore. The Pioneers, they will move to the grand finals.
And I'm sure it will come as a shock to many that the grand final of open number one is Five Fears and Pioneers. Who saw that coming? Almost nobody, Machtfish.
Nah, we didn't see that one coming at all. We didn't completely write our entire storyline about it, right? That the Pioneers and Five Fears would duke it out in the final. Yes, it's a date with destiny, And it's a date that we are eagerly awaiting. But at the same time, right, I feel like KCP, we said yesterday, 5 years, they weren't bleeding, but they were wounded against LFO. I feel like today against Pioneers, LFO went one step further. I feel like Pioneers can bleed.
Very important that. Quite right. Oh. And as we see the highlights rolling there, the Pioneers, they were dominating in game 6. The only time they took their foot off the gas was pretty much in game number 5. And that was a very, very good game for LFO, but they couldn't bring it into game 6. And here we are. We're about to go to a grand final with 5 Fears and Pioneers.
too long. Feelings they run. I know it's hard. We'll win this time. Don't wait too long. Feelings they run. I know it's hard. We'll win this time. I need you by my side.
Time for the grand finals. We've learned a lot of lessons this weekend, and we have a final lesson to learn. So, gentlemen, what have we learned? We have learned that the Pioneers and Five Fears are, as predicted, the top two teams in the region. Cosmico and LFO fill out 3 and 4. And with maybe Death Cloud making an argument for a fifth team in that conversation. And then after that, a little bit of uncertainty and chaos. What we have not yet learned is where do we stand in the competition between the Pioneers and Five Fears. Bromeo, my first question is going to be for you because it is this. We know that Snowy knows how to win. He's incredibly determined to win. He's done incredibly well galvanizing teams, being a leader and bullying his way into wins. But now we have Sweaty and To Die For, who in their own rights have been in the contention for best player in the region. Can the two of them combine, and is Lewis P enough? Who takes that leadership role to overcome that on Snowy's team?
Oh, this has been such an interesting day of Rocket League so far, because every single metric that we could compare, all the teams that have played against each other, we haven't seen a full data set. We haven't seen this game before. So you're saying who can link up, who can step up for KCP, who can fill that leadership role? And I don't know. It's so tough to see. I can see Sweaty jumping into that role quite easily. He's very methodical. He's very determined, and but that team is so talented that I feel like they all back their own abilities anyway. But this today is that litmus test. It is the best of the best against each other. It's the game we've all been waiting for.
Now, Mark, this is the final question we wanted answered. Leading up to this, there were lots of questions. They've all been answered except this one. And one of the things we've raised is personality-wise, Guns and Snowy together is very interesting. And they didn't like each other. They absolutely grinded there and butted heads a few times. Now, according to Guns, they're becoming best friends. But for both Pioneers and Five Fears, this is the first time since Open 1 started that they're facing real competition. How much does that change the dynamic out there?
I feel like it doesn't that much, because Guns and Snowy are linked together by one winner, and I'm just going to quote Guns here from yesterday. They need to win. They want to win. They have a desire to win, and they need to win. They are so ultra competitive people that they don't care with which person they're teaming in the end. They had their differences in the past, cool, laid it to the side, talked it out, and now they're there to elevate one another, not to blame one another. I think that's going to be the big important one here for 5 Fears in their grand final. On the other hand, we know Sweaty and To Die For are a bit more laid back as people, but let's not mistake laid back for they don't care, because I mean, we do know they truly care about winning as well. So honestly, I'm just excited, because we had so many questions and now we finally get that one answer. Who is the best? And scrims don't matter. They would have scrimmed each other
absolutely.
Millions of times, but this is in anger. Who's better in anger?
Max, I want to stay with you for a second, because Lewis P is the person on the Pioneers team I know nothing about, and I mean, I've heard the name. He's been around a while, but do you know him at a personal level at all? Can you offer any insight into what? No,
and unfortunately not.
Okay. And what about Steak? Does anybody know? Because these are further enigmas to us, because they're not people we've. Say what? What did I say?
So we
I
got
said Steak.
Lewis...
Oh my word! I'm like innovating Cosmic.
There's too many Spanish thirds. So I think what to pull from both of these Spanish players is the fact that, like, both of them have success, right? This is going to be Tekaz's 4th grand final in a row. He just got 3 in APAC last season. But Lewis P got a top 4 in EU with 100% last season. So I think he's coming in with a bit more of a better resume in this one. Not to mention, Lewis P was a dynamic force in the series we just watched. So when we're looking at that battle between the two Spaniards, Lewis P may have the edge. That is, if they were on the same ping. A huge conversation point in this matchup is that Tekaz is playing from South Africa, whereas Lewis P during this event is not. We'll see if that ping plays into effect in a big way, a small way, or not at all.
We're getting closer and closer to answering these last very important questions. The chat vote is open. You can have your say as we work our way around to our predictions. Hashtag 5F, hashtag KCP, depending on who you would like to see or who you predict to take to be the open number 1 champion of SSA. And driver of the day is also open, acgl.gg/vote to go and vote for your driver of the day. And there we see the team matchups and 5 fears, an obscene number of shots, Brobio.
Oh man, I've been waiting for this matchup because, like I said earlier, 5 fears takes a lot of shots. And you can see it's pretty much the only discernible difference between these top 2 teams. And I think I don't know what to give this game because on paper, they are the same. And so far, there is nothing between these 2 teams. Both have a little bit of last season in them. Both have a little bit of Limitless in them. And both have a lot of potential in them. And just having a look at these players, both former Limitless players, Snowy on the one side, To Die For on the other. Enemies, well, lovers turned enemies now. And honestly, have a look there. 1.19 goals each, 3.69, 3.63. There is no difference. The only difference is that To Die For is a little bit more of a defensive player and Snowy's a bit more aggressive. That is the only difference on paper.
And then how much of it, I just don't know how much of a difference it makes, the fact that how well they know each other. I mean, To Die For and Snowy, they've played together a long time, and there must be a lot in the bank in terms of knowledge about the style of each other, and that's where maybe the coaches have an influence in terms of what they bring and outdo it. But gents, we're a couple of minutes away, so we got to start thinking about predictions. And Pyro, I'll start with you. So give us a bit of your reasoning and who you predict.
Well, ever since I heard that Limitless, those players would split, I called it a coin flip when Snowy picked up guns. He is the next best talent in the region for good reason. Many would call that he's not just top 4, top 3 or so. I think he has a lot to prove in this match because in the semifinals, he wasn't as flashy as I'd like to see him. But with Tech Oz on good ping, I think 5 Fears got it. Take it to game 7. Go all the way and give me 5 Fears.
As a paid actor
Let's
here.
Go all
As a
the
paid
way.
actor.
All right, Brobio,
All right,
how
Mr.
about you?
Coin.
All right, look, I was so certain for weeks beforehand that we have one top team and one slightly behind. And up until yesterday, I was still convinced of that. But today, I'm not so sure. The way that 5 Fears have been playing is really, really scary. And there's only been one team that's been convincing me today. And that's 5 Fears. Give it to me in game 7.
Also, let's go all the way. I think it is my contention that Kansas City Pioneers are going to be open number 1 champions, and it will end on Neo Tokyo. So for a 4-2 result, Kansas City Pioneers. But as pointed out by Pyro off stream, it is wonderful that we can actually have a conversation and not be sure about who is going to take down an SSA Grand Final. And with that said, Machtfish, give us your prediction.
The coin is ready for its final toss of this open qualifier. So let's see what the coin will say. 5 Fears, the Pioneers, it says 5 Fears. But
Sure.
I do agree on the game 7 with my dear colleagues. It's going to go the distance. It has to go the distance.
Well, here's the surprise for me is that KCP are getting 68% of the vote. That seems way, way, way too certain one way or the other. I mean, Cosmico and 5 Fears was 50% in the chat vote. So 68% for KCP is just wild. But we felt like there was a lot of mystery surrounding Open number 1 as we went into it. So many things we needed to see, so many things we needed to see play out. We have answered so many of the questions. There is only one question remaining, but we will know that it will not all end here for the 2026 season. The grand final is upon us. 5 Fears, Kansas City Pioneers, Ultrazim, Pyro, bring us a champion!
The crown is up for grabs in SSA, but the votes are split. Limitless is no more. The long-standing trio of Snowy, Sweaty, and To Die For has been ruptured by the 2/3 rule. Sweaty and To Die For stick together on the Pioneers as Snowy is left to pick up the next best local talent. Nemesis turns sidekick, Guns. 5 Fears has what it takes to renew Snowy's hopes of topping the region again, but will have to take out his chosen brothers of old along the way. Altruism, it's time for the match that everyone has been waiting for.
Oh, this feels like a match that's been rumbling for seasons. It's kind of that who would win, Superman versus Goku of legend. And now we get to actually see it. What does Limitless look like when they start to take on a different form and with some amazing international talent to back them up? This really is, according to all accounts, the top 2 teams in the region, but that's not what we're interested in, Pyro. We're interested in number 1. And my favorite comment from the chat coming into this before, while you were chatting on the panel, was a spiteful Guns is the most dangerous player in the world. And I feel like that applies to almost everyone in the field. They are dangerous when provoked.
I mean, you better hope that emotion plays a role here and it plays for the better of Guns. Talked about his precision on the shot taking being a bit lackluster when he's supposed to be this mechanical warrior pickup. 4 or 5 Fears. Can that accuracy take place for 5 Fears as they're left without anything after that possession?
Bit of a approach coming out here from Pioneer. Sweaty dispossessed his entire position there, but 5 Fears still cramped up on their side, finally getting to stretch their wings on the back of Snowy. This is something that I'm looking to see throughout the series here from 5 Fears. They're being so precise on their passing plays, out of the corners, finding especially Snowy waiting in the center. And Guns, of course, how much work can he do when he's relying on his aerial prowess so much against an opposition who arguably are as quick-witted as he is?
These are quick-witted players, and it's been the swift reaction plays in the midfield from 5 Fears that have led them to control majority of game number 1. So it just takes one clear from Sweaty to break through and allow the Pioneers to get on the attack. Sweaty dives in for the bump play. Tekos perseveres, maneuvering the ball out to the midfield line. There's Guns, patient as ever. Takes that up towards the ceiling and is beaten. There, Guns. Approach to the other side, and 5 Fears are not allowing Pioneers to set up camp, but they're trying to work for it. They're trying to muscle it through. They're leaving players on the other side of the field to hunt for those bump plays. Ground play, Sweaty, save.
I mean, Tekos coming in behind there is brilliant maneuvering and an understanding about how this tempo is going to shift throughout the series. I mean, game by game, minute by minute, these players are able to approach the ball from anywhere on the field. We saw Sweaty making a great clear from one side, Guns carrying from the other, and it means that you have to keep your wits about you no matter where on the pitch the ball is. And making sure to challenge at the right time. Snowy tracks all the way back to his own net, giving up the space, but making sure that when his team does make that challenge, they come away with the possession. Guns with a good 50 to bring it off the backboard, but no one from 5 Fears in tow.
I think what I'm most interested in is the fact that Pioneers seem way more aggressive of a team than 5 Fears. They are diving in for these demolitions. They are leading counterattacks with someone already all the way across the field. I expected 5 Fears to be the go team, but it's 5 Fears that have to be resilient instead against the violent ways of the Pioneers.
Yeah. You know, I feel 5 Fears is a team that relies a lot on positioning and linking up as a squad. And right now, Pioneers is not giving them the space to get that structure. Oh, that's a big miss from Guns. Picked up by Snowy to keep it out. But yeah, it's as long as Pioneers keep the possession, the movement of the ball away from the structure of 5 Fears, they're going to be in control of this game. This is a really nice breakaway. Snowy going up high. He gets a demo on the end of it. And it's a dive for called into the defense.
Air dribble bumps and demos definitely going to play a role. Some of these games, to die for had the air dribble demolition stunner of that last series, but has been a bit quiet so far. Game number 1, can't blame them. Nobody has found their way to the net. Guns and Tekaz both getting some chip damage there on the attempted clear. Tekaz leading that to Guns. Talked to Guns yesterday in the interview. They said communication has been key. If the ball's called to midfield, that's where it goes. They've been directing the ball to their teammates all event long. Can they do it to get maybe just the one goal necessary to win this game?
Certainly no reason for any communications to fracture as of yet. Both of the teams yet to find the back of the net despite numerous attempts. This one's a great attempt. Tekaz, of course, there for the to meet it confidently. Goes, in fact, for the 50. Gets it up towards the center. Still goalless. 30 seconds left on this. And it really is a furious punching attempt from the Pioneers versus a much more demure side of the Far Fears, but one that's composed more than just lackadaisical.
Ooh, well, I don't know if now's the time for composure. We got sparks flying, demolitions on the line, space opening up for the Pioneers. They're trying to close this out before overtime, but they won't get the chance. The ball is killed. It's to extras.
Oh, what's better than a Game 7 overtime in the Grand Finals? A game number 1 promising that the series is going to be deadlocked the whole way. No one finding a step wrong on the opposition side and managing to link together all the plays that they could ever want, but still checked out. Oh, an interesting time to reposition, but Snowy completely reads the game, actually finds some width on this one, and suddenly Pioneers go from offense to defense in a blink of an eye.
Yeah, Snowy had to put it in reverse there for a second, but they get the chance for Pioneers to have to reverse towards their backboard. Nothing needed as Lewis P gains a ton of distance with that clear to die for. The corner double won't go. Pass over to Snowy. It's a dime to the net. Lewis P has it covered, and we're going coast to coast in the blink of an eye. Guns attempts for control at center court. Ball's on target. It's Guns for the first win of 5 Fears.
Oh my goodness, it takes a breakaway, a desperate 50, finds his feet on the wall and recovers well enough to loft it up and over the third man. And Pioneers go down. 5 Fears earning the respect that they got from the panel. And suddenly, I mean, this really is just game number 1. This is where it's supposed to be just calibrating on each other.
I feel like that final goal speaks so much to the decision that Snowy had to make when he was no longer teammates with To Die For and Sweaty. Who do you pick up? Obviously, there's going to be that international third in Tekaz, but is it going to be Guns that's going to step up in this position? Altruism, this is Guns' first grand final. You know, he had his breakthrough a couple years ago, but never really able to make a championship. So for him to have the medal to score that all-important first goal in his first grand finals is really something else.
I think that'll be amazing to settle his nerves, to know that he belongs here. In the interview yesterday, he felt like he belonged in a grand final, so it's nice to see him. You know, he really did impress from the moment he arrived on the scene, mechanically at least, and now under the leadership. It's going to be interesting to see as the series goes on, you know, when those moments don't come to perfection. We have seen even earlier today a couple of moments where he just wasn't as polished as he needed to be. And that is where you start going, okay, someone who's had it all going his way, what happens when it doesn't?
We'll see. Or Ultras, maybe we won't. One win for 5 Fears. So far, they're on the course for the first RLCS SSA Open Championship of the season. We know it's going to be gritty. We know it's going to go the whole way, but the players have to prove it themselves, and the onus is on the Pioneers to get on the board. Lewis P will take care of that.
Well, I mean, Pioneers nearly doubled the shooting of 5 Fears in game number 1. It was not through lack of trying, and finally they cracked through, and what a good way to do it as well. So early into this, suddenly push 5 Fears back, and I mean, it took over 5 minutes to get a goal on the board, and between the two games, it's been 20 seconds between them. So a really nice step up of the pace. And that's what we want to see, the depth of what these two rosters can do that sets them apart from the rest of SSA.
Certainly depth, the experience of these players We talk about how new it is for Guns, but Snowy hardly knows an event where he doesn't make it to the grand finals. Only 4 events out of the 31 that he hasn't. Right now, this ball is up for the taking. As to die for it, he'll go for the pinch play off the wall. Maybe not as much momentum as he expected. This ball's played out to the corner. Lewis P.S. Sweaty on the wing. It's a missed shot that will end up by the wayside.
It's a big moment right there for at least an attempt at the shot, right? You got to get some touch. Guns with some nice combinations together to get space down the field and make it dangerous. Ball dropping down, and the rest of the 5 Fears, they had their moment in the sun. Still the Pioneers a little bit more dominant in terms of possession and progress down the field. Crump up once more on Team in Blue, heads to their own corner.
What is attacking this one? Tekaz finds some great distance. A lethal counterattack chance. 4-5 Fears is broken up at the midfield. What a read, though, from To Die For. Streaking across the wall side, getting the pass off the backboard, but I don't think Pioneers liked their chances on that shot. Very deep offensive rotation from Pioneers as they needed the reinforcements on defense. It turns out, very narrow save.
Guns had that the whole way through there, and that's the Guns you want to see coming into this fight, is someone who's confident to go for those individual plays. Even if he doesn't get off himself, you know someone like Snowy is going to be wet in there. Tekos also so reliable that if it goes wrong, he's going to be able to pick up that long ball that comes back. Guns once more aggressively towards the center. This is Tekos now trying to find him on the way through. Guns continuing that attack and turns it into a bit of a boost steal. So Pioneers even checked off the ball. Possession rate retained, and Guns once more in the sky. Tekos for the follow-up. Desperate save though. Sweaty manages to keep it and maintains that possession. Goes all the way, looking to drop it down and under. It's really just this flip of pressure, this threat from either end, Pyro. That's astounding me in this competition.
Oh yeah, Pioneers could be on the other side of the field and they're still a threat. That is well known by the players on the field right now. Sweaty nearly had the cross-court play. I don't know if he didn't get the flip reset or decided not to activate it, but that very well could have been our second goal from the Pioneers. Instead, they're left for Sweaty to play it alone yet again. And once again, recognize how deep the Pioneers are playing. They'll do anything if it means not letting up that first goal of the 5 Fears.
Sweaty now with work to do. Manages to come away with a great 50 and helped along the way by Lewis, but they've left it open in the center. It's picked up by Snowy immediately. A little bit of miscommunication, and there's always a lurking tiger in the snow is ready to send this a long way down. No one home to answer that.
Guns chasing down To Die For, the third man at the midfield. Such a smart play to get rid of the one player that could have saved the day for the Pioneers. Guns says, you can rotate as far back as you want. I'm still going to hunt you. And we've got a tie game with just a minute remaining. Oh, had there been someone there for the Pioneers, maybe they'd take the lead again, but a pinch just goes across the field, and Snowy an inch away, a centimeter maybe, from just getting that go-ahead goal. Guns with the next chance, broken up, and Lewis with the clear.
But this is what we're expecting to see from 5 Fears. They get a great pinch, and then they milk it for everything that is worth. Make it into a viable attempt, because you don't get a lot. Here comes another pinch. Guns sends it towards the center. Snowy's out for it. Puts it behind the defender, and To Die For left standing. 5 Fears turn the game once more in the late hours.
Okay, so just pinch the ball as much as possible. I'm gonna write that down in my notebook as clear tactics and win conditions for 5 Fears. They do inject an element of chaos into the game, and with the swift reaction of 5 Fears, again with the better ping, when we consider those Spanish thirds, it is working out for them. 30 seconds, they've got the lead. They're closing in on a 2-goal lead of the series.
I like how you joke about the pinch, though. You do it once and it's an accident. You do it twice and it's a tactic. It's an amazing use here, but it is something that they're looking for, and they've got a loose ball. Oh, I don't know if it'll make the key difference right now, but you cannot give that up. To Die For once more stares down his former teammate, and this time he shudders out of existence. 3-1 with 20 seconds.
feel like I want to understand what To Die For is doing there, going for the sharp angle because they need some kind of momentum for a breakaway, but it's just not going to be found. Pioneer starting game number 2 with optimism, but as the game stretched on, Five Fears showed why they probably conceded the least goals out of any team by a far stretch in the playoffs. They leave Pioneers with 1 on the board and none in the series.
Man, and that's a terrifying thing when you're that good at defense, when you're also the highest shooting team in the lineup here today. So, I mean, this time only managing to get in, 10 shots? Far lower than their average of 12, but the important thing is on the other side, you're matching up against 4. Pioneers needed, even in game number 1, they took shot after shot and it wasn't enough. Now they're restricted down to 4, and only 1 of those finds the back of the net.
Yeah, it's certainly tough when you're just not getting the kind of pressure that you're looking for the Pioneers. It wouldn't be such a problem if they converted on some of their counterattack tries. Like I said during that match, I liked what Sweaty was doing with just a swift pace down coast to coast, had the flip reset, just didn't have the finishing factor behind it. We know very well that Sweaty can outplay whoever is in front of them. Many of us analysts, including me, consider him the best talent in the region, but he needs to be given the opportunities to do it, and then he's got to execute.
You've got to execute. At the end of the day, it doesn't matter how many times you've done it in the past. It's about doing it right here, right now. And this is a big difference between these two teams. Pioneers looked so good on paper coming into this, but arguably, maybe that's what Snowy's role previously was, to stabilize the team, to make sure everyone's in the right position. Right now, Five Fears, they haven't looked too stressed. They're consistently looking for each other across the map, and I mean, we haven't really seen disconnect. And Five Fears also presents 2 very interesting different challenges now. When the field is spread out, they're looking for the back of the net. They're looking to take advantage. They've also got the ability to ramp up the pressure and just close it down. So Pioneers going to need to, here in game number 3, try and control the game and make sure that they are the ones setting the pace.
I did some digging. I have a fun fact for you, Altruism. As Tekos may just score this for the first goal. Close on the ground, air dribble. Snowy at the follow. Hold on. Tekos another chance. It's Pioneers just trying to survive this bout here. Nice crashing of the boards. But in all of Five Fears wins in playoffs, they haven't allowed their opponent to score more than a goal. I mean, we like to talk about Snowy and Guns being such great goal scorers, but it's kind of been the defense of this team to give them all their wins.
Yeah, they don't make mistakes. They get the goals because the other team makes the mistakes, but on their side, we're just going to outlast you forever. And I mean, right now, Pioneers coming basically into the semifinals without dropping a game is struggling to pick up a goal. And then you can obviously boost it up with however many you want to put on the scoreboard if you're Five Fears. That's huge. Oh, that's a big demo on the other side, though. Snowy's going to have to make some tracks.
Yeah, he'll take care of that. Beats 1, almost defeats the second. Snowy is upfield, trying to get a bump in the way of Lewis P. Or just boost steal. I think he did get that corner boost. So Sweaty's the only one left with resources. Able to beat 1 and hold on, Tekos, last defender. Able to get the dunk to go. So again, in these Pioneers isolated plays, they haven't been able to showcase the talent in order to get to the goal. That said, hold on. What a shot there. Lewis P nearly getting the first the Pioneers needed.
That was actually a big play. And trying to find it back. Some big hard touches coming out from the Pioneers instead of trying to go themselves. This is where someone like Guns has the freedom to try and make a maneuver to break his team out. So for Pioneers, being rather quiet in those individual plays, like you say. We see Sweaty this time with the boost. Gets a nice cross there, and it's going to drop down in the line. Around the outside, though, a little bit too much of a deflection on that to get it on the goals to die for. Try again, pops up there. It's going to be Sweaty into the charge. Gets the first touch confidently, nice and high. Drops the second one down. Tekos has to make his second jump to try and control this. Not a lot of boost, but reinforced by Snowy. Pioneers don't get anything and instead have to face their own shot.
That one was almost a little too close for comfort. This one maybe as well. I think Guns just took a ride on his opponent's car and ended up making that save. Sometimes it doesn't matter how you do it. It matters that you capture the save. one way or another. Tekaz gets the next. And I'll tell you what, this defense, it's creative, but it's effective.
I'm going to take the liberty.
Oh.
The shot there from Sweaty. I'm coming back to that, but Sweaty, he finally makes the individual play that we've been asking for off the ceiling. There's Louis P in the background causing problems, and Sweaty finds that perfect open goal. But Pyro, I have to take this moment. I feel like if you make a save from your opponent bumping you through into the ball, you've got to call it riding shotgun in honor of Guns right today. Right?
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Thanks,
Yep.
Chats.
Write that down.
Make
Write that
history.
down. So that's extra style points for 5 fears, but they need to focus on the points on the scoreboard right now. 90 seconds if they want to continue. Potential sweep in the grand finals, and a match where all of us were calling it a coin flip, especially Mike Fish. The pinch should help Tekaz as he has a teammate to get a wheel up. Grab the redirect. Snowy did not expect that velocity on the ball. They've got to stretch back towards their own net. And somehow Tekaz gets it away. It's not enough. To Die For snipes the bottom corner.
I mean, To Die For has been quiet on the goal line, but if there's ever a person to make that angle, it's our youngster coming out. Great starts and better security here for Pioneers in what they're looking to be their first victory.
Got a long way to go. The late game antics of 5 fears have been the scariest thing of this event. So 1 minute to go. Maybe the most important for the Pioneers. Snowy, that save ends up being enough. I thought for sure the follow-up would be good. Guns making sure the ball gets around to Die For. Midfield picked up by Snowy. Has Guns with full boost, but decides to play the midfield instead. They're just not getting this ball into scoreable position.
Chips up long, and like you say, the late game antics of 5 fears, their ability to put in 1, maybe even 2 within the last dying seconds. It's noteworthy considering the previous 2 games in this series. 17 seconds though, a hard ask, and trapped on their side of the field. Tekaz needs to make something happen here. Only finds the corner, but Snowy charging through, the ricochet out of the corner, and it's instead punished down to the other side. Lewis B going to put that nail in the coffin, and 3-0 up. Finally a decisive victory, making it the first at no better time.
Listen, there's a reason why I said when the 5 fears win, they only allow 1 goal. When they lose, it's a different story. And those 3 for the Pioneers will be 3 they'll be very happy to collect on their first win in the grand finals.
So Pioneers, all you need to do is make sure you're winning, and then you can score lots of goals against 5 fears. That seems like a viable strat there. But a big thing about that, the way to win is shoot lots. And finally, we're back to double digits. And in fact, nearly a complete reversal of the shot tallies for both sides.
You know what? I've really had the spotlight on Sweaty today, but it's good to see To Die For get the lion's share of those shots. You know, he's been the season MVP of the region for good reason, and we've seen glimmers of just that role taken up by To Die For. The second goal that the Pioneers scored, I hope we do get a replay of it. This one right here. Oh, just pockets it in that bottom corner, and it was coming at him with such velocity. So yeah, To Die For ramping up, Sweaty doing the same. The Pioneers are looking like a team that could definitely take over.
I mean, they were the favorites for so long. They've got that potential stored in them. And I think a big part about it, what was different this game versus the rest, I kind of mentioned it in the cast set. In the previous 2 games, Guns was the one to make something happen for either of the sides, right? He would be that launch into the attack. Sweaty was a little bit more quiet on the other side, and I kind of count those 2 performing the same roles. Now Sweaty finally was going through there, and where To Die For really shines is his ability to adapt as that third man coming in. He's got the mechanics to make it work from anywhere. He's got the discipline to hold steady when he needs to. So Sweaty really, I would love to see him in game number 4 taking a charge, but instead it's going to be To Die For the first one into the attack.
Woo! Yeah, that one. That one will have you catching your breath a little bit. 5 fears and that defense shaping up at the beginning of the game. I hope we get more goals just so we see more kickoffs here in this game, Altruism. I think 5 Years in particular has been a team that has dominated kickoffs during this event. Funny enough, on this first kickoff of this game, they were nearly scored on. It was a pinch play that barely ran into Guns' car. So hopefully we get the chance at that, but both teams knotted up at zeros after the first minute. Hold on, some bump plays on the goal line. Savior comes through once again for 5 Years.
Pioneers threatening Gats to die for out the corner. If anyone's got the mechanics to make something of this, he does, but too far across the net. At least gonna settle for the boost, and Pioneers constrict once more. It's only Snowy with anything if they want to try and make a counterattack. He is the one gonna go up for this, but may drain his entire boost tank just to get to halfway. Who's respawning for the squad, so 5 Years going to be able to make a second go of it, and of course on the back of Guns, the man who dominates the air most of the time. Nice demo coming in the back line there, means that there's no late hangers on, and Pioneers will have to do this the old-fashioned way.
Tekaz has given up the ball, so Snowy has to dive in for assistance. And one of the fastest goals in Rocket League you'll ever see. He goes in off the ricochet of Snowy.
Man, it's again the awareness that the SA players have taken towards the bump plays. Just because I'm not on the ball does not mean that I'm not part of the play, and it's exactly the mindset that our players have used to great effect. So once more removing the defender, and Snowy just needs to play a little bit of boards to get that through. Oh, Tekos over the top, looking. Oh, he drops it all the way down. It's a miss from Pioneers. This is the sudden burst of life that we see from 5 Years so often.
It's all about that speediness. Look at this shot. Altruism, that was blazing fast into the net. 2 goals for 5 Years. But on a more realistic note, you're talking about this off-the-ball pressure right now for 5 Years. They're gunning them down. No pun intended. Guns, was attacking to die for in the net, exposing the gaps of the Pioneers.
Gunning them down could not have been more appropriate with that long-range snipe from Guns, reading the play 10 seconds ahead, and eventually the rest of the 2 come through. Snowy to finish it off, as so often he does. Pioneers, after taking a game, have roused the beast.
Yeah, and Guns, being the beast that he is a tough one to tame. Pioneers have some extra work to do so, as Guns comes in for another demolition. Snowy and Tekos will team up for this defensive play. Guns clears out to a safer place, and 5 Years, they're stepping on each other's toes a little bit, but they're managing to hold that 3-goal lead in whatever style they please.
I feel like they're going together because they know that the guy on the ball is going to make something happen. So they're already reinforcing. They're already going for the boost that's just behind their players with the faith that their teammates are going to come back. But that can be punished so quickly if half a thing goes wrong. Bit of a demo in the back line there, but Sweaty going to still try and find it out. Again, 5 Years within centimeters of each other, but picks up a demo along the way as a death squad rolls through. Hands away possession though, and Pioneers looking for some way back into this. They've got it off the bump.
You know, rarely do you want the defense to play against you here, but Sweaty was asking them to try. Put up a wall against Tekaz and just proved that his Fennec was all the more strong. 3-1, the Pioneers, they're not going to give in just yet.
No, this series, we couldn't call it before. We're not going to be able to call it until the last second. And Pioneers, I would be astounded if they don't pick up at least another game, whether it's this one or the next. They are still very much in the fight, and being able to pick up a goal like that with 2 minutes to go. They're looking for another here. Snowy going to bring it off the wall, but Sweaty up to it so fast. 5 Years playing their full depth to be able to try and get that counter stack working, but they've committed 2 to this.
OSP, holy, that is some speed off of the wall. The pinch pass is not taken up by the Pioneers. And now, Snowy, the slow play. He guides himself away from the attempted demolition of To Die For. OSP, quite the flip. It leads to Tekaz owning the ball. Approach off the ceiling is going to force the long clear, but Snowy is prepared for the problem for Pioneers right now is they're playing into the hands of Five Fears. They keep receiving the clears of Pioneers and putting up more shots that exhaust the boost of KCP. What can they do to exit and return?
Man, I cannot believe KCP used such finesse to get out of the backline. And again, centimeters away from their opponent's bonnet, they're handing the ball off negative direction and still maintaining control of it. There's a delicateness to their touches that they're using so well and maintaining that possession. Now, however, they've given it away to Five Fears, not for long. Five Fears really not the ones setting the tempo for this competition, at least in the last couple of seconds, but they don't need to. They've got the lead, they just need to hold strong.
That's right. It's all about the 50-50 game right now, and it's working out quite well. That clear should seal the deal. Five Fears will be one game away from being your first SSA RLCS champions of this new season. Pioneers with some work to do.
Pioneers with work to do, and it comes down to, again, on the paper, it just seems like Pioneers have everything that they could possibly want. The two most mechanical, most individual, best link-up players in the country. You've got Lewis P to join on top of them. Everything should be right there, but there's a bit of experience, and I don't know whether it's arrogance, confidence, when you can back it up. It's certainly not arrogance anymore. I think that Snowy and Guns have connected on a soul level, and they've got Tekos to be able to back that up. He's kind of providing that calmness to the team. I'll fill in the blanks. You guys go do whatever you want. And it's working for the Five Fears.
Yeah, I think when you mention calmness, it's important to know the chemistry between the team as well. A lot of their goals being just pressure from off the ball, right? They have the confidence to stretch upfield, make that last bump to clear the way for the goal. I think a lot of people question the chemistry of this team because they said, oh, Snowy, Guns, they always butt heads. Are you seriously going to tell me that they're going to have a region-winning chemistry team? And the answer is yes. I mean, that was the one thing that Guns wanted to mention in his interview. He said, we focus on our comms. Wherever we say we're going to take the ball is where it goes. And there's a ton of trust with this team. That also couples with Tekos going down to South Africa to play with this team. He said the play style shifted entirely when that happened. And I don't think that's a change that really any team in the region has been prepared for, Altruism. And you can see the Pioneers need to take the time to prepare for it themselves. They've called the timeout for a little extra time between now and the next game.
Yeah, Five Fears has come into this taking it seriously. All past beef is gone right now. We are here to win. And I love that you bring up the communication because that's so important. Sometimes you see your teammate going on some stupid run and you could get yourself mad about it, but they're calling it the whole way. They're going, I'm trying something, be ready. And you are there backing them up because you know you're going to do the same. Let's be fair. Every one of these three players coming out of Five Fears has at some stage said, guys, hold my beer, please. And done something weird with it, right? So let's see, is that enough? Are they going to maintain that good nature together as they have done to great effect? Because Pioneers, they are the ones with questions being asked. Do they have enough to bring back any games, let alone for the full series?
That is the question right now. And will the Pioneers as well just be able to evade these aggressive tactics from Five Fears? They are still in the Pioneers net, going for these demos, these bumps. Every offensive rotation from the Five Fears is targeting a Pioneers player, and they can barely deal with it.
Even this ball popping out to Snowy. Now he gets to go. And every time there's one person on the ball, there's a player in front of them trying to clear a path. Finally, the ball breaks out immediately back into the hands of Snowy, and it's once more. The entire first minute has been shot after shot. It crosses towards the center. This one coming down, and with Five Fears not dedicating to every one of them, it makes Pioneers worry about which one the pivotal final maneuver is coming from. Here's a nice little chip to outside of the net, and Tekos is going to be bringing it around. Pioneers need to maintain this rotation.
What rotation? We went from a triple commit to a double commit, and now they can't get boost. It's over. It's done. Pioneers crashing and burning.
I mean, look at this. That is a direct result of never letting go of the game. You're going, where do I get my boost? Where there's a million reasons why it's not going to work running through your head. And how many plans do you have? Plan C, plan D, plan E is gone. And now you got to worry about 5 Fears who have not relented up until now. It's just what consistency means. And a great first goal for them, and nice bump out the way. And somehow, oh my goodness, getting in the way of everyone right now. The ball staggers slowly, but that's sometimes been the benefit of 5 Fears.
It can be. It can be. See if they can get to the other side of the field and at least see the blue end. They will. Pass is deflected by Snowy. Now it's Sweaty to maneuver out. They just need some time to restabilize, and they're not getting it. Redirect nearly goes into their net. Lewis P with the read off the sidewall. It's a good response so far for the Pioneers. But they have been unable to just gather control in this game. Get some shots that will make 5 Fears sweat a little bit.
That's it, right? You've got to just make your opponents pay for their hubris of overstaying their welcome on your side. And 5 Fears so far have been good at getting back, but Pioneers have got such a precision about them that they can turn that pace around. And we said it earlier, you have to be worried about a shot from anywhere on the field, especially when Sweaty starts to get some space like this, actually decides to tuck out and go for the boost. And maybe that's just the first step to regaining a bit of an equilibrium in this match.
Oh, we've gotten past the halfway mark in the game, and Sweaty wants to do it himself. He's cleared the space for Lewis P to score. They've resurrected and tied this game.
That's it. Break out of your own half, pick up a bit of boost, and then let's see where we can go. Just causing pandemonium there in net. And I mean, that's when you've got your team with all the space in the world. Great shot to bring it back. Pioneers still showing life. Gobi had said this was going to go to game number 6. And suddenly that looks like those lights are starting to warm up.
Neo Tokyo is a scary place, but Pioneers are trying to speed their way to it. The kickoff works in their favor. They've swung the momentum on their side. But we know the job is not done. Kickoff won by 5 Fears and leads into a bump. Snowy searches for his teammate in guns. He gets past one, tries to whip it past Sweaty. And it won't go, but Tekka's a follow. Guns nearly falls on the ball. Trying to direct it back towards the net. Fails to do so. Sweaty misses the ball. That's a shot. Saved by To Die For. And again, Lewis P gets it away. I think that probably should have been a 5 Fears goal.
Yeah, that was not a comfortable save by any margin. And often it was the second attempt at it that actually proved to be the one that was required. As 5 Fears denied their equalizer, but certainly with an abundance of shots, it seems to have been how this game has been dictated. Probably looking towards the next attempt, but got to stop Pioneers from extending this lead any further. The last 60 seconds, and again, it's 5 Fears lingering around and getting a couple of bumps, a difficult angle. Tekka's just denied by verticality more than width.
His physicality has grown so much for 5 Fears in the case there that I think 2 players were trying to bump Lewis P out of the net. They are so bent into shape right now, trying to make sure that the Pioneers are disrupted on their goal line, trying to create avenues in any way that they can, but they're running out of time. Snowy has to collect this as the third man and turn it into gear.
Yep, when your entire strategy thus far has been, we have to build up pressure. Oh, that's a breakaway! Guns baited on the outside, and Lewis P, he takes it upon himself, the length of the field over 2, and cuts quickly on the inside. No time to be paused for your teammates, and no time left to come back. It's 2 goals needed in the last 30 seconds.
Altruism, there was a grave dug 6 feet deep, and I thought for sure I knew who was marked on the gravestone, but the Pioneers may have been the ones with the shovels after all. 3 goals are the answer to 5 Fears' early lead. And this looks like a team that is so far from done. The last effort of 5 Fears will run dry. Tekka's to the corner, pass over to Guns. Denied. We're headed to Neo Tokyo.
We said that this was a contest. that was so undecided, and it did not deserve anything close to a sweep. We needed to go as far into the series as possible, and Pioneers has shown why they are still coming in as seed number 1 actually into this competition. Very much still in this game. Do not ever worry about us being on match points. And I don't know, when you win it that decisively as well, it feels like even game number 7 is looming.
It's what we called for. You know, everyone from the desk was like, I don't know, 50-50 shot, take us to game number 7. And the Pioneers would like nothing more than that. I'm impressed by just the championship caliber resilience from this team, right? They come off of the timeout. They feel like they have a game plan ready to go. And they just get housed in that first minute. Demo upon bump upon demo, and then goal for 5 years. And to respond and stick to that game plan and to not be weathered by it was by far the most impressive thing I've seen so far in this grand finals. It speaks to the fact that the Pioneers do have a game plan and they're willing to stick to it even when things get rough.
Exactly how that game plan comes together is a little bit nuanced and changes second by second, but stands firm, make sure we don't let in a goal, and we'll do whatever it takes to make that happen. But then they're going to try, you know, there were a couple of really nice clears that they attempted when they were under pressure, picked up by Snowy and returned back in. But then they tried to go for the more finesse plays. For Pioneers to have that is huge. They've still got their composure and their confidence in themselves. They're going to need it under the spotlights of Neo Tokyo. Game number 6 with 5 Fears still sitting on not just game point, not just series point, but championship point.
That's a wild shot from Snowy. I don't know how he found the top corner, but still, Pioneers push it away. We were touting that 5 Fears defense for all their wins, only conceding a goal or none. This time around, the Pioneers defense is showboating. Can it turn into a goal? Sweaty over the top of the defense. Put it down, son.
I said you gotta give this guy the space and let him lead the charge. He's either gonna make a magical shot like that happen on his own or set up something for the rest of you, but give the man the boost and let him run with it. Sweaty proving to be one of the greatest players SSA has ever seen.
There's a single route where that ball could have turned into a goal, and you can't trust any player on this pitch right now than Sweaty to do it. He is ready to drag this team over the line if he's got to do it himself in some moments. We know that a 1-0 lead is a bit fickle. Maybe 2 is a little more reliable.
Oh my goodness, Sweaty just scores an incredible goal, and Tadaipo says, hey, I want to be on Pyro J's top plays of the season. So watch this, out of the corner, up by 2 is the Pioneers.
Long way to go still, but a great start for Pioneers. Guess what? That's 5 goals in a row. 3 unanswered in game number 5, and then here we are with a 2-goal lead. 5 Fears, we saw an incredible response from Pioneers in the last game. Do you have the same within yours?
Now a big question gets asked, Pirates, the one I mentioned earlier. How well does that tenuous relationship of we are the best in the country last when you get tested? And you made the comment earlier, it might not get to be, and it looked like that for so long, but suddenly Pioneers looking to level the series. And like you say, an unanswered 5 goals is a lot to speak about and a lot of pressure to put on the youth.
Pressure makes diamonds, and who will shine brightest? So far, has been Sweaty on the Pioneers. Maybe he'll get another here. He dives in for that touch from Guns. Couldn't get a piece of it. Tekos calls off Snowy for that battle off the side wall, but Sweaty attacks the net once again, utilizing every ounce of boost that he had. Tall pass to Guns. Yeah, will not go. Plus, Snowy is out of the demolition, so Pioneers at every end, removing the lethal components of 5 Fears.
Yep, full reset required now by 5 Fears, building up from the back like they do of Guns. Pioneers, they were the ones leading the charge and not ready to give it up just yet. P trying to get some width on that to stop the clear, and manages to find to die for. He's used a lot of boost to the hang around in the air, but has found his way down the bottom. He's got a good 50. Let's see what the rest of Pioneers can do in the challenge afterwards. Snowy trying to reclaim it in the back lines, and he's found a long angle once more. It's Guns taking position number 1, and Tekos trying to cover him behind.
That was a wonderful maneuver on the ball of Tekos, but it just wasn't enough to die for. A third for the Pioneers.
Slightly less wonderful maneuver from him as he actually puts it back into his own net. I don't know, that could have flashed for a couple of seconds there, but the desperation in the defense required, understanding that a third goal on the board in less than 2 minutes to come back and answer is a devastating position to be in if you wanted to clear this out nice and quick. Snowy's not going to be able to get to this one. That's a lack of discipline that's yet to be seen from 5 years.
What's that meme with the rabbit and the clock just like staring at 5 years right now, getting bigger every time Pioneers score? This is a atrocious amount of momentum for 5 years right now. 7 goals unanswered between games 5 and 6. Oh, it is getting scary. An unused timeout, though, for 5 years, so maybe we see that after this clobbering.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to believe that 5 years is going to be able to pull this off, despite what they're able to pull through and how late they can take any sort of comeback. Both these teams have shown that they certainly are able to put in a flurry of goals in quick succession, but 4 in a row in the last 60 seconds is a dire ask. Right now, they're on the wrong side of the field to do it. Snowy going to try to come back in, actually misses this ball, and was maybe looking to just get an optimistic 50, but again, they have to worry about the defense first.
Die for. Do it to him. Off the ceiling, not quite. Guns to Tekos. It's merely a formality. The Pioneers know that they've adjusted the game plan that 5 years cannot contest. And maybe a 5th will be seen. P center on the net. Bullseye to the target. He'll go saved. Maybe another still to be seen. Maybe 5 years can end the drought. Saw that first goal in game 5 and nothing from them since. It's Guns up with a pre-jumping Snowy. He's got the reset. He's got Tekos in the wing. Won't go. To die for. To the ground. Take us to game 7.
Game number 7. This series, this season could not have asked for more. We have the unanswered question about who's the best, and suddenly we went from a relaxed, rather early evening to taking it the distance. And in the most emphatic fashion here, Pyro J. 4-0 in this game, a 2-goal lead in the previous one, and everyone stepping up. This time it's P with the mantle on his shoulders, but everyone with arguably a moment of greatness here out of Pioneers.
I'm just gonna take a sip of my tea right now, Altruism. You know, I'm gonna bring a calming energy to these teams that they're gonna need under the highest pressure, under the brightest of lights. We said the crown is up for the taking. This hasn't been the case for like 2 years in SSA, maybe even 3, when it was Limitless, when it was the trio of To Die For, Snowy, and Sweaty. We knew who was winning the regionals. Now we don't. And it takes the game 7 to decide who the true champions of this region is. And I'll tell you what, Altruism, this timeout for 5 years, it has to be the best timeout that they have called in the existence of RLCS, because 7 straight uncontested goals means that a change has to be made.
Something along the way just fell apart. I don't know if it was the lack of looking for your teammates, or the lack of willingness to go on your own, or just the lack of pace that you come into this with. I'm so glad that you bring up the history of this rivalry, because we really haven't seen this. And this being the first split, the first open of the entire year of 2026 is phenomenal to me. My worst fear coming into this was that we were going to have another one-horse race. And there is nothing in this. It hasn't felt like this since, the Orlando Pirates versus Bravado days of yore at the stage, early season 1 or season 2. But here it is, ladies and gentlemen, Champions Field. Championship Sunday of 5 years versus Pioneers, the greatest outfits that we have seen from SSA in history, ready to battle it out over the last 5 minutes.
Here's the difference with this season, though, Altruism. Any era you point to in RLCS points to Snowy being on the best local team. Will that change today? Guns nearly kept it in action. That redirect that came off the post could have been the ultimate exclamation mark of 5 fears to get this one started.
It'd be amazing to see at the end who lifts up that crown. And what a save coming through there once more. Requires 2 players in the defense from Pioneers, and suddenly 5 fears back to their old ways of cramping up the net and taking shot after shot. A relentless onslaught to follow, and Guns even getting the flip reset at the halfway, going to carry it the whole way around. Eventually gives up the possession. It's up to Sweaty in the skies to start us off.
All to die for, masterful. Thought he had the second touch off the ceiling as well. Lewis P has quite the read on that ball. Sweaty, you know that's going on target. Lewis P! The follow is deflected. 5 fears. The best defense is coming through just when it's needed.
And freneticism here, the name of the game. No space given, no quarter. Every match blocked out there. Every counter once more returned, and pressure absorbed by both sides. Seems that Pioneers now the ones to try and get some constriction going, playing keep away with the ball, and Guns taking to the sky instead has to rely on Tekos with no boost to try follow this through. It's up to 5 fears in the next couple of seconds to take this game into their own hands instead of giving it away in front of the nets. Lewis P opens up the account in the grand finals.
Split them up, dice them up. Lewis P right between the defenders for the Pioneers. He's open to convert that top 4 from EU last season into a championship in SSA. And what a way to astound and get the Pioneers to continue their momentum.
Oh, Byro, we're getting news here. This is the first Game 7 in an RLCS SSA final since 2023, 2.5 years ago. And in that one, both Snowy and To Die For suffered a loss. One of them is going to repeat that fate here. The other one going to break the curses of history. And Pioneers off to a good start because every goal in this final game is going to be hard fought.
Want to talk about curses? Tekos is on 3 second places in a row. Had it with APAC in the last season. Is it going to be another second place, this time in Game 7? Could change it here with a 5 fears goal, or at least change the momentum. It's a nice look for Guns. Not going to make its mark, though. High ball, Guns is up. He's taking the shot the other side. To Die For gets the read, takes it away.
That's one of the best attempts that I've seen from 5 years in a while, and that's a big change. They're still suffering under the cosh of being kept out for minutes growing on end, and they desperately need something to bring it back in. That was a good first attempt. Now they've connected it with Snowy. He's got Guns just behind him. Heavy flick down low. Tekos, a demo for the first time in a long time, and maybe that's the physicality that's going to kick us off into a better state of affairs for 5 years.
Umps and demos, those were the key of 5 fears in their 3 wins, and now you can see them hunting. Guns with the demo onto Sweaty, but the ball's taken the other side. Tekos, ground to air dribble. He's lost control of the ball. He gets the flip reset, but he's got to leave it for Guns now, who leaves the ball, goes for the bump again. Oh, and he tracks right onto To Die For, but evading it is the young gun. To Die For going for the goal. And maybe a second would have sealed the deal, but they'll have to wait longer for that chance.
Oh, but you can see how far 5 fears is having to stretch themselves to make those attempts everything that they can be. And instead, Lewis P with all the ability in the air. But it's not that catches the attention. It's the redirect. This, by all rights, should have been a save by Snowy. and he just doesn't get enough on it to turn it aside, redirects it into the back of the net, and suddenly the lead doubles, the time less than a minute.
I just did not believe my eyes when I saw it. In no world was that ball getting own goal, but Lewis P did get a ton of momentum on that flip reset, taking surprise of 5 Fears and leading them to the 2-goal deficit. They need to create some magic here now.
The last gasp has been all the air in the lungs that 5 Fears have needed before now. They're going to need to do it one more time on the biggest stage. This could be a great attempt. Hans forces it into that upper left corner. 5 Fears still alive in this, and Lewis P tried hard, but it was the relentlessness of Tekos that brought us back to the center.
Dunn said, I'm not leaving the paint. You're going to have to push me out if I'm going to leave. As he barrels the ball in, the kickoff, it's won by 5 Fears, 20 seconds, and a goal necessary to die for. The high touch turns into an air dribble. Snowy, no choice but to meet him in the skies. Nobody's back for 5 Fears. To die for misses the ball. The shot is denied. 7 seconds for 5 Fears to take the win in the first open, to give them a chance. Otherwise, Pioneers will be your champions. It's Tekaz. He puts the cape on to become the hero. Lewis P brings it to the ground. Lewis P scores the 2 goals for Pioneers to win Game 7 and your first RLCS champions.
Pioneers had the favoritism of the crowd coming into this. They had the favoritism of the panel for the vast majority of the season, and it was an exorbitant amount of amazing plays from 5 Fears. They consistently astounded, and that changed the opinions of many, but it was the first and best thought of the Pioneers that proves the champions, the first champions for 2026, and by the slimmest of margins and the longest of series.
Ultras, I want to take you back to Game 5. 5 Fears, 1 win to take. They open the game on of all maps, Boost Field Mall. Okay, they run demo after bump after demo. They score the first goal. They take the lead. The next time they scored on that first goal from Game 5, the end of Game 7. That was an incredible turnaround for the Pioneers to say it is put up or shut up. And boy, did they put up the goals to Altruism. What a match. What an earned win for the Pioneers.
They put up so many goals themselves and denied 5 Fears from any access on the other side. That was such a pivotal part. 2.5 games nearly without a goal. Got to bring this panel back into this because, I mean, this was a series that could only have been on the main stage on Championship Sunday.
All is as it should be. Game 7 grand final in SSA. And the last Game 7 referenced was in the old days of Orlando Pirates and Bravado, I think it was. It was a bracket reset. It was crazy. This was fantastic. But I sense, Bromeo, this is the start of a beautiful friendship, a beautiful rivalry between Pioneers and 5 Fears, because this it was just delicious in all the right ways.
Man, I'm not sure whether I should be in absolute awe for the Game 7 that they brought us, or just so bitterly sad that I got my first prediction wrong. And honestly, I'm so torn because I didn't know who I wanted to win at the end, because the absolute cinematic comeback from Pioneers, it just felt inevitable. But 5 Fears going up so strong in the beginning. And honestly, if somebody finds out what they said during that team talk, I want to know, because I'm pretty sure it gives you eternal life or something, because that was one hell of a team talk.
Well, let's talk about that comeback for a moment there, Machtfish, because 5 Fears came out swinging. They took the first 2 games, and early on it looked like sort of one-way traffic. And then Pioneers did bring it back, but then lost again. It just, you get a sense and a feeling of series. And it just, for me anyway, just had the feeling of this is just not going to be Pioneers' day. But to dig as deep as they did, they took that timeout, and then they just took it one after the other all the way to victory. A remarkable turnaround.
The resilience on display. Simply, there was one switch. I don't know who said what. Of course, we'd love to have the comms here, but we don't.
Yes.
Who said what? Who took charge? Louis P looked reformed after that timeout. To Die For looked reformed after that timeout. They were maybe playing with a sense of, okay, series not really going our way. We're getting not dominated, but we're getting outplayed here. So let's just have fun and let's lose all the weight. Let's lose all the ideas of making it to majors or having to win this. And that, I think, that lightness really helped them. And then in the end, you could see the magic that they've once captured come back. You could see To Die For was hitting angles. You could see Louis P was hitting bumps, was hitting resets, was hitting everything they put their mind to simply worked. So the mental resilience is truly that resilience of a champion, and well done to KCP. But on the same hand, commiseration really for 5 years and for Tekos, who not only loses his 4th grand final in a row, but 3 of them going through Game 7, all of which where he had a lead going into Neo Tokyo.
I wonder, does he take the mantle from Werty then as professional bridesmaid? Because that is rough. That's got to be frustrating. And also for Guns making his first grand final. Yeah. And what was great to see about Guns, Tekos, we've just mentioned, this is his 4th grand final. Snowy is a veteran of grand finals, and he's won more than he's lost that he's been in. And Guns, Ultrazim, well, there's 2 things I'd like you to talk to Ultrazim. First, Guns did not in any way seem out of place. He was in there. He looked like he belonged there. But then the other thing I want you to talk to is To Die For, who took a long runway into the series. But when he arrived on Neo Tokyo, he was devastating.
Yeah. So I think both of them serve a different role in the game. Guns had a clear role. He was the spearhead. He was the one who was going up in the air off his own backboard and creating some space and some time. He was the one who was then trying to find either something magical on his own, but more often Snowy or Tekos waiting in the center, and he did that consistently throughout the series. And when you talk to, so when you say he didn't look out of place, he looked in the exact right place. It wasn't just that he was running just behind his teammates. He was running ahead of them. So that was beautiful to see. On the other hand, To Die For, like you say, very slow into the start, but it's because he, in my opinion, runs as the second string. He waits behind Sweaty, and Sweaty was taking a little while to get up into the air and really punch through for enough space to give To Die For that run through. Otherwise, To Die For is so good on defense, he tends to favor that until his moment comes, and when his moment came, he was sublime.
The Kansas City Pioneers, they are champions, and it does feel we've spoken at length about the fact that there is finally good competition at the top, and with a little bit of polish, a little bit of the right direction and coaching, we could see LFO and Cosmico getting into the mix. But it's where Machtfish, where do you? It just doesn't feel like this is not going to be a season of one team cleaning out all season. There's got to be a back and forth, and 5 Fears take it here, Pioneers take it here, Death Cloud Esport come out of the blue and take Regional 4 or something like that, right?
I mean, I might be not that optimistic, but if I can have a grand final of that quality every time, just give me the contract, I'll sign it. Just give Noob Slice, nobody, I don't know, RLCS admins, give me the script to supply that we get a grand final of this quality every time. I'll take it. Even if it's the same 2 teams, I'll take it.
Now, we spoke about our debutants in top 8, top 6, top 4, and we spoke about the debutants on the main broadcast. And I don't know if does anybody recall if we've had To Die For on the main broadcast before?
I don't think so.
I don't think so. I think this is the first time. We have him now. Champion, open number 1.
We did once.
Did we? Oh, we did once, have him. Yeah. Okay, fine. But either way, Open number 1, RLCS SSA champion to die for is here. Let's go and see what he has to say. To die for, how we feeling? So my main question is, honestly, like players you get experience with how things roll. As a caster, as a talent watching series, you get a feeling for it. And I was saying this after game 2, well, even after game 3, when you guys took game 3, it just felt like it was not going to be your day. And I'm trying to understand how you guys turned it around. Was it a specific thing? Did somebody say something? What happened there that you guys came back so well, so resiliently, and became champions?
Yeah, so obviously, from the get-go, we were confident we were going to win, but then obviously it looked a bit shaky, in all honesty, like they were winning a little bit, but I think the boys kept their cool. Shout out to Adam as well, which is Lola. He gave us a good pep talk, so we just kept our cool. And then obviously, I'm not going to say what we changed exactly, but there was a few tips we tried to stick by, and then, yeah, it ended up working, and we just kept our cool, played solid, and at the end of the day, we just held our nerve and won the game, yeah.
We were puzzling about what was said in that timeout. Like, obviously you can't say is everything that was going on. I understand the team secrets and all that. But what was the gist of that timeout, perhaps? Was it just the time needed? Was it the external input that was needed? Or what made you come out so reformed afterwards?
I think it's just the time that we got, because I think we just needed a little bit of a breather, because I won't say what we did in the game, but we were just saying like, we are better than them, so let's play like it. So yeah, we just took a breather and tried to come back stronger. Yeah, that's all.
And obviously now it's win number 15 for you. It's been a while since the last one. Tell me about like what does it mean for you to get back on the top step after what was, I think it's safe to say, a struggling 1.5 years in the past?
Yeah, last season was definitely a rough one. It was a bit demotivating, but after the announcement, I think we were all happy and we've been playing more than ever. So right now, obviously, we won the regional, so it feels great to be back here, and hopefully more to come. Yeah.
To die for, a very important question. Everybody wants to know what on earth is going on with that headset.
So actually, my one headset, my Logitech G Pro, I lost my the mic piece to it. So then Sin, who is now KCP, I think he's the manager of esports for KCP. Yeah, he actually gave me this headset from the kindness of his heart, So I've been using it. It does the job. I actually ordered the other mic piece 2 weeks ago. It's taking a bit long to come, but it should be here next week. So I actually have a headset. I just don't have the mic part. So for right now, I'm using this. So next week, this thing right here will be sorted. Don't worry.
That was a much longer answer than I was expecting, but thanks.
I thought you just destroyed it after the victory. You were just jumping up and just smashed it into your table or something.
To be honest, I think I am a little bit violent with it, as some people say. Not like raging, just like when I put it down, I just drop it and stuff. Maybe that happens. So yeah.
Oh, fantastic! Now in the lead up to this open, I mean, we've been talking a lot about the possibilities and, the new rosters and all of that sort of thing. And we've all said that this feels like it's going to be the most competitive season SSA has ever had. Would you agree with that? And what are your feelings about being against the coalface in this season, being in and amongst all of the competition? How are you feeling about the 2026 season?
Yeah, as I said, that was one of the most intense finals I've been in, and I like it. I like the pressure, and I think it's good for our team. It'll make our team a lot better over time. So, shout out to Five as well. I think they played a good final and good open, so they shouldn't have their heads too down. So yeah, I think they played well, and the competition is definitely up there this season. So yeah, I'm happy. I think we're gonna improve a lot more than we should, or than last season at least. So yeah.
All right. Well, to die for, congratulations. Pioneers, you guys are open number 1 champions of RLCS. Very well played. And I think we'll be seeing you on Friday at the varsity finals. Are you coming up for that?
Oh, unfortunately, I'm not. There's a couple I was supposed to play. I was supposed to
Yeah.
play, but there was a couple complications. So but my team still has it. UCT. Shout out UCT.
Yeah,
You've
I'm
disappointed
sure they
Greybeard
do,
now.
but you... What?
You've disappointed Greybeard now.
No, you have. You've ruined my entire next weekend. All right. Well, to die for, we'll let you go and celebrate. But please extend our high fives and congratulations to Sweaty and Lewis P. Can't wait to see you guys when he is out here and how that even improves you more. But shout out, you are Open number 1 champions.
Oh, thank you so much. I will pass on those words. Thank you.
Man, oh man, oh man. I was shocked by that interview. Just seeing to die for. I don't know when I last saw him, but he looks like he's
when did he get jacked?
He's grown even more. He's looking good. He's like sort of coming to his own there. Great to see. Great to have him on the interview. And yeah, Bromeo, good stuff.
Yeah, man, he's SSL in gym now too. I got to step up. But no, absolutely incredible game by them. To die for, leading from the front. I said it earlier. Eli was my driver of the day, but the moment it hit that semi-final and the way that they just put their opponents away, to die for really stepped up the plate today, and he has been immense. So it's really, really good to see with him playing with that kind of confidence, and I really took a lot of heart from the interview that he just gave, saying that they're more motivated than ever. And given the rule changes, and it's more apparent to see now than ever. This has possibly been one of the most electric weekends of Rocket League I've been a part of.
And Ultrazim and Pyro, I hope you appreciate the gift you were given of casting that grand final. What a banger. How awesome to be a part of it. It was just fabulous all round. Things are as they should be. So who is the driver of the day? We're going to go and have a... Yeah, sorry, go ahead.
I want to say, like, because you did mention that grand final was amazing, but I have to be grateful. 3 of the series I was part of were thrilling game 7s. It was the first one to start off yesterday, and then earlier today, our second series of the day. There is so much contention all the way down in SSA, which is such a beautiful thing that I think we need to highlight. Sorry, that's it.
No, banger. That was fantastic. Okay, so quickly, they're going to show driver of the day in a second. So, Bromeo, quick, who's your driver of the day? Name him.
To die for.
To die for. Machtwish.
Louis P.
Lewis P. and Ultrazim.
Sweaty.
Okay, so everyone had a crack. Well, let's see. As voted for by those in chat on acgl.gg/vote, the driver of the day is... you all got it wrong. Guns, the man who looks like he belongs in a grand final, and no doubt he will be a regional champion before the end of the 2026 season. Well-deserved, Guns. Played 12 games, 7 wins, 4,000 score, 6 goals, 7 assists, 13 saves. Banger, Guns, our driver of the day. Gentlemen, and all of you in chat, and I know for certain it's another sign of our growth. When I say ladies and gentlemen, I know for a fact that we actually have ladies in chat now, which is really nice. The game is growing, the community is growing, and just like that, we've come to the end. Open number 1 is done, but fear not. We're going into an immediate Christmas break, 6 weeks of break, but then open number 2 will be back, starting off with the qualifying weekend on the 10th of January, the playoffs on the 17th and 18th of January. We will be here to bring it all to you as enthusiastically as we have done. What a weekend it has been. Thank you to everyone in chat who has been there. And of course, to Bromeo, to Machtfish, to Ultrazim, to Pyro J, and the boys in the back doing all the actual work. Reggie and Blank, thank you for being there. Thank you for doing what you're doing and bringing a world-class broadcast to the world. We'll be back for more in 6 weeks' time. But in the meantime, from me, and of course, our rock star observer, who I don't think has slept this weekend because he's been in APAC, he's been in OCE, he's been in Europe, he's everywhere. Hazza himself, such a pro, doing our observing. Thank you for being there, and no doubt we will welcome you back with open arms for number 2. But we are now done. So from me to everybody else, peace. We're out.